Been streaming all day, talking non-stop, breaking down news with each headline drop, reading some tweets, playing some games, turn off the stream, prep the next day, it's a wild game. In this Twitch worldview, for streamers like me and shouters like you, wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true, yes they are. Oh, they are streaming in the new world with Chatterino. These bitch men that are bitch made, Lord knows that y'all just wanna spam bullshit in chat. Want me to click their links, so I help farm their views, but they don't have no subs, and they don't have a view, and I'd give you a click, but I'm covering news, cause of bitch men that are bitch made. I wish debate bros would stick to ideals, but they drama farm for deals on other platforms out there. Oh Lord, we got streamers on Kick showing their dick, and they're trying to make gambling look fair. Now if you're spamming away in a parasocial haze, my moms will step in, put you in a timeout phase. Young minds are in here right now, so stop breaking their brains. Take a week off of chat, there's your 5 minutes of fame. Lord, it's a wild game in this Twitch worldview for streamers like me and shouters like you. Wish these hot takes were fake, but they're all too true. Yes, they are. Oh, they are. I've been streaming all day, giving it straight. At the top of the hour is
there's
a 3-minute break.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, that is currently very quickly turning into cloudy California, Los Angeles. 71 degrees and cloudy at the moment with a high pollen count here in Los Angeles, California, and I'm live, and I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a fantastic day. Today is yet another Tuesday. That's right, lads. It's fucking Tuesday. It's Tuesday, lads. And honestly, it's fucking, you know what? You know what, lads? You know what? It's fucking Tuesday. And you already know, lads, we're fucking tight on this fucking Tuesday. On this wonderful Tuesday, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, lads. Every fucking day of the goddamn fucking week, right? We're doing the same fucking things over and over, yeah? We're fucking proper slags out here. You know it, I know it. We all fucking know it, right? But this day is a fucking different day. Once a fucking week, we get down to the tizzy. We get down and we fucking figure out something that we are going to take for ourselves. A fucking thing that we need. A fucking thing that we will take back. Now you might be wondering, what the fuck am I talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, Tony Chuchone? I'm talking about a fucking heist, lads. Right, we're taking fucking pronouns. This Tuesday, we're stealing the fucking pronouns. I'm sick and fucking tired of the motherfucking pronouns leading me in the fucking know who's a fucking he, him, who's a fucking she, her, and now we got fucking non-binaries, right? Now we got fucking they, thems, yeah? And I'm fucking sick and tired of it, so I've put together a fucking crew. I'll put together a fucking crew of some of the greatest fucking minds so we can fucking do it, lad. So we can steal back the fucking pronouns. That's right. Woohoo! Bethesda headquarters. We're taking it fucking down. We're going into Bethesda headquarters with fucking Trump, with the fucking Eggman, right? And we're gonna fucking take it back. I got the fucking piece on me, eh? It's a fucking blunderbuss. We're doing it. We're fucking doing it, lads. And we're bringing back Boris. Okay. Stop fucking current timing me. I can't stop. He's the best. Eggman is the best. I genuinely love him. Is that you or Dr. Disrespect in the bottom right corner? It's not me. It's Hank Pecker, I think. Some fucking reactionary asshole. I hate that guy, Hank Pecker. Anyway, yeah, we're doing it. We're taking the fucking pronouns back, dude. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm fucking stop current daying us, you know? Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, everybody. That's right. I was lying. I'm not a British man. Okay. I know that was very convincing. A lot of you probably looked at me and went, wow, that's not Hasan Piker. That's a British guy. Like, and I know this is shocking, but, no, just on Tuesdays for a little bit. Yeah. We go back to our fucking roots, lad. We go back to our fucking roots and I turn British for a moment. It's so good, though. It's so good, lads. I think someone I met the other day saw your Hank Pecker clip because they genuinely said to me, isn't HasanAbi right wing? No, I think there's just like a lot of fucking weirdos out there. That just say crazy shit. What was I saying? So, did you see his response to you? I haven't. I'm going to look. I saved myself. I did not see this. I saved myself. But I will cherish this moment. And I think he is too. Because we've fallen in love. Let's be real. This man, we've fallen in love with each other. I love his content. It's like, it works perfectly with mine. I want him to be angry all the time at like increasingly dumb things. I want him to be angry at vowels next. You know what I mean? I want him to be like, trans people are using fucking vowels and I don't like it. Something like that. You know what I mean? He is so moronic. It's awesome. Oh, wait. We have a new emote. Refresh your emotes for feckin' pronouns. Stop. Dude. What the... See? Immediately. This guy listen, there are characters out there in the universe that don't automatically become a staple in this community. This fucking egghead absolutely has become that. Like, if you get that passionate over fucking pronouns, you know what I mean? Adjectives are next. Yeah, exactly. You're instantly, you're the guy. You're our guy. Okay. Befesta. Just had this calypso. It's fucking minging. There you go. It's fucking minging. Suck your da. Don't make fun of him. He's a POC. What? So weird. Okay. Whatever. All right. Listen. We'll do the Walter Masterson shit. I'm glad that he's actually doing longer content now because he's very good at these like short these things pop off on TikTok. We'll look at that. Anyway, so last night, I played video games for like around 8,000 people, and I think they got to experience some of the most fun gaming that's happened on this broadcast. It was me, Masayoshi, and T-Pain, Theodore Payne, Thomas Paine, in the cut, getting doinks on Valo. And I like, obviously I suck. 8K equal question mark embarrassing. I know. I've fallen off. I have washed. I am washed. It's over. My career is over. I should pack it up and I should leave. The point is, I know it might be really late for some people, but they literally, like, a lot of people I think lose on a shit ton of incredibly fun meme moments when they don't, when they back the fuck out because they're like, I'm not touching that. Like, it's gaming. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know. Maybe I should just like work on developing a late night audience, like an older late night audience. Like, not an older. But it was so funny. And I'm sure HasanAbi Gaming will make incredible work out of that, and you'll be able to experience it as a VOD. But it was really good. I mean, I had a great time. I don't give a shit. People always say like, wow, ignore view count. Like, I did, which is why I did play regardless of view count. You know what I mean? But it was great. Kaka sabah yaptı bir kere. Ama daha yemek yedi. Şimdi bir daha yapar bence. İyi bir yürütürsen. İyi yürütürsün. Let's Mosey. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. It was great. For EU frogs is hella late. No, well, the gaming content is not good because like I'm good at gaming. I'm very bad at gaming. The gaming content is good, especially when I play with friends, or someone like T-Pain, because like it's the memes. It's just like the conversations is like so much fun. It was great. Like T-Pain and we vibed, I think. It was pretty cool. Probably because we're both old.
Norway. I've always wanted to go to Norway.
Go back to Norway.
But this was like when I first started, his manager hit me up and was like, yo, someone needs to teach T-Pain how to play Valorant, and we thought you could do it. And I was like, me? You want me to teach someone how to play Valorant? Do you know how bad I am? Like, I was like, I hope you have someone else. He's like, don't worry, Masayoshi's also playing. And I was like, oh, thank God, because he is actually the GOAT. But overall, it was such a funny, it was so fun. We just vibed, you know. I was dicking around. I showed him the what is it? Land of the Red Sun in the Sky. Is that what it is? What's the Mouse song? The Red Sun in the Sky. Yeah, I showed him Red Sun in the Sky. G-Pain. He didn't like it, but it's all good. talked about his nephews. It was great. It was really, really, really, really fun. I had a great time. I think it was really good content as well.
Go back
Here.
to Norway. We went to Oslo.
Oh, Norway. I've always wanted to go to Norway. Sounds fucking awesome.
Mom, I'm gaming with T-Pain. That's
Get out of my room!
yeah. No, it's just like living with your parents. I mean, oh my god. She's trying to talk to me. It's always funny because they want to have full blown conversations with me while I'm like in the middle of something, and it's so funny because like they know I can't. Like they finally have understood how this works. They finally have understood how like the streaming situation works. Like I can't pause the stream. I can't just like stop the stream and then restart it. You know, these are things that are like hard to comprehend at first. Not even by parents, but just like most normies in general who don't understand how the Twitch ecosystem works, you know? But it's a classic meme because it's like, I can't pause the online game, Mom. But it's true.
The shitty thing about the cruise is, I thought it'd be like a hotel situation. Like, they park the boat, you go travel and explore, and the boat, I go back to...
He's always just like trying to get my attention. What is this? Non-gaming frogs and people who have to sleep end up missing HasanAbi gaming lineup.
No!
Ah, so close.
Oh my god.
We can catch back up. We can catch back up. Babe, can you give me ice?
Typical fucking brim. That brim is so sweaty. I can fucking see his pores from where I'm standing. It's like, bro, we're playing Swift Play. Chill out, dude. He's like camping corners and shit. I'm like, how do you even know what corner to stand on? The map just came out like yesterday. I was malding a little bit by the end. I was really tired though. This is like, guys, this is at like 11:30 or so. Or not 11:30, but like, I think, what, 10 at my time? I was fucking dying at that point. He's practicing too fucking hard. You should practice getting some bitches, bro. Okay?
Right?
Fucking nerd ass.
That's what I said.
Oh god, I got dunked on, but Gecko is 120, Euro 72. I realized that my mission in life is to make T-Pain laugh. It's the best. There's nothing that compares when he just like lets out a guffaw. Oh my lord, holy moly. Very good. But anyway, yeah, so I did that. I went to sleep. I didn't have too much left in me. I didn't have that dog in me, okay? And I went to bed, woke up this morning, walked Kaya update. No issues, no pooping. So that was pretty good. No pooping in the house. I took her out and I made her poop MP outside. So there's you know, that's good. This morning took her to the gym. She worked out. I worked out. Feeling pretty good about that. And we're here, you know. We're here. We're live and we're alive. It's very, very uneventful. Things happening in my life outside of the stream are incredibly uneventful.
Wants to join the Teen Titans cosplay costume for Halloween, then I've got just the guy for him. But I think I don't have quite the head to arms to torso proportion, if I'm being for real here. I think it's a little bit off. I'm a little too scrawny to play this guy.
Don't sell yourself short. You're brolic. You can be brolic.
Oh wait.
Why do you look like the ball boy from Wimbledon today? I'm wearing my Teddy Fresh, dude. It's very cozy. I'm wearing the soccer mom shirt. What is this? This one is for Hasan.
Anyone want to hit him with the Hasan special now that...
Do it, I dare you.
Now it's over?
I dare you, do it.
Is it easy?
Hit
What
him
does he
with the
say?
Hasan
Easy win?
special.
You like
What does he
free
say?
low.
Free
Oh, no,
low.
whoops. Oh, whoops.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
Freelo, sorry.
God, you scumbag.
What? Guys, I'm doing it for Hasan. What?
Scumbag.
Anyone
Can we get regular parasocial fashion updates? There's not really anything going on in my life in fashion. What is this? Little bro fresh off the Blues Clues set? Yeah. This is not Blues Clues, though. This is Greens Clues. We changed it up. We changed it. We swapped it out. It's the Greens Clues, man. This is called Fantano Core. Yeah, it's like very nerdy, very white. Look at this. I love this. It's very cozy. I can't wear these like I love the color green in my fits. I wear a lot of green stuff. And I can't wear it at leftovers. It's just not allowed. Also funny that you finally realized Kai's a month younger, actually. Yeah, so I personally thought that Kaya, because she was born on March 5th, was like hitting 7 months now. I was wrong. She's only 6 months old now. She just basically passed 6 months. And I do this, I think, every month because it's like unimaginable how big she is. March 5th. So I wrote in the Discord this morning. I was like, guys, I have a really stupid question, but if Kaya's born on March 5th, does that mean she's 6 months or 7 months old today? Guys, she's like almost 70 pounds. She's like 70 pounds. It's nuts. She's bigger than fucking expected. Like, I thought like because she's like mixed with Chow Chow, that like she was gonna be smaller than like a Tibetan Mastiff. Turns out she's bigger than a fucking Tibetan Mastiff. She's currently larger than a female Tibetan Mastiff, like at this age. Yeah, it's like mostly Saint Bernard, I think. That's just kind of because she does have a bit of Saint Bernard in her too. But even then, look, yeah, it's actually she's like basically Saint Bernard size rather than Tibetan Mastiff size. Tibetan Mastiff on this exact same website would put her at would basically put her at especially for this is male weight. No, this is female weight. Okay, I was gonna say because females are like 20 pounds lighter usually at this point. Chow trays can show up without the smaller size factor. I had a big ass chow mixed mutt when I was a kid. It's funny because like Fiona also has chow in her. She's also a mutt, and her. You can't even see it. It's just her tongue is a little like her tongue color. That's the only like chowness she got. You're like weirdly obsessed with big dog sizes. Well, I wanted to have a big dog and I was worried. That was like the only factor that I wanted because I have a house, I have a lot of space. I have a lot of time to be able to take care of a big dog. Many people can't take care of big dogs. And for that reason, I thought, I can deal with it. And then at first I was like worried that she wasn't going to be that big of a dog because I did the DNA test. How do you even notice tongue color and attribute it to a breed, lol? Chow Chows have it's one of the few distinct breeds that have black tongues. That's why. And Kaya has like a patch of black in the back of her tongue as well. Yeah, blue tongues, black tongues, curly tails. A lot of dogs have curly tails, like all the Inu breeds. Like a lot of Asian dog breeds have curly tails. How the fuck is it that obsessed? I just have a preference in dog breeds. It's not even a preference necessarily in dog breeds. Like I didn't have a preference in dog breeds at all. I just wanted to have a big dog. That's it. That was pretty much my only preference. As a matter of fact, I wanted a male dog as well. And it didn't turn out to be that way. You know what I mean? I have a female dog. And she's the best. Is car rescue or bought from breeder? Yeah, she's a rescue. No, not bought from a breeder, Chad. There's not enough Kaya content. Did she poop? Okay, she didn't. Tell her to wait. Yeah, or stay. Yeah. That's good. Good, Mom. How do you keep up with this fast ass chat? I'm freaking cracked. How I keep up with it. Okay, let's blast off. Anyway, those are all the updates. Those are all the updates that are happening in my life, you know? Is the Rolex stolen valor? Yes, I'm stealing Rolex valor. Anyway, where is it? Not our king? What is going on? LeBron James arrives in Saudi Arabia. Guys, this is going to happen way more frequently. I'm just letting you know. Everyone that you love, every celebrity, every superstar that you cherish is going to inevitably grab the bag from Saudi Arabia because that's their goal. Their goal is the sports wash, and they're just going to keep doing it. It's inevitable. Anyway, get ready for the only person that got fucked over by this was Miskiff. Like, literally. Everyone's going to do it. Anyway, Glitch McConnell has no stroke. Texas Attorney Kim Paxton, Attorney General Kim Paxton, impeachment. The crying British Eggman replies to me. What did I thought I downloaded something. Did I not? Oh, here it is. More. They're live at Ken Paxton's process. I mean, I don't really care about that. My girlfriend and I have bottles of champagne in our fridge waiting for Glitch McConnell's demise. I'm gonna be honest, like, hard. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a while, it seems. The funniest thing is when he dies, when Glitch McConnell inevitably fucking, goes on that final journey, right? Down to hell, down to the pits of hell. The reality is that the person that is going to replace him is going to be his hand-selected demon, who is, I think, the current Attorney General still. Is he? Like, he already has like a young guy that he has been grooming for this moment. What's the Attorney General Kentucky? Daniel Cameron. Daniel Cameron is a fucking monster, okay? An absolute monster that has been groomed by Mitch McConnell personally. He was the acting Attorney General of Kentucky from 2019 to 2020. Some of his absolute best moments are refusing the ballot measures in his own state to continue prosecuting abortions. A ballot measure in the state of Kentucky. A ballot measure in the state of Kentucky was going to offer protections for abortions. And Daniel Cameron personally was like, nah, fuck that. He might actually be running. Maybe he's running for governor. I don't know. I don't know what his interests are, but I do know that he is Mitch McConnell's guy. Kentucky governor said he will not commit to replacing Mitch's seat with a Republican, says Andy Beshear. This scheme enacted by Republicans in KY legislature in 2021 to try to force him to appoint a Republican if McConnell can't finish his term violates both the U.S. and KY constitutions. Mitch McConnell's like Orochimaru in Kentucky. He's been preparing a new vessel for a while now. That's such a funny fucking take. It's true. He's running for governor against a beloved Democrat named Andy Beshear, who is loved on both sides. DC is a Mitch bitch and a Trump chump to the highest fucking degrees. Yeah, he literally has been groomed for this position. Maybe not like as a senator, but to try and win the fucking gubernatorial race against Andy Beshear, which is going to be a tough one, I think. Because like when you got blue guys in solidly red states, it happens quite frequently. When you have like Democrat governors in red states, or when you have Republican governors in blue states, that in and of itself is a very common thing that happens, right? That's super, super common. And those guys are usually in pretty powerful points. I mean, they're pretty popular in the state. So it'll be very difficult to unseat them this way. Okay. Love when a guy who says frat boy grifter, Hasan, how's the grift going? And then I look back at like some of his comments, and it's if she's 15, I'm 15, you smell me. Like, listen, this is a pure no pedophilia space. Okay. So I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ban you. Okay. Don't care if it's an E-Rob meme or not. You're done. You're done. Communist bastard. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I saw this morning. Man, bro, this is schizo posting. What do you think? What do you think this is? We get, like, if you're in this space, you get this all the time. You get shit like this all the time. Minx is obviously joking, but it doesn't matter because people will, like, still take it seriously because there's other fucking schizos who will be like, no, that's real. Look, I have Hasan stalking me and catfishing me as well as other streamers like Amaranth, Mira, Quoquo, Alinity, Maya, Cutie, Hesmangold, and Grayson, as well as Canute. I do not understand why Hasan was stalking my phone and computer for a year. Did people do this to you too? Like, this, let me explain something to you. Okay? This is a constant in this space, especially because there's so much interaction between fans and the content creator itself that, like, this kind of schizo posting happens regularly, like 50 times a fucking day. So that's how it works. Mitch McConnell's going live in 13 minutes. He's going to address the Senate after his health episode. I don't think touching grass can save that one. No, they need to touch healthcare like
All
immediately.
I can think of, with God as my witness, you saying that man who keeps his socks on during sex, I'm picturing like Rudy Giuliani. That's it. It's the only image that comes to mind. It's like a man who, like the second to last.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of this fucking bald son of a bitch teasing me with these sexy ass takes. I'm going to DM him right now and say, we must game again.
last piece of clothing that he takes off is like his suspenders.
Stupid, sexy ass.
And then like his pantaloons fall down. And then he's got like dress socks on, you know, like those really thin, soft socks. He probably just took off a dress shirt that is like blue and it has the white collar and the white cuffs. I mean, while he was taking his shirt off, he had to like undo his cufflinks first and then...
My tits! That's such a lock. That is such a lock. And you know he has those like socks that old men have to wear on flights so they don't have heart attacks. You know what I mean? That leave like a major fucking dent on their legs, the compression socks. Yeah. He's like, no, I need to have the compression socks on. Blood circulation. Otherwise, my blood circulation will kill me when I'm grabbing my tits.
I'm sure that's not it 100% of the time, but that's how it feels to me. Fucking weird ass undershirt, so true. All I can think of.
The compression socks stay on during sex when I'm grabbing my tits. You know? Northern Line has some awesome taste. He'd be great on the stream with you. We have streamed together before. Northern Line is one of my favorites. There is like a pretty solid constituency of boomer streamers out here. Like Northern Lion, Moon, and many others that are hilarious, do their own thing, stay out of drama, and just make like really funny content and have wonderful communities and have a style of humor that I would describe as very close to mine. I like that there is nothing happening there. Stop saying that they're both bald and that I'm a bald fetishist. Please stop. Okay? The two names that I just brought up happen to be bald. That doesn't mean that I'm not a bald chaser and I don't only fetishize the bald. Stop. I hate this. I am a bit of a bald chaser, though. It's true. Straight up true. You should have squeaks on so you can squash the bald rumors. Yeah, definitely. That's the guy I should have on to remove to squash the memes that I am a bald chaser. Squeaks, wait, I'm bald? No, of course not. No, man, that's crazy. No, you have hairline's great. What is this? Someone said this came up on my recommended on YouTube, and I was curious about what the comments were like underneath. And there's a lot of people who related to him and were having discussions about their experiences, but also how nice it is to see people who have a platform speak about it. Hasan talks about his addiction struggles featuring Pokemon. These things are the most humanely possible rather than vilifying it. I don't know. It's just cool to see how these honest and open conversations can reach so many people and help them feel less alone in their experiences. Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're in this community all the time, this is something that you see regularly, right? But from the outside, it's just like, I'm just a clip. I'm just a person that is like been clipped and will remain whatever values you associate with me. Like I said, I wish I could get more people to see what I talk about in a more charitable light. That is my goal, I guess. That's what I try to do. All right, but let's get into it. Should we start with Kim Paxton? Should we start with Eggman? I think we should start with Eggman. So, yesterday I covered Egg Boy and his saga. He is very upset about fucking pronouns, right? And I covered it on YouTube. I hate when I like actually have like a banger, funny ass fucking YouTube video that I know would be really good, but like it's not hard news. So people just like don't even click on it and it doesn't perform as well. But it's a really good video. I highly recommend you watch it if you weren't
Landed
here.
on.
And because we had a lot of fun. And I do unironically love him. He's great. Okay? But there's an update to the Eggman saga. He saw my commentary on it. And he responded to both me and the Ackman. This is Chuds of TikTok. I think they edited this a little bit. Edited it down. A 6-minute response.
Opinion about video game. Internet goes absolutely nuclear crazy about opinion.
For the record, down from 16 minutes. Oh, he did a 60-minute response. Okay. I'll say this. I did not watch this on purpose because I wanted to cherish this moment for the first time ever with this community. So I kept myself pure and I made sure that I would start watching this exactly at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. This is not a fucking pronoun-free space, lads. And there's fucking ad breaks as well. And if you no longer want to see those fucking ads, we're still going to be using pronouns. But Bethesda cannot make you see the fucking ads. All you need to do is subscribe or get gifted a fucking sub by the likes of Sakura Gore. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Fucking hell. You will want this link open to react after. Trust me. Okay. Anyway. This guy, he's perfectly reasonable. He's perfectly fucking reasonable, right? He was just a reasonable guy. He wasn't mad at grammar. He was mad at fucking getting current day by grammar. Let's take a look at what he said.
On video game. Is this actually about opinion on video game? No, this has nothing to do with opinion on video game. This is everything to do with going after the far left sacred cow.
Wait, that vid that has 140K views in 5 hours lost. So is it 1 out of 10 right now? Oh, it is? Okay, hell yeah. Worker defending the honor of the YouTube. So is he trying to do what's going on? Is he trying to speak without using pronouns? Is that what's going on? Like I was doing it as a meme, but like why? What is this like way of speaking that he's engaging in? Why is he talking like this?
Of gender ideology. I'm not going to treat you like you don't know what is actually going on. Towards the beginning of the game, the character creation, we were greeted with a pronoun option. So very current day of Bethesda, because it appears...
Brother. Let me say something here. First of all, yeah, you describing what you're mad at doesn't change the reality that it was fucking hilarious. Okay? It was, people understood what you were mad at. They just thought it was funny because of how mad you were at a video game customization option that, like, in one way, shape, or form has existed in pretty much every single video game. Like, even if you were even if you got very specific, right, with your anger and you said, I am so frustrated that they have a non-binary option instead of showing just the sex and making it so that you can only be a male or a female, people, and you got that emotional about it, people will still make fun of you. Because, one, you never get emotional on the internet. Obviously, you can't care. If you care, then you're owned. And two, you especially can't care about something so fucking frivolous and so stupid. Okay? That's it. That is what is funny about this. And I think everyone understands that. Everyone engaged in it, except for like the one chatter who was like, I'm sick and tired of you just complaining about this from the perspective of pronouns. It's about trans people and you should say it. It's like, yeah, everyone knows that that's the case, man. Please calm down. All right, let's keep going.
At some point during the last couple of years, Pete Hines seems to have forgotten what gender he is. Never mind. So I went on a little bit of a rant.
Yeah, that's why people put their fucking pronouns in their bio. Because otherwise they forget. I'm always having to remind myself what my pronouns are, lest I forget them. You know what I mean? It's like one moment I'm he, him. Next moment, you know, I might be non-binary. That's how that works.
To my streaming audience, because I was unhappy with the fact that in every aspect of our entertainment today, we seem to be pulled out because the people creating it are more concerned with inserting.
Okay, this doesn't address anything so far. This is not addressing that people were laughing at him and he's upset that people are laughing at him. This doesn't address anything. It's just describing what we all knew and still chose to laugh at. You describing away how fucking emotional you got over a like half of a microsecond selection process that you don't even need to participate in, as a matter of fact, and it auto sorts for you. That's what people are laughing at because they know how fucking stupid that is to get mad at that. It's silly.
Inserting current day into absolutely everything. I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity!
It's still a banger. It's still a banger. It's never not funny. Fucking pronouns! Oh, God, he's so good. He's so good. He has brought so much joy into my life. I hope he never stops. I want him to get this emotional about everything. Because, like, I think ultimately, if he got this mad about anything inside of a video game, it would still be funny. Like, he could get mad about shit that is valid to this degree, and it's still funny. It's like my rant about the fact that, like, there isn't a universal controller function, and that, like, every fucking controller has to have different buttons, you know what I mean? Like, that is the dumbest thing, and it's a valid complaint, and yet it's still funny how fucking mad it makes me, and I understand that, you know what I mean? Like if he got this mad about, like, DLCs, it would be a valid complaint, and yet it would still be hilarious, because, like, why are you getting this mad, homie?
Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here! But this was tweeted out by Hasan Piker after Dan Vask had put the video out and it went a tinge viral. And he says, this weird British guy... Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. Losing his mind over selecting pronouns in Starfield is the perfect demonstration.
Let me guess, is he going to take it literally and he's going to be like, this is typical of the fucking violent left, right? They want to do fucking violence to their political enemies, right? It's fucking mental, I'm assuming. Is that what's coming? It'd be pretty funny because, like, that's what everyone does. This is the common trope online is that, like, my enemies, and we in this community engage in that as well regularly. My enemies have never, they've never said something that is not 100% sincere. They've never embellished. They always are being 100% serious. Like, I want to strap him to a fucking medical table in an operating theater and just, like, put an ice pick through the front prefrontal cortex of his fucking dome. Let's take a look.
For why we must bring back lobotomies. Well, Hasan, at least they would be able to lobotomize me. You, however, I don't think they would actually find enough brain cells.
Whoa, that's his counter? Okay, that was so much better. Oh, he's so funny. That got him. I don't even think he's saying I have a small head. He's saying I have a small brain, chat.
And if you don't know who this guy is, let me introduce you to him.
So you said America deserved 9/11. Did you mean that?
Yeah.
Dude, no way. He used one of my highlights. Bro, that's so good. That's awesome. I don't even need to clarify it. I don't care that it's a meme. Check my link. He used an Okay Buddy meme. I know he did. I don't care. I'm not even clarifying it. Yeah, that's the real video. It's not edited. Fuck it. He's posting my dubs, dude. I'll take it.
And that other person that he was being interviewed by was his uncle, Chen Huger. Let's see what Chen Huger has to say about certain things, shall we?
Oh, God. Why has he got the small? Oh, this is how you know he's so old. It's like, you can tell when someone is from like the older Gamergate constituency or the older Gamergate contingency because like they have to go after Jank. They're like bringing up Jank when like most Zoomers have like no fucking clue who the hell Jank is. Like this guy, the clip that he's using that is, I think, out of context. I don't think he's like pro bestiality, guys. The clip that he's using is from like 2010 or something, like something insane. Like most people have no fucking clue who Jank is in the younger audience. But anyway, let's keep going.
If I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Okay. Now why? Why did that happen?
I don't know, Cenk. Maybe it had something to do with the, I don't know, fucking animals part. What the hell is wrong with your family, dude?
Using the 9/11 out of context controversy against you, but of course, dude, that's a dub. I don't know why he just posted my dub. You know that bald guy's been a loyal hater for 7+ years. I had no idea who this guy was, but I love him even more now. He's awesome. He's so awesome. It was so wonderful that he posted a remarkable W of mine.
Needless to say that I'm pretty okay with having a conflicting opinion to somebody like Hasan.
For the record, he's doing this to position himself against the audience, and he's like, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. Like, I promise you, please do not put it in the newspaper that I'm owned. Guess what? The guy who's owning me, and he didn't even show the fucking ratio of the likes on that fucking tweet for that reason. The reason why he's doing this is because like, these guys are like animals, right? Especially in the right. We all are animals, and we love sorting by teams. It helps us, it helps us digest information better. It's usually not very good, but it's not a good way to digest information, but like people do it all the time. And he's basically doing that right now to be like, look, I know it seems like he fucking owned me and people are making fun of me, but the guy who's making fun of me, he's a bad guy. He's a libtard, right? Fucking hell. You like it. You hate him, right? You hate him. Fucking, that's why I'm funny and right here, you know? I love hating no arguments and just try to discredit you over years old shit. One of which you didn't even say typical debate board strategy. Dude, I don't give a fuck. That it's pretty funny. Do you think he's really upset or he's baiting for attention? I think he's trying to desperately cling on to like support, even though the entire internet is clowning on him. And that's why he's like, instead of being like, here's what I actually meant, and here's why it's like, actually a super serious thing, which he kind of did, he immediately resorted to, but the guy against me is a fucking libtard. You hate him, so you must side with me immediately. And plenty of people will pivot because like they don't really care. Most people don't give a shit. Who gives a fuck? It's also a really funny, low stakes situation. So I love it.
But this isn't just about pronouns. That's the disingenuous argument that people want to latch onto so that you don't talk about the gender ideology and the intersectionality that's been rammed into every single solitary facet of our entertainment, from video games to TV, film, comics, etc., etc. Fucking pronouns! Now, did I have that reaction because I'm a nasty, naughty transformophobia? No, I had that reaction because it was so obvious because we're dealing with current day gaming company. In actual fact, you could go far as to say we're dealing with current day entertainment in the West. Then we have the Act Man, a React channel.
Why do people always
one
Why do people always say that it's like current day Western values when it's like, unironically, this kind of transphobic sentiment, it originates, like homophobia and transphobia absolutely historically originates from the West, okay? Catholicism, Inquisitions, and the like. And not only that, but it's spread to the rest of the fucking world, oftentimes through the West. And if you want like transpositivity from like 1998, there are games in the East, like the Yakuza franchise, which is infinitely more pro-trans than current fucking day gaming. It's so stupid to like constantly talk about like this pro-trans narrative is coming from the West when you got cultures in the fucking East that already have like a legally defined third gender and shit. You know what I mean? That's why it's always fucking hilarious whenever these guys with zero interest in knowing anything about other cultures, or knowing anything about like really anything they're talking about, okay, turn around and make this like broad assertion, but it doesn't really matter because people are really fucking stupid. People are really stupid, so they also think that, so they just continue along with that narrative. Right?
.8 million subscribers, getting mad because a person reacted to a game. By the way, this person recently being cancelled, having his YouTube channel demonetized.
Yeah, this is just like shit slinging, and you know, if you're gonna do that, you got to come in with like more deep cuts. You know what I mean? Like, there's no. All he's doing is like, everyone that yelled at me actually was canceled, and that's it. Okay, sick. Also, it's funny because like the Act Man and myself are not exactly on identical. We're not on like the same side of political issues in many respects. So that's why it's hilarious, because like I'm pretty sure he's probably more center right than myself, and like has a definitely more center right audience than mine. That's for sure, right? So positioning yourself against him alongside myself, Ackman will hate you for saying that. I'm not entirely certain about his politics, I'll be honest, but I do think that a lot of because I've defended him before on this issue in particular, and like how he was getting absolutely blasted by YouTube for people who were criticizing him. And you know, I do that all the time. I think that it's bullshit. Even if I don't agree with you politically, I don't think that like people should abuse the copyright system to like take you down, especially if you're not like some weird fucking Nazi or whatever, which he definitely isn't, right? I don't care if like we have ideological differences. You're in the thumbnail for his recent React video. Yeah, I think he in his React video he slings a lot of shit at you. Yeah, it's okay. It's all fun and games. I don't really give a shit. He pulled you under the same umbrella as XU and Sniper Wolf. I don't care. That's perfectly valid. There are plenty of people in that sphere, in the commentary side of like centrist commentary side, that will do that. But who gives a fuck? And it's mostly just to drive more impressions, because let's be real, there's a big constituency of people out there who are like looking for fuck Hasan content. He clip chipped me in the video. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I don't care. Probably not even like heavily prominently featured in the video, and you guys are just like taking it way too aggressively. I didn't watch it. I probably will not watch it. My point was, that regardless of someone who I have sometimes disagreements over, the Act-Man is a reactor / commentary guy who definitely does have like a broad ideological spectrum of audience members. So positioning yourself against him will draw further ire. You know what I mean? From people who are on the right as well.
Pulled down because he was attacked for having an opinion about something and exercising his right to do so. Now, he's actually jumping on that bandwagon to attack somebody who is exercising their right to have an opinion.
Brother, this is like, he's not attacking you. Like, he's making fun of you. Okay? Like, in the moment, maybe it feels overwhelming because, like, you know, I said you need a lobotomy, and this guy said you need to be shot with a bear tranquilizer because you're, like, going nutty with it. But, like, these are exaggerations, okay? We're not trying to, like, take you down. I actually want you to make more videos because they're fucking awesome. Like, I truly want this guy to make more videos where he just like loses his fucking mind because it's hilarious. It's just cringe. It's fine. And cringe is not illegal. And no one is saying you should be deplatformed for doing cringe. Including the Act-Man. I highly doubt that if you were placed under similar circumstances that he would not rush to your defense. Many YouTubers do that. If you were like being stalked or whatever, if you were also getting your channel taken down, then, you know, he would probably defend you regardless.
I guess turnaround is fair play, hey? Don't worry about the hypocrisy of it, dude. You do you. So his tweet starts off with gorilla shape.
Like, what is the hypocrisy? Like, that he's not allowed to fucking make fun of someone's opinion because, like, he was pursued by some dude who wanted to, like, take his channel down unjustifiably. Like, oh, okay. I guess, like, when that happens, like, you just can't, you can never criticize anyone ever again, no matter how fucking silly a meme you have become. You know what I mean? Sorry. Not gonna happen! If you laugh at me for losing my fucking shit at pronouns, then you are the Gestapo.
Shaped man, which, by the way, I can't take any other way than a compliment in Silverback, baby. On the verge of crying, we've already had to go into a lie because you want to embellish your inverted commas.
Dude, we saw the video, dog. That's actually truthful. You are gorilla shaped. You were definitely on the verge of crying. What is he saying? Is he trying to be like, don't watch the video. I was not on the verge of crying. Take my fucking word for it.
Thomas' argument, shouty man, yes. Ranty man, yes. Angry man, yes. Crying, no. Just say it how it is. If you feel comfortable with his position, why lie? Because Starfield lets you pick pronouns at the start of the game and then is never brought up again. Well, if it's never brought up again, why do you even have to pick the pronouns? And you would have a better point of argument here if the game allowed you to skip the pronoun nonsense.
Doesn't it actually do that? It does. I'm pretty sure it does. Like, it just like auto sorts, I think. But like, the reason why the game makes you pick pronouns is because that's how grammar works. Okay? That's just how grammar works. And in the game, characters have to refer to you by pronouns. And that, my friend, is just how grammar works. It's pretty funny because he's just mostly triggered about the fact that, like, there's pronouns, but, like, that's it. It's been around for some time. It's pretty funny. Unless you are quite literally a gender abolitionist, And I don't see no blue hair up here, okay? So I don't think you are. You're complaining about just a function of grammar. That is the reason why the game makes you pick a pronoun, a gender pronoun, so that other characters can refer to you as they, them, he, him, or she, her. That's it.
What are your pronouns? Skip. Because the game understands that when you've picked the male character, you have male pronouns. And when you pick the female...
Okay, so he did admit that. So he admitted that you can even skip that part if you want to. And he's still malding over it. That's awesome. Every accommodation has been made in this situation, and yet he still mauled over it. And to be fair, thank you for doing that, because this was awesome. This was an awesome little side saga, little side quest that we went on.
Female character, you have female pronouns. So if it's never...
Oh, he didn't admit it. He said, why doesn't it do this about a thing that it does? Oh, you can actually skip. Yeah, in the game, I'm pretty sure it auto sorts, right? Doesn't it? I don't remember. I mean, I did it, but it was such a fucking moment that I like did not even consider or comprehend that, like, it's if you make a male character on Starfield, it defaults to he, him, unless you decide otherwise. You don't have to click anything, my dude. This world has gone soft or too sensitive crowd loses their shit about the most ridiculous things. They're perma-triggered. What's up with this guy? Am I fucking blocked by this guy or something? Probably. You mean auto select, but I don't remember selecting my pronouns, but I picked female body. Yeah. It's funny. That's stupid. Grammar. It just works. Glitch McConnell is live.
Attention in the press over the past week.
Dude, if he glitches out here, it'd be pretty funny.
August was a busy and productive month for me and my staff back in the Commonwealth. I kicked off the month in West Kentucky and then in my hometown of Louisville, where I met with small businesses and community leaders. We had a candid conversation on the critical issues facing our state, from relentless inflation, straining families and business owners, to the challenge of finding workers in a lagging labor market. I also had a chance to travel to the eastern part of Kentucky, where I met with healthcare and recovery workers in Manchester. Tragically, the substance abuse crisis has become even deadlier in recent years, especially in my home state. So we discussed what we're doing to combat it and find ways the federal government can fill the gaps. I also welcomed Dr. Rahul Gupta, the National Drug Czar, back to the Commonwealth to hear more about what we're doing to fight back against addiction.
Dude, Gamba, will he glitch? Gamba, but like full glitch.
To make Kentucky a safe and healthier place.
Do we have a Gamba? Can we put a Gamba up here for full glitch? A full glitch though. Like, I'm not talking like this is not technically a glitch, or like one stutter is not a glitch.
Throughout the month, I was pleased to see over $6 million go toward addressing the opioid crisis at home. This federal funding will go a long way in supporting programs that offer a lifeline to countless Kentuckians who struggle
This is live, yeah.
with substance abuse. In Bowling Green,
bro, I'm not gonna lie, he just looks like he's dying. Like, it's just like, it doesn't even matter if he is capable of like reading the prompt in front of him, the script in front of him. He just looks like he's dying.
at the Kentucky State Fair, I had a chance to indulge in some of the best that the bluegrass has to offer, like the Farm Bureau's famous ham breakfast. This event is the highlight of mine every August, and this year was no exception. I met with farmers from across the state to discuss their priorities and concerns.
All right, I'm gonna start a
Farmers takes up
prediction.
The all-important Farm Bill. This input will be vital to our work here in the Senate in the months ahead. In northern Kentucky, I wrapped up the month with local business leaders to talk about some of our landmark infrastructure investments.
All right, submission period. I'm putting it at 2 minutes.
Overhauling the Brent Spence Bridge and revitalizing our river ports and railroads.
Folks, Gamba's open. Does Mitch glitch?
businesses
Actually,
of
I
all
should
sizes.
probably have done that
Every
differently. 2
Kentuckian
minutes
I
is
met
too long,
voiced the same
probably.
message. There's too much government and too little being done to boost the economy and help everyday people. So as the Senate gets back to work in Washington, I'll keep these conversations and concerns in the forefront of my
You can
mind.
close it early? How?
This month, of course, Congress needs to address our nation's most pressing
Oh, I
needs
can end submissions.
with
Submissions
timely
are coming in.
appropriation,
60
and we need to keep
fucking
the lights
4
on.
million Yesy glitches, 156 no's.
Back in January, I pointed out that Washington Democrats, the new normal they faced. The American people had elected divided government and demanded that we work
I will be
together
ending
on our
submissions
most basic
soon.
Governing responsibilities. Well, as I've reminded our colleagues regularly since then, that meant funding the government through regular order. It's been encouraging to see Senator Collins, Senator Murray, and our colleagues on the Appropriations Committee make serious headway in that direction. And next week, we'll aim to pass the first batch of their work out here on the floor.
All right, I'm ending the submissions.
The Senate's top priority must be keeping the American people safe.
Yesy glitches versus no glitch. 113 million points versus 279 for no glitch.
Security and disaster relief priorities.
Locked in, baby.
Continue to invest in America's defense industrial base, both to support our partners in today's fight and to help our forces deter tomorrow's threats. And as our colleagues from Florida
Wait,
and
what's that
Hawaii
behind
know all
him?
too well, emergency personnel are working overtime to help
Uh-oh.
communities shattered by natural disasters over the summer. So the Senate reconvenes with our work cut out for us and a deadline fast approaching. I hope each of our colleagues
Uh-oh, he's ending it.
ready to do their
Uh-oh,
part.
chat. Believers? Is there a question? No questions? Oh, no. Fucking hell. Believers, sorry. It seems like it was a no glitch, baby. He fucking went through that. I don't know if it'll glitch. I feel like the team would have medicated him out the ass. I mean, listen. He didn't glitch here, but he still certainly did not look good. They patched him. All right, Gamba complete. I love that when you complete a prediction, it gives you like this crazy thing. It's like, no glitch. Are you sure no glitch is the correct outcome? Once you choose the outcome, viewers who have chosen the correct outcome will be awarded 395,417,827 channel points. You will not be able to reverse your choice, and this will end the prediction. And no glitch won. He did not glitch out.
Senator from Illinois.
Here it is.
Mr. President, I was here for the...
Okay, I don't give a fuck about Dick Durbin. Fuck you. Imagine the wealth changes if you do the other one. Yeah, it'd be sick. I'll be honest, I wanted it. I wanted a glitch so bad. He glitches on questions from reporters. Yeah, I think the reality is he only glitches when he needs to answer something. Like he can't. His processors are fried. Like I think there is like a firmware update that is necessary, but unfortunately the motherboard is too old, and therefore they can't even update it anymore. So now it's just like he can run scripts, but the processor fucking fries every time he tries to take in new information and then react to it. Like something doesn't fire up there. Please talk about Obama's gay lover. Oh, he had him on. This is my favorite, dude. A man who claims he had sex with Barack Obama in 1999 tells a story. Tucker is such a fucking clout shark, okay? Tucker is out of control with his clout sharking. Like, this is... I don't think he's been this pathetic since he went to Romania to absolve the Tate brothers of sex trafficking, okay? It's crazy. He had Dave Portnoy on last week. I mean, that part is fine. He's had Dave Portnoy on many times over. Dave Portnoy is a valuable industrial leader. He is an industrialist, an entrepreneur. He's an American hero. You know what I mean? Whereas, like, this guy is just, like, a guy who has said insane things about Barack Obama. Which is why it's awesome that he's having him on. Okay, but before we get to all of that, I'm clicking away from this. I don't want to see this. The LeBron James goes to Saudi Arabia. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. There's not enough Kaya content if you ask me. Have you seen this dog? It's true. All right. Let's move away from Glitch McConnell. This is pretty funny, by the way. Oliver Anthony, Mr. Rich Man of Richmond, north of Richmond, went to the fucking richest man thing you can go to. Oh, I forgot to finish this. Let's finish this.
Brought up again. What is the issue? What is the problem? Why is it even there? It's there to compel you to do so. It's there to compel you to participate in the gender ideology that they've shoved into the game. But again, you're being disingenuous because you're not even addressing the rest of the argument, which is the fact that this is shoved into all types and kinds of our entertainment here in the West. And fucking pronouns!
Yeah, this was great. Great stuff from this guy. Eggman went crazy with it. I welcome him to the fold. He is 100% a new meme, a new meta. For those of you who forgot about... Wait, what the fuck? Wait, hold on. Ethan just sent me an insane text message. T-Pain not following you? Okay, chill. We're fucking besties now, okay? Okay, I gotta say something. This is for the record, for those of you who fucking have allergic reactions to gaming, for those of you who make fun, for those of you who are like, oh, gaming, not on my watch, please. You missed out on this. First time we've like interacted.
Yeah.
You thought I was a Trump supporter?
You had so much Trump stuff because I only saw like a thumbnail. I was
Wait,
like,
you
oh,
aren't?
This guy is on it.
Oh my God. Everyone is meme me to oblivion. Every time I say something out of pocket, sarcastically, people are like, this is why T-Pain thinks you're a Trump supporter. Okay, I gotta say, I hate you so much, Hasan. You and T-Pain are not besties. No way. I hate you so much, Hasan. Wait, why? Why do you hate me? That is not fair. Listen. The mom I'm playing with T-Pain was great. Yeah. Oh, Donkey blasted our boy fucking pronouns as well. Oh, Donkey's gonna make mincemeat out of the fucking Starfield shit. It's so glitched out the ass. This is bread and butter. We'll look at that later though. We'll do some more fun stuff later. Let's get back to the other fun stuff. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, who famously is an absolute demon, was too much of a demon for the other demons in his own office. That's right. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton is facing charges of bribery and abuse of the office. Now, you might be thinking, oh, Hasan, isn't this yet another case of woke DAs, woke George Soros-backed prosecutors attacking our boy who is bold, brave, and beautiful and a Trump supporter? No, as a matter of fact, the DAs in his office are also 1,000,000% Trump supporting right wingers. It's just that he is the most corrupt motherfucker out there, that even all the other Republicans are like, dude, what are you doing? Now, there's some really funny aspects of this defense. Someone in the chat said, I work for the law firm representing him. I love that. But one of my favorite defenses on the Ken Paxton situation is that there is like a very weird Texas law, okay, that stipulates that you cannot be impeached for crimes or improper behavior that you engaged in before you got this position. Now, there's 20 charges, corruption. The main one basically is that he tried to stop a federal investigation being conducted into one of his homies. Okay. But my favorite counter to this is, and this is like very much lawyer speak, in the state of Texas, you actually technically can't impeach someone over former, crimes that they may or may not have committed. And the law firm that's representing Paxton is claiming that the 2019-2020 Attorney General period is technically the former Attorney General period. So all of the transgressions or all of the laws that he may have violated doesn't count for this specific Attorney General run. So it's awesome. It's a really sick, and even then there's like 20 charges and one of them still will stick for technically this Attorney General run as well. But I love lawyers lawyering. This is such a sick-ass loophole. Let's take a look.
The impeachment trial is due to begin this morning in Austin, Texas, where the state's longtime Attorney General, Ken Paxton, is accused by his fellow Republicans of taking bribes and doing a long list of favors for a wealthy supporter. Paxton is an influential figure in the Texas GOP and a key ally of former President Donald Trump. As Janet Chamberlain reports, the trial is seen as a big test for Republicans. Will they remove an indicted Trump supporter who's still popular?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that's like so evil that like you can see it on his face. You know what I mean? He's like one of those dudes who just like looks gross on top of just being a gross person. Again, one of my favorite type of characters out there.
Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton appeared to be in good spirits at a Labor Day picnic.
Wait, is that his mistress that he's kissing in the mouth? Or is that his wife that he cheated on? Because he did that as well. So there's that. Dude, that's the wildest part about this, by the way. That's the wildest part about this situation is that ugly motherfucker was getting pussy on the side, dude. Like, that ugly motherfucker had a wife and he was getting pussy on the side. It's crazy, dude.
Over the weekend, despite a fight for his political survival just hours away.
Pray for us as we go forward.
The rare public appearance comes after state House members, many fellow Republicans.
Ladies love that fucking one eye is lazy look, dude. They nut. He's got the permanent when you nut and she keeps sucking face. You know what I mean?
Voted in May to impeach him on charges that include bribery, obstruction of justice, and abuse of power.
He broke the law.
What is this audio? God, I love this, dude. It's just bass boosted, dude. They wanted the Zoomers to participate in the process. You can't make fun of him for cheating. He's always seeing two women. Oh, come on now.
Based on almost 4,000 pages of documents, Paxton is accused of repeatedly abusing his office to help real estate investor Nate Paul evade legal trouble in exchange for providing favors to Paxton that allegedly included renovations to his home, employing the woman Paxton was allegedly having an extramarital affair with, and enlisting Paul's help to set up an Uber account so Paxton could meet up with his alleged mistress. Paxton has denied any wrongdoing. In court filings, his attorney arguing they have no evidence to support any articles of impeachment.
Just so we're clear, the allegations are untrue. They are false.
I just want to make sure that the right person gets elected based on what the voters did in this country.
A vocal supporter of President Trump who contested the 2020 election, Paxton appeals to his conservative.
Nate Paul might be the least trustworthy dude I've ever seen. Dude looks like a straight criminal. Yeah, because he's a real estate developer in Texas. Of course he looks like a straight criminal. Like, what do you think? Dude, he's awesome. This entire situation is awesome because Operation Deep Sea, how Nate Paul pulled the strings on the Attorney General's office to investigate his enemies. Like, the Texas journalists are making absolute mincemeat out of Ken Paxton's asshole right now. Okay? Like, because this is not only a bunch of a beautiful consortium of villains, they're very telegenic villains, but they're also like hilariously, they're comically corrupt. Paxton's wife is also a state senator who's been recused from the impeachment trial. Yes, that was another very funny moment there as well, because although he cheated on her, it still doesn't matter. She's like standing by his side, it seems. I talked about that briefly as well. Italian Jenk on the right. Yeah, he does look like Jenk a little bit. Paxton Moke Shouty, 100 P, dude. I love to see it, folks. Love to see it. Oh, also the vote to dismiss is failed. What was it? What were the numbers? It was like 6 nays, I think. Or 6 dismissals and then 24 yays. So that got clapped. It was a 24-6. How are you 6 people? How do you live with yourselves, dude? At that point, I guess it's like Texas, so it doesn't really matter how corrupt you are. You know what I mean? They're like, what do you mean? I'm a big city lawyer, brother. That's how it works. Anyway, 6 Republicans. It don't matter. It's Texas. The people that are bringing these charges to him are Republicans. The people that blew the whistle are Republicans. The judge, jury, and executioner will be a Republican. We are talking about Texas, okay? You think it's like woke libtards doing the bidding? Like, no, fuck no. That's why I joked about how these are like George Soros backed DAs or whatever that brought these charges. Nope. Okay? Nope, not at all. These are fucking Republicans. These are like real Republicans who are like, dude, like a level of corruption that is permissible is fine and dandy. Everybody does it. You went above and fucking beyond. What are you doing? A pro-Paxton super PAC donated a fuck ton of money to state senators and the Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick, who is presiding over the trial. They'll still try and save his ass, but I do feel like he's super cooked, and it might hurt the party down the line. Like keeping him in that position and like showing to Texans that he is like absolutely a guy who is definitely guilty of like a whole bunch of bullshit, who abused the powers that he had in that office, and then like protecting him after all of that would only show the Texas voters that the Texas GOP is like super corrupt. I don't think Texans care. No, they do. I think they do, because this is like an open and shut corruption situation. No, because guys, 1, this is an open shut corruption case. 2, you're talking about other Republicans who are also Trump supporters, who are also like hardcore Republicans who have been voted on for those positions of power, that are saying like, no, fuck this guy. Like, this guy's fucked up. It's definitely different. Texan here don't care. Okay, well, you're in here. It doesn't matter that you don't care, because they're all fucking horrible people regardless. Because you are in here. You're a Texan who is a 42-month subscriber. Of course you don't give a shit, because his replacement is going to be a demon anyway. I get where you're coming from. We're covering it from the perspective of like having fun with the issue itself. I'm not saying that this is like going to genuinely change the outcome of politics or anything like that. A lot of those Republicans are trying to keep their seats as they trend D, so this is an easy way to show you are not just a right-wing loon to the suburbs. There's that element of it as well. But I think that Well, here's the thing. I think that as Texas keeps developing and urbanizing, whether you look at Dallas, Houston, Austin, right, becoming like major cities, and they have been for a very long time, as a matter of fact, you realize that like there is a sea change, there's an attitude change that inevitably happens. Okay, there's an attitude change that inevitably happens, even though Texas has had the white Latino population on lockdown. The Texas GOP has had the white Latino population on lockdown for some time now. I'm not one of those like Texas is becoming blue Andes, but I do believe that even in these districts, the more urbanization happens in Texas, the more you're going to inevitably have suburbs that are a little bit more moderate. This doesn't change the outcome for the entire state, but year over year, these demographic shifts, and also, more importantly than demographic shifts, the accompanying urbanization creates an environment that like Texas will turn blue again. And I don't mean in like a Dixie crack kind of way. Okay? What is this? Lots of people are watching this in Texas, mostly because you can't go outside. Yeah. Like, I'm not one of those like Beto O'Rourke truthers or some shit. I'm saying that like, I'm simply stating that the attitude change you see or the internal conflict that you experience in the Republican Party is obviously going to bear itself out in elections across the board, all around the country, and Texas is not spared from this. Dallas, El Paso, San Antonio, Houston, Austin are all blue, but it's about turning the suburbs blue now. Yeah. So, ultimately, this does show like pure corruption, like in a really fucked up way, in a really obvious way, in a way that even like Republicans will say, look at and go, that's kind of fucked up.
The base, and last year, secured his third term as Attorney General. He has been a constant thorn in the side of the Biden administration, filing more than 20 lawsuits on issues ranging from COVID restrictions to abortion guidelines and immigration, winning most of those cases in front of Trump-appointed judges.
There is no other state in this country with so much influence over the fate of our nation. And this is solely because...
Oh, by the way, the irony is that a lot of people think like the true Texans actually vote deep red. It's like, no, I don't want to fuck this number up, but I remember looking at something a while ago that showed that it wasn't necessarily the native Texans that have been there for multiple generations that were deeply voting red, especially ones that live in those big cities that I just mentioned. They vote blue, as a matter of fact. It's usually the dumbasses that come from all these other fucking states to be like, Texas is this like libertarian safe haven that fucking goes and votes red. It's always the fucking transplants that literally vote red rather than the native Texans, which is pretty funny. But you know, that's another issue. Oh yeah, it was this one. Yeah, NATO. Beto won with native-born Texans. Cruz won all the born-again Texans. Yep.
of the relentless challenges I bring against Biden's unconstitutional policy agenda.
Now Paxton's fate is in the hands of the Texas Senate. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick will serve as the judge, and 31 state senators will preside over the trial as jury, including Paxton's wife, Angela, a state senator, though she's barred from voting.
I think for Republicans, this is a litmus test of, is there a line at which you're going to say, I don't care how popular the person is with the base, we're still going to remove them because the actions that they've committed are sufficiently troubling that they can no longer remain in office.
If all 12 Democrats vote to convict Paxton, 9 Republican votes would still be needed. Acquitted or convicted, Republicans nationwide will be watching. For CBS Mornings, I'm Janet Shamlian in Houston.
Yep. I love that. Do we have more? I want to know more. You're a meme man, Mr. Hasan. Thank you. I love being a meme man. I'm applying for a job. Will you be my reference and help me lie to future employers? Yes, always. Yes, I did see the XQC Meat Canyon. That pig embodies the 3 archetypes of conservative men. Yeah. Okay. I want to dive a little bit more into this though, because I feel like there's more to it than just this. Here it is. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul's employment of a woman with whom Paxton was having an extramarital affair.
The clerk will read the next article.
Article 9, Constitutional Bribery, Paul's employment of mistress. While holding office as Attorney General, Warren Kenneth Paxton engaged in bribery in violation of Section 41, Article 16, Texas Constitution. Specifically, Paxton benefited from Nate Paul's employment of a woman with whom Paxton was having an extramarital affair. Paul received favorable legal assistance from or specialized access to the office
Trial
of
is
the
live.
Attorney
We can
General.
go. We can dive into it.
Attorney General Paxton, how do you plead? Those allegations are flat out
false. Here, let's take a look at the fucking impeachment
by
trial.
that committee, showing Paul is in a meeting with his attorney and one of Paxton's top officials.
Here,
at the
let's
time,
look at. Let's do a
trying
little
to
bit
get
of attorney
information,
watching. I gotta
pushing
pee. I'll be
back
back.
on that investigation.
They spliced all the Wi-Fi lines. They destroyed my camera system. So that happened at all 3 locations.
In it, you can hear David Maxwell, who was the director of criminal law enforcement for the AG's office, standing firm.
The most stuff you're complaining about is certainly within the law.
And then this exchange between Maxwell and Nate Paul's attorney.
I don't think that our raising these kinds of questions, talking to you, talking to Ken, whoever, is any way of obstruction. We're just trying to figure out what happened.
I understand, but they're going to think that that's what we're doing, trying to obstruct a federal investigation.
Now, when Paul was arrested, his attorney released this statement to WFAA, saying his charges have nothing to do with Ken Paxton, nothing whatsoever, and called the impeachment effort weak. But former prosecutor turned UNT Dallas law professor Angela Downs says the prosecutors in the impeachment trial will focus on shutting that down.
The prosecutors on this case will be able to make those connections.
Back in 2018, Paul contributed $25,000 to Paxton's campaign. They were connected, but that's not unusual. But Paxton is accused of misusing his position as Attorney General to do favors for Nate Paul and his business in exchange for favors of his own.
That's not unusual.
In addition to accusations that he used his office to help Paul get info on his own federal investigation, the articles also claim Paul hired a woman Ken Paxton was having an affair with, and in exchange for his legal help, Nate Paul hooked Paxton up with some home renovations.
Nate Paul admitted that she worked for one of his companies. However, he did not know how much she was paid and could not identify a single specific project that she worked on.
The evidence released by the impeachment committee actually includes this employment contract, showing that the woman worked for Paul. There are also records from Uber showing fake accounts allegedly created by Paxton using the service to visit Nate Paul and his alleged mistress.
This is almost uncharted territory. To have someone whose name, Mr. Paul's name, being part of the conversation, being connected to so many particulars of the case, really puts you on notice.
And many legal experts believe that Paul's current legal issues could prime him to switch his stance.
He's really in a position where he's got to start thinking about his defense and how he can protect himself.
He does look like Jank a little bit.
And so this might put him in a very vulnerable position where he might be willing to, to speak against the Attorney General.
And as for Nate Paul's own legal woes, trial is set for July of 2024, an undoubtedly much different story than the one told back in July of 2017. In North Texas, I'm Morgan Young.
With some history on Nate Paul,
Beautiful.
How surprising is it that you would have an Attorney General that would be tied so tight with this guy who's now under federal indictment? I mean, he alleged of all kinds of financial crimes.
It's too many touch points. I mean, I think.
Okay, let's watch the opening statement from the prosecution.
Earlier this year, Mr. Paxton came to the legislature seeking $3.3 million in taxpayer money to settle a whistleblower lawsuit.
There is no fucking way my man has that mustache. I'm sorry. I cannot go on for any longer without addressing what this unfaithful Jebediah ass mustache is. What is going on? Oh my fucking God. There is no more a Texas mustache from a Texas prosecutor. God, I fucking love this country and I love this state. Oh my God. That is not allowed. That should not be allowed. How do you do that? How do you let that slide? I'm no big city lawyer now. Dare I say. This man here, Ken Paxton, abused his position as Attorney General to the highest crimes of infidelity. It sucks that so many people from fucking Austin don't actually have thick-ass accents like this. Because, like, he looks like he should have that. He looks like he should speak like, I'm no big city lawyer now. I do declare, sir. I do declare. I'm just a small-town country lawyer.
Lawsuit. Mr. Paxton would not answer any questions about the underlying claims. He had successfully blocked any discovery in the case for almost 2 years, and he refused to justify the settlement. The House investigated the serious allegations raised by the whistleblowers.
He looks like that guy from Naperville who acts like he's from Texas. No, man, this is incredibly Texas. No, it sucks when you go to Austin and you realize that, like, none of those motherfuckers have thick accents. Okay? When you visit Texas and it's just like, okay, things that I thought were going to exist in Texas, massive mega churches literally everywhere. Massive parking lots, massive mega churches, worst traffic you've ever seen, okay? But then you want a lot of like, oh, I do declare, sir. Like that kind of shit. And then it's just so like, they talk exactly like we do, okay? Like this man looks like he says Jebediah regularly, and when you hear him speak, it's like he's never said Jebediah. It sucks.
The House uncovered egregious misconduct and abuse of office by the Attorney General of the state of Texas and voted overwhelmingly to prefer articles of impeachment to the Senate. This is why we are here. The allegations in the articles reveal that the state's top lawyer engaged in conduct designed to advance the economic interests and legal positions of a friend and donor to the detriment of innocent Texans. Mr. Paxton turned the keys of the Office of Attorney General over to Nate Paul so that Mr. Paul could use the awesome power of the People's Law Firm to punish and harass perceived enemies. I was raised in rural Texas.
God damn it. God damn it, dog. You can't. No, see? It would hit so much harder if he's like, I was raised in rural Texas. God damn it. No, the fuck you weren't. No, he was. I'm telling you, man. This is literally what I'm talking about. It sucks. There's probably Texans in the chat that are making fun of us right now because it's not like, it's more of like a Louisiana drawl, you know what I mean? Or Mississippi or something like that. But like, you expect Texas to be like that, but it's not. It sucks. It sucks. Northern Texas has accents, not Central South Texas.
Honor is more important than money, where integrity matters. By a family deeply affected by political corruption. This is precisely the type of grave official wrong that our Texas Supreme Court has said warrants impeachment.
This is what conservatives mean when they say colleges ruined the youth. They took his voice. No, I feel like a lot of No, it's just like, no, this is just Texas. I think, like, I don't think it's that. I think it's normal. I mean, there's different like regional dialects and whatnot, but for the most part, it is how it is. My parents used to have thick accents back in the 90s, but the rise of pop culture has taken that away. But also, remember, Californians used to have thick-ass accents, too. Californians, if you look at the video of, like, drunk driving laws being implemented in California in the 80s, you hear them literally talking like what you would expect someone to talk like a Texan does. Unless you go to bumfuck nowhere, you don't hear accents very much here in Texas. Yeah, Californians used to fucking sound like, in the 80s, Californians used to sound like way more like this, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? That type of shit. And then it turned into more like, you know, Los Angeles is different, obviously. I'm talking California. I mean, that was 3 Californians. I was in California in the 80s. Californians did not sound like that. I feel like Californians in rural ass areas definitely did have more of a southern drawl. I'm not talking about San Francisco. I'm not talking about Los Angeles. I'm talking about like rural areas in California. California was also red. Like, it was a fucking red ass state. You know, you got Richard Nixon, you got Ronald Reagan. People who don't have accents are fully assimilated into general culture. Neither of my parents had accents, but my stepdad's parents, who lived way out in East Texas for 50 plus years, couldn't and don't want to shake their accents. Anyway, this is more so a product of what we talk about all the time. The real divide in America oftentimes is not on a state-by-state basis, but instead like the rural area versus suburbs and cities. And suburbs are like the main one because suburbs, district by district, can go either way. And recently, in the past couple elections, they have moved, at least with Donald Trump, they've moved a little bit in the direction of libtard voting rather than I just want fucking deregulation and tax breaks, so I'm going to vote Republican voting. That's what's going on right now. Rural, always voting reliably blue. Reliably red. Suburbs, urban areas, usually voting reliably blue. There's some differences, but, you know, big cities usually vote blue, and then the suburbs can go either way. Anyways.
All the articles, but if you were looking at the 2/3 vote and what's needed to remove General Paxton, then all those were close votes. A couple of them, you got 21 senators, but more of them you got more like 20, and there were.
Can you explain why libtard is okay but R word is not? Isn't it derived from the R word? Yeah, but it just means like stupid liberal. So it doesn't mean like someone with a mental disability or mental illness. Also, I mean, I think it's fine, but many others might not. You know what I mean? But I still use it because I think it's such a stupid thing that Republicans say all the time, and I think it's funny.
It's a close vote at this point. I said on Inside Texas Politics, I've said before that I thought they had the votes to remove him, but not the votes to ban him from seeking office again.
You still feel that way?
I think it's probably closer. I think there are a couple of swing votes and people I'm looking at for how they vote and where this goes. But I think that, and it's been interesting to watch and see what kind of attention people are paying, and to see in the crowd whose ears perk up and who seems to be zoned in and zoned out in the jury. But I think that it's very.
I use it, but I have to bite my tongue with my leftist friends and SJW circles because some will lose their minds. Yeah, they're behaving like libtards, brother. That's what it is. It's no fun Andes out there fucking YOLO. But yeah, it has nothing to do with I don't think it has anything to do with mental illness, and more so about like making fun of Republicans who say being a liberal is mentally ill, like mental illness. That's why it's funny. This looks like those shitty church shows at 2 a.m. Yeah, this I thought this was gonna actually show the trial a little bit and it'd be fun, but it's not. It's not hitting in the way that I wanted it to. And also, libtard is our word. You know what I mean? Like our word. We own it. So it's called reclaiming. Okay. And not our word as the letter R. Our word. Okay. There's also a looming government shutdown, but let's move on from the Ken Paxton story to GOP presidential candidates hitting the campaign trail over Labor Day weekend. That's right. How about you guys stop watching what words I'm using and start watching the fucking clock that shows you that the top of the hour is upon us and 9 minutes have passed, as a matter of fact, when there's a 3-minute ad break coming. Okay? If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Republican candidates were out in force on Labor Day trying to gain some traction, but former President Trump stayed off the trail, sitting on his big lead in the polls. Rachel Scott is tracking the race. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George, good morning. And Labor Day has long been considered the unofficial kickoff to a presidential campaign. This crowded Republican field has spent millions of dollars in advertising. They've hit the trail in the early states, but so far it has made little difference. Donald Trump is still the front runner, and his lead is only growing. This morning, Donald Trump's rivals taking to the campaign trail in the first-in-the-nation primary state, New Hampshire.
I think Labor Day is when campaigns begin.
But it's the former president who still dominates this race. Even as Trump stays away from the trail, his popularity among Republicans only growing and hanging over his opponents.
Best president ever!
Trump's former Vice President Mike Pence still forced to defend his actions on January 6th.
Americans should have had 4 more years of you as vice president in addition to President Trump as president. So, how do you justify that going into 2024?
I had no right to treat me like that. I know I did my duty that day, and we're going to go out there and we're going to win at 24.
Pence pitching himself as a candidate for change.
We need new leadership in the White House, and I believe we need new leadership in the party.
But it's entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, a political newcomer and fierce defender of Trump that has risen.
At this point, will Trump just not campaign and see how many votes he can get lol crazy? I don't know. I mean, it worked last time. Hello? That's what Brandon did. That is literally what Brandon did.
Hello.
That was a Brandon move. He's pulling a Brandon. He's pulling a let's go Brandon. This Biden moment from the weekend.
It's like
pulling a fire alarm and escaping into the Situation Room with my most trusted advisors to game out how the introduction of the Biden DAP will affect 2024. What is that?
what dap me up is? It's like a. Do you know what dap me up is?
No.
Okay, so you have to go like that's how you dap me up. So do it. Dap me up. Woo!
The way we do it in my neighborhood, you go like this. You walk up, you go like this.
Oh, can we do this?
No, let's do it. You go
So
this.
this.
No. Keep it
Sorry.
Come on. You're too old.
Yo, he's got that old man grip, though. That's scary. Okay? Yo, this is a fucking awesome Brandon moment. However, the way he's gripping on that is scary, dog. That's like classic old man strength. He doesn't know how fucking strong he is, dude. He's literally gripping on. He's gripping on like this is a lifeboat. He's gripping on in the way that fucking Leonardo DiCaprio should have at the end of Titanic to that fucking piece of wood. You know what I mean? Holy moly, he's got that adrenochrome ass grip. Yeah, he's got that fucking... He's got the type of grip that you have only in Baki, where he can like pinch a fucking phone book and shred it. That's crazy.
This, and then this.
Okay.
And then this.
Okay.
Look, he's double dipping. Dude, that's too much. And he's pulling her close. Oh God, she's like laughing, but she's also terrified. You can tell.
This, okay.
Then this.
Okay.
All right, you got it?
I got it.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Oh, good to see you too. Please let me go. Oh God. Dude, this video is awesome. Look at them titties too. God damn, nipples protruding, disrespectful. Okay, like looking like Barney Frank out here in this bitch. Woo! I love this video. I love this video so much. It goes in either direction. This video's got it all. This video's got something for the conservatives who are going to be like, look at him. He's about to like eat this like little lady, okay? And then it's great for the Brandon fans as well.
What dap me up is? It's like a do you know what dap me up is?
No.
Okay, so you have to like that. That's how you dap me up. So do it. Dap me up. Woo!
The way we do it in my neighborhood, you go like this. You walk up, you go like this.
This proves that Biden still fucks. Mad respect. Dude, this is such a good Brandon moment. He is so real, dude. He is so fucking human here. Dude, let me tell you something, okay? He's piping up Dr. Jill until the walls are sweating, okay? You can tell just by that. This man is a dynamo, dude. Back walls are being shattered, dude. He's going to get COVID from her just because he can't keep away. He's like, I'll take the COVID, Jack. Look alive. Bro, I'm eating. What the fuck? Yeah, you know who else is eating? Joe Brandon. Dr. Biden's ass. That's what he's eating, okay?
This. No.
Sorry.
Come on. You're too old.
I'm
getting old. This.
She's loving it, dude.
This and then this.
Okay.
Then this.
Okay.
All right. You got it?
I got it.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. What dap me up is? It's like a
I feel like often we see him stutter and I think he's a dino, while maybe he's just very anxious in official stuff. No, man, he's not fucking anxious in official stuff. It's just the lights are not always on, brother. What are you talking about? Like, he's not just like a neurodivergent minor, okay? No, he's just, if you look at old Biden when he's always on, he is a phenomenal retail politician. He's always had like goofs and gaffes that humanize him, you know what I mean? He's not like just a shy boy ooh-woo. He's just, the lights are not always on. That's it. Bro's out here rizzing people up while his wife is out. Yeah, Jill Biden, the first lady, tested positive for COVID-19. The president announced, the White House announced she's experiencing mild symptoms, and President Biden tested negative. He's out here dapping ladies up. Meanwhile, his fucking wife is Jill Brandon is just hospitalized, okay? Not from COVID, but from this dick. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. All right, we're done with that. We're moving away from that. I'm sorry. Dude, seeing Brandon behave this way got me feeling some type of way, okay? It's just like, it's hard.
Powers Act. What's that going to do? That War Powers Act. What's that going to do?
Yeah, I mean, this is when he was always on. You can tell he's like somewhat charismatic. Bro just wants to be informed. What the fuck is? Oh yeah, I saw this one too.
I want to be informed. I want to be informed. I want to be informed.
My dude is a horn dog today. You immediately pointed out his yitties. Listen, man, whenever I see a dude out there with protruding nipples, I got to talk about it, okay? A little bit of gyno. We got to notice it. Fellas, I'm not alone on this, right? I can't be the only one who sees yiddies and goes, those are some New York boobs right there. Those are some Delaware's finest. Honkers. Hope I never meet you, man. I got puffy nips. Don't worry, man. Before you show up to the meet and greet, just like rub a little bit of ice on them nips and get rid of it. You know what I mean? Have them protruding out. Standing at attention. You know what I'm saying? And then you're good.
In the polls after the first debate.
He's going to be my advisor. That's what we're going to do. Mentor and advisor.
As the 2024 campaign heats up, President Biden touting his record in Philadelphia, sharpening his attacks on Trump without mentioning his predecessor by name.
When the last guy was here, he looked at the world from Park Avenue. I look at it from Scranton, Pennsylvania. I look at it from Claymont, Delaware.
Both Trump and President Biden have kept relatively light campaign schedules. Biden has held just one campaign rally since announcing his re-election bid, and the two could be heading for a rematch. A Wall Street Journal poll shows Donald Trump.
Years of nipple insecurity therapy down the drain. Thanks, Hasan. Guys, I literally had the puffiest nipples of all time. What the fuck are we talking about? I hear you. I feel you. I see you.
Pulling even further ahead, nearly doubling his lead over DeSantis with now almost 60% of the support. And take a look at this. The polling average from our partners over at 538 really shows just how much Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has fallen behind. So weeks after announcing his campaign, he was polling at just over 24%. That has now dropped off to 14%. Ramaswamy and now former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley have risen in the polls, but it's Trump that's holding that steady lead far above his opponents, George.
And what a comment that is on our Times 91 felony indictments, yet he's consolidated support in the GOP. Okay, Rachel, thanks very much.
Well, hey there.
Before we get to the Jill Brandon getting fucking the vid, let's talk about a hilarious gay TikToker's commentary on Mike Pence having a hard time staying in the closet during his campaign trail.
About this Mike Pence clip in a campaign stop in Iowa.
Yep. Okay, here. You want me to work that for you? Well, I just get a photo. Just get a photo. We got to keep moving. Would you like a ride, or you got to keep moving? They said I got to keep moving. Okay. I wouldn't mind driving. This is a little bigger than my. This is a little bigger than my John Deere. It's a beauty. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, are you competing with it?
It's like, where do we even begin? Look, as an openly proud gay man myself, I understand that coming out of the closet is just not possible for everyone, so I really feel for those who can't. But when you have dedicated so much of your political career to shitting on LGBTQ people, and you are still this fucking obvious flaming creeper, I have zero sympathy for you. Now, I'm not gonna speak for that hot farmer's sexuality.
Let me. We're gonna run this back. Hold on. We gotta do this again.
You've got to talk about this Mike Pence clip in a campaign stop in Iowa.
Okay, here. You want me to work
Oh yeah. You want me to work that for you, partner? I know my way around these levers, if you know what I mean.
You want me to work that for you? Well, I just get a photo. Just get a photo. We got to keep moving.
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up, Steve?
Would you like a ride, or you got to keep moving?
Would you like a ride, he says. Mike Pence is thinking about that ride in that very moment, going, hell yeah, I'd like a ride. Give me a ride on that big green tractor, pretty boy.
They said I got to keep moving. Okay.
Unfortunately, my fucking stupid staffer Steve wants me to keep moving, but wouldn't mind driving your big one.
This is a little bigger than my John Deere.
A little bit bigger than my John Deere, let me tell you. But I know my way around these parts. Despite the fact that you got a big one, let me tell you, I've handled bigger loads than what you are seeing in front of me right now.
It's a beauty. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, are you competing?
It's like, where do we even begin? Look, as an openly proud,
all right, let's see what the comment.
Obvious flaming creeper, I have zero sympathy for you. Now, I'm not gonna speak for that hot farmer's sexuality because that sweltering chemist.
What is William Osmond doing at the fucking Iowa State Fair, by the way. What's happening? Is this like a new bit? Is he just like doing a new YouTube video where he's like, I tricked Republicans into thinking that I'm like an Iowan farmer or something? Like what's happening there?
Because that sweltering chemistry might just be him being nice and professional. But oh Mike, you silly, obviously gay goose. You have as much chance of having that farmer bend you over that John Deere tractor as you do being president.
Pence's DL on Grindr and saw that guy prior to the event. Like it. I don't know why we're being so horny today. But let me tell you, it's hard not to be on a hot summer day when you walk up to a John Deere truck with a real American hog. And you notice that the John Deere truck he's working with is a little bit bigger than the John Deere trucks you got back at home. And mother's not around. So obviously, despite of the fact that maybe your stupid ass staffer Steve keeps telling you to move it along, maybe you'll be a little bad today. Maybe, just maybe, you'll sit there for a little bit longer and keep cranking those shifts, thinking about cranking the farmer's shift a little bit. Because he knows his way around them gears. Like he knows his way around man ass. That's right. Okay, we're done. All right, now we're moving. Okay. First Lady Jill Biden tests positive for COVID-19.
Jill Biden, who is now tested positive for the coronavirus for a second time. The First Lady is, quote, experiencing only mild symptoms at this time. That's according to the White House. But both the First Lady and President Biden are in that high-risk group of 65 and older. And the White House says so far, this is good news from the White House, President Biden has not gotten sick. Nancy Cordes is at the White House for us following all of this. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. We're told the First Lady will stay at their home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, as a precaution for now. The president is back here at the White House after spending the weekend with her. He's going to have to continue to be tested. He tested negative most recently last night. Now, we saw the First Lady on Saturday when she joined her husband on a trip to Florida to tour storm damage from Hurricane Idalia. And she was supposed to start actually teaching fall classes this week at a local community college. Instead, her aides say she's going to be replaced temporarily with a substitute. The president, as you'll recall, has had COVID once last July, and he'll have to be tested routinely this week because he's slated to head to India and Vietnam for a pair of summits in just 3 days. The First Lady's diagnosis comes as COVID cases are spiking in the U.S. According to the CDC, COVID hospitalizations were up nearly 19%.
All right. When will the conspiracy theories come and say that, like, actually Jill Biden didn't get COVID? They're just faking it. They're just faking it specifically so they're faking it specifically so that they can do COVID shutdowns. I'm assuming that that's what's going to happen, right? Like, it has to. I got COVID as soon as the freshman arrived at my college. That or she died and was replaced by a double. No, that one is too complicated. These guys are not working with like this kind of complicated narratives anymore. That's like QAnon shit. So already been saying this since school started back and the spike started. Yeah, no, it's definitely happening. I'm putting that as a lock. I assume because it perfectly plays along with the narrative that they're trying to create already, like that, you know, COVID is happening, and like lockdowns are coming again. When we here at the HasanAbi broadcast know the truth, they are faking it. Dr. Jill Biden didn't get COVID. Dr. Jill Biden had a sexual injury. Let me tell you. Dr. Jill Biden was at Burning Man with Dr. Joe Biden. And when they were in the fuck pile with Diplo, turns out Dr. Jill Biden had a little slip in the mud. Therefore, she needed to go away for a little while and rest her injury, nurse it a little bit. Meanwhile, Joe Biden, the dynamo, is out there on the campaign trail, and he don't give a fuck. He's letting the grippers out on this day. Okay, we're done. I promise I'm done. I'm done. I'm so done. I'm done.
% in 1 week in mid-August, thanks in part to the emergence of new variants. Now, aides say the First Lady's case is currently mild, and she is up to date on all her shots and boosters. But, Gail, we wish...
They already are?
Does anybody else not give a flying fart about Jill Biden or COVID? I just want to understand why they're trying so hard.
Wait, no one is. It's the conservatives that are trying hard. The reality is, and everyone gets mad at me, or even in this community when I mention this, but like people don't want to think about COVID. People are done with the fucking lockdowns. People are done with the shutdowns on the liberal side as well as the Republican side. And it's like the weirdos on the Republican side that are like desperate and horny for the low stakes battle that they want to go back to. Okay? When they had the COVID shit going on. Now this one has 34 fucking likes. I don't know how the hell you even found this. Jesus Christ. But, you know, I'd be shocked if there weren't actual people out there that are doing this. It begins again. First Lady Jill Biden tests positive for COVID the second time. Imagine how bad it could have been if she wasn't vaccinated 4 times season. Again, great. It's also another winter of illness and death for the unvaccinated. Jill Biden is Joe's first sacrificial sheep for COVID-19 narrative. Eventually, all liberal Democrats will test Biden for propaganda. Lockdown to commit voting fraud for Biden is coming. What a coincidence that 2 of the most high-profile women in America, Jill Biden and Whoopi Goldberg, test positive for COVID. Joe Biden announces he'll be wearing a mask again, and mask mandates start popping up in blue cities, all at the same time. Definitely not coordinated. That's awesome. I will tell you exactly why this is happening. Well, one, it's happening because, like, obviously healthcare professionals and epidemiologists have been talking about how, like, new strains of the virus are inevitably going to peak again, and they're going to surge, and that's going to be an issue for people who are unvaccinated, people who are even vaccinated as well, depending on the type of strain or what the new virus looks like. That's normal, right? But is there a genuine interest on the ground from like Democrats and Republican voters, or just like regular people who are demanding like mask mandates or nationwide shutdowns or anything like that? Of course not. But you know who actually desperately wants that? Content creators. Okay? I say this, I'm a content creator myself. They love the content that this provides for them. They love the battle lines that are drawn for them. It's automatic content. It is the most shameless, is the most silly, most transparent cash grab ever. That every single one of these like fucking right-wing weirdos are literally like, oh, the lockdowns are coming again. The lockdowns are coming. I promise you. So that they can, so that they can like freak the fuck out over it when that is not necessarily what is happening at all. And of course, the other side of this is like, even if that were to happen, because, some super serious strain is like ripping through the population, okay? And it became a necessity. It's not the end of the fucking planet. You just have to suck it up usually. You know what I mean? As long as the government is giving those sweet stimmies, we should be good. Okay? But the reality is, the reason why they're saying this is because they are desperate for it. They're fucking desperate for a time where they had this, like, you know, comfortable existence from their homes where they chirped about how they endlessly fucking chirped about COVID and how the shutdowns were awful and how they couldn't go to the barber and it was the worst thing that has ever happened. Okay? That's it. It is a desire to go back to a familiar territory and fight these low-stake battles. Okay? It's a good culture war issue that they can fight on. They think they can win on it. That's why they are pushing for it. And that's it. That's it. Does it mean student loans will get paused again? Absolutely not. Because I don't even think that lockdowns will happen again. Unless it gets completely and utterly out of hand in a way where there's like this insane strain that's just like ripping through the land, okay? Straight up murking people. I do not believe that lockdowns will come back because there's no appetite for it. Okay? There's not a lot of appetite for it. You stop getting dome at a playground with kids around. My friend, how can I click on that video in your mind if there's like actual pornographic shit happening in it? Now, part of the reason why I don't even know where to go with this. It's just like, it's so fucking stupid. But part of the reason why people are able to come out with these conspiracy theories, or rather like endlessly cry about this, is because we are a very stupid country. Okay? We're a very, very stupid country. So it doesn't take much for people to believe in this shit and refuse to recognize that obviously when temperatures start getting lower and lower due to what is known as seasonal changes, there are also additional illnesses that come along with that, like flu season, right? It's not a conspiracy. It's just how it fucking works, right? But you can't explain that to people. They just think it's like, you just personally think it's just like a massive conspiracy. Everything's a conspiracy. I refuse to understand and acknowledge this. Oh, yeah, Elon Musk is blaming the ADL for Twitter's revenue dropping, which is pretty funny. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. But like I said, I was saying that they're going to fucking do the COVID thing, but they're already going along with it. Any mention of COVID in the eyes of the conservative media apparatus is going to be, oh, they're just trying to do lockdowns again. They're just trying to do lockdowns again. Okay? It's awesome. That's what's really happening here. And they don't want you to know. They don't want you to know the fucking truth. All right. Let's get to Walter Masterson talking to MAGA people at Trump's arrest in Fulton County Jail.
There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind?
Wait a second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
absolutely.
I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not heard about that?
Hey, Forgiato.
What's up, my dog? Again, you?
Again.
You gonna try to RIZZ me again? What's up? It's the RIZZ King. I love left media.
Tell me why Trump is innocent.
You gonna change my words? What we gonna do? Trump's innocent, man. The reason why they pushing Trump so hard is because if Trump doesn't go to jail, they go to...
Dude, you know, first of all, is he on Ozempic? What's going on? 4G auto, 4G self-suck? 5G self-suck is like looking a little skinny here. Maybe it's the black shirt that he's wearing. He's looking a little bit slimmer than usual. He's 3G auto blow now.
The jail. They don't want him in this race. They want him off this ballot. He's the president of the United States or a former president of the United States. He doesn't need to get a mugshot. He doesn't need to be handcuffed. All these indictments are backfiring. They're not going to help him because you don't like Donald Trump. I like Donald Trump. But at the end of the day, there's people who play 50-50 don't really know, and this shit here is making them say this is taking it way too far. Even you, my man, like you had to have more money when Trump was in. The economy's much better now, right? With Donald Trump.
Economy's better?
With Donald Trump. Then now, Donald Trump has helped so many people become who they are. Like you got to go undercover as someone who likes Donald Trump to get views.
Not all of us can get an inheritance from our dad.
I know, from daddy, for Auto Trader, right?
Yeah,
which I love anybody to show me where I got any money from anybody in my family. Never received an inheritance. I don't know what inheritance I could have got. But you know what? I got 6 Rolls Royces on my own, supporting Donald Trump.
That's so awesome. I mean, he's directly being like, I'm a grifter. I made a lot of money supporting Donald Trump. So, of course, I'm supporting Donald Trump. That's so funny. And he's like, Walter, didn't you also make a lot of money technically? So, like, because of Donald Trump, because a lot of people are paying attention to you? Is funny.
Trump, I got brand new cars, Tahoes, Trump trucks, billboards, money, because you know what? I get up every day and chase my dreams in this world that Donald Trump let us do that and fight for freedom.
The thing that people joke about is your whole born to ride Donald Trump.
Born to ride 45, that's the gang.
Yeah.
That's the gang. We out here putting on for Trump.
Do you like...
Putting on for Trump. Them people out here putting on for Trump.
That's funny, though. It's funny.
I don't think it's funny.
It's funny. It's so funny. Dude,
I don't think it's funny.
Born to ride Donald Trump.
I don't think that's funny. You're trying to RIZZ me. This man got some RIZZ challenge.
I know, but it's funny.
That's the RIZZ
it's
challenge.
Funny. It's come on.
Let's go to the next one.
No,
you
but
got
if
that
you
one.
listen,
next one, next.
If you
Damn, he's getting like kind of mad. Like, no, it's not. What's funny about it? I love riding Donald Trump.
I disagree that you.
I don't think he can't be that stupid, right? Does he not realize it?
You were doing comedy, I'd be like, yo, I'm gonna bow to you as the king of comedy because that's
it's
the
born to
funniest
ride for 45, not born to ride 45.
Because the way it says.
Born to ride 45. Make sure you get
I've
these
seen her at
white
everything.
supremacists.
You're Vietnamese, right? I've been to probably 20 to 30 rallies. I've seen you at everything.
Every single rally in the
Actually,
world.
I don't think I've been to a rally where I haven't seen you.
America, the greatest show on earth. Stop right up, stop right up. We got peanuts for all. We got peanuts. The greatest circus in the world. The world looks at America as a circus. Well, I bring the circus to America.
What work are you with?
I'm not a network. I'm a private citizen.
Oh wait.
And we just applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis in Magistrate.
Oh wait, can you hold that up to the camera?
We're outside of the Fulton County Courthouse right now.
This guy's back. I love this guy.
I just came from the Magistrate Court of Fulton County, where we applied for the arrest of Fannie Willis. The indictment has 4 charges. There's 2 under the state law and 2 under the federal law. The 2 under the state law relate to the conduct of public officials, and they are violation of oath of office and unprofessional conduct by public officers and employees.
Yeah.
And the 2 charges.
He's Peter Griffin. He's a Peter Griffin impersonator.
Under the U.S. Code are conspiracy against rights and deprivation of rights under color of law. This is a direct attack on Trump's ability to win the election in 2024. And so those are violations against her oath of office. I actually have been a candidate for office, State House up in Rome, Georgia, which is known to most of America as Marjorie Taylor Greenville. So she lives about 4
Have you
miles
met
or
her?
so. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
You see her all the time?
Yeah, pretty regularly, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's she like?
I think Marjorie is a lot more intelligent than anyone gives her credit for. It's the same with Trump. They say, Trump is dumb. And Marjorie in particular is really great at just walking into a situation or room and immediately figuring out what the fix is. Like what.
I love him doing the Trump hand gestures. but like in a very Southern Belle type beat. You know what I mean? He put his own seasoning on it. He put his own spice on it. Love this guy.
Going on. And really sharp at that, in fact.
Yeah, a lot of that's interesting.
Where are they? Where is Build Back Better? 666. That's a sign of the devil, President Obama. Get your hands off of me. Get your hands off my brothers and sisters. They are devil worshippers, right, Rihanna? Are we a devil worshiper at the Super Bowl Sunday halftime show with The Weeknd? I am homeless in heels working for President Trump on my dime and my time across this country since 2000.
No shot these people have jobs, right? No, they do. But it's not like a job that demands, it's not like a labor job. You know what I mean? They're not getting wages. In a lot of instances, they are landlords or, they're wives of landlords. You know what I mean? They have capital. So they have like a lot of time on their hands. They own businesses or they're like fucking real estate agents and shit like that. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean that there aren't like poor people that are in the Trump constituency. Of course there are, but a lot of these are passive income jobs that keep them afloat somehow. With like husbands on disability, even though they literally fucking personally are constantly complaining about welfare. Like, you would be shocked. It actually doesn't even, I don't know, they just don't give a fuck. Like, it's very weird. So many of the people, especially in the South, that shit on disability and entitlements and all this shit, they unironically use it and like sometimes don't even recognize that they are benefiting from it. And in other times, they do recognize it, but they're like, but we deserve it. Other people are faking it. You know what I mean?
2015. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. You
What the
liberals
fuck?
that are out there, they have my balls in a vice. President Obama is married to a man. Mike Obama's private parts are bigger than a family-sized can of right guard. Why do you think they killed my sister, Joan Rivers? Why did John Johnson try to kill me? That's me. I used to be a nice girl, went to finishing
Are you
school.
doing great? Are you?
I mean, she's just schizophrenic, I think, right? But like, at this stage, it's like, at this stage, I don't know if this person is just like schizo or on a cocktail of medication. And also just a Trump supporter, maybe a bit of both. I don't know what's happening there.
Comedian?
No, I'm not. I'm a domestic violence survivor. I'm a
You're not a
whistleblower.
comedian.
I'm here to support Trump.
So we're here to support our president.
I have supported our president since he came down that escalator with his beautiful wife. Get over here, girl. You get over here. Abby, this is my sister in Christ, Abby. President Donald John Trump is going in cuffs today to expose the judicial system.
He ain't going to cuffs. Why are you so stupid?
Do you think liberals are in a cult?
Liberals are in a cult.
Yes, we are here because Trump is guilty. Lock him up and throw away the key.
Trump indicted.
Again and again and again.
And again and again and again.
Get that shit. I made it. You made that? I made it, yeah.
Explain why you think Donald Trump is guilty.
We saw him on national television telling that guy from Georgia, the Secretary of State from Georgia, all I need is 11,780 votes.
I love her. I love her. Like, obviously, look, it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird to be like this invested. It's a bit weird to be this invested in the in the thing where you're like dressing up and going and like partying and celebrating. But like even then, it's just like it's awesome. Allowed. You're just having fun with it.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta pee real quick.
Lock him up. They were
just talking.
I love that
So
she
it's
said
like
the
it's
exact
legal to
number
just
of
talk
votes
about
too
finding
from the phone call.
780 votes. I feel like that's like freedom of speech. It's like a First Amendment.
It's the first. No, not when you want to overthrow the government and steal the votes of black and brown people. Because that's what he wanted to do.
What are you talking about? People have been doing that for years.
Yeah, but he was doing it bold-faced though. They've been doing it on the DL. You know, at least trying to do it on the DL. But he he doesn't care. Detroit, anywhere there are black people, that's where the way he think that voter fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the vote in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are a lot of black and brown people. With the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, we have changed it from conquest, war, famine, and death. We have changed it to white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and complacency. Because complacency is what is going to cause the death. Yeah, the death of
otherwise known
democracy.
as neoliberalism.
I don't know what is known as. I just know that people not participating, and when we don't participate, people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get.
Yeah, I mean, so you're just as concerned as most Americans about the militarization and the weaponization of law enforcement.
Definitely. I think that's the number one issue. I saw recently something that said that the FBI
Insane, dude. The level of mental illness you're on is whew.
had shot 4.
You missed it. She's based with 0 reading. What?
Just know that people not participating, and when we don't participate, people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get. The fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the vote in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are a lot of black and brown people. With the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, we have changed it from...
What? Guys, you're so fucking annoying, man. I hate the rewind shit. I actually do hate the rewind shit. Like, rewind chatters are so fucking annoying. It's just like, it's frustrating.
When they were overthrow the government...
Well, people have been doing that for years.
At least trying to do it on the DL, but he doesn't care. Detroit, anywhere there are black people, that's where the way he think that voter fraud is taking place. He didn't question when the vote in the areas where he won, which is like white people who voted for him, he didn't question those. He questioned where there are a lot of black and brown people. With the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, we have changed it from conquest, war, famine, and death. We have changed it to white supremacy, patriarchy, capitalism, and complacency. Because complacency is what is going to cause the death. Yeah, the death of
otherwise known
democracy.
as neoliberalism.
I don't know what is known as. I just know that people not participating, and when we don't participate, people like Trump and Eastman, and they're trying to steal our democracy is what we get.
Are you happy, chat? That was good. I mean, she had a great take, but also, we did it. Should we rewind it again? Come on.
Yeah, I mean, so you're just as concerned as most Americans about the militarization and the weaponization of law enforcement.
recently something that said that the FBI had shot 4 people dead possibly in their own homes in the last month or so. It was one gentleman, he had said some negative things about Biden on the internet. They came to his house and they shot him dead.
I don't know. I mean, I kind of want to see the whole video.
Well, I don't think there is a video.
The cops, they were probably fearing for their lives.
They came to his house.
Yeah.
Early in the morning. Well, he doesn't know what's going on. They bust into his house with automatic weapons. What's he gonna do? Well, he's just gonna go reach for his gun. He doesn't know who's coming into his home.
You can imagine the police just showing up to your house and executing you, no knock warrant.
It should never be like that.
What do you think about Cop City?
Well, Cop City is a training ground for the police officers here, right?
Okay.
So what's the controversy with there? I don't understand.
He will never, dude, these guys will never connect the dots. It's just like physically impossible. Physically impossible for these dudes to literally connect the dots in a situation like this. It's just like, yeah, law enforcement has completely gotten out of hand. They're so violent. They're thugs. They're jackbooted thugs. And then you go, okay, well, what about Cop City? And it's like, I don't understand. That's just training. That's really good. It's good that they're training, right? Which, by the way, ironically, is no different than like liberals too. Liberals also do that shit where they're like BLM, BLM, BLM. And then they're like, but Cop City's good because like they're training. You want them to train, right? You want them to train. It's like, brother, they've been getting funding for training for years. We need accountability, okay?
Seems like a militarization. It's 100 acres. It can simulate urban warfare. It just seems like a militarization to me.
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think our police need to be prepared, especially after the riots and the looting, the burning, everything, all these kind of things that we've had over the last few years. They need to be prepared for all kinds of situations. It's totally different, yeah.
Totally different than the militarization.
That's different than attacking people.
A lot of talk about the weaponization of law enforcement. DOJ, the FBI, IRS, CIA. What do you think should be done about the weaponization of law enforcement?
Well, the only thing that really can be done is to clear them out, clear everyone out, especially at the top. I don't think it's the rank and file that are that corrupt. I think it's the ones in leadership, and I think that the corruption is so deep and so entrenched in these organizations that they really have to be totally destroyed. And of course, we know Kennedy said that he was going to do that with the CIA.
Before he died.
And we saw what happened with him. They put a bullet in his head. Dangerous venture to go against these people. They're going to destroy you, and we see what they're doing to Trump.
Almost like an abolishing. You have to destroy and rebuild these institutions because their foundation is just too rotten.
Exactly.
I sound like a liberal when I talk like this. When I talk about this, you know, like, because they talk about abolishing these institutions, and well, because it's like they're basically saying you can't reform these institutions. They're just so corrupt. You need to destroy and rebuild.
I think that we're far past conservative and liberal. I mean, those are what the labels they want to put on us to divide us. But the truth is, we're far past that at this point. We're far past Republican and Democrat, conservative, liberal. We're way past that. We're down to evil versus good at this point.
Yeah, totally. Like, they definitely didn't think that when they were voting for George W. Bush. Like, people are so fucking stupid about this, where it's like, oh, it's just evil versus good. It's like, no, you said that about every election, and Democrats say that too. There's like no other way of framing this conversation beyond like good and evil. Like, Republicans are evil, Democrats are good, we got to vote for the Democrats. Republicans do the other thing on the other side where it's like Democrats are evil and Republicans are good and we need to fucking defeat the evil. Why? Because politics is supposed to be about a distribution of power and resources. But in the United States of America, all of that is under a vice grip of those who own both parties, okay? And the people on the ground are just having these fucking petty squabbles left and right. Like, it's wild that this conversation basically turns into like, oh, well, the other side's they want to do evil. That's why I want to win. It's like, how about issues, man? How about some issues? Like, how about I want to vote for the Republicans because, like, I don't know, I love deregulation. I love toxic pollutants in my water supply. That's why I want to vote Republican. How about, I want to vote for the Democratic Party because I love healthcare. I think the Democratic Party, I'm an idiot, and I think the Democratic Party actually is genuine when they say we want universal healthcare coverage. You know what I mean? Everyone is an annoying little fucking centrist at the end of the day when they're all fucking neoliberal centrists. Their mannerisms, their attitudes, their interests, and they're just like deviate slightly on certain issues where they're like, oh, I'm going to vote for the Republican Party because, like, they're actually more violent towards undocumented immigrants. And it's like, it's not really the case. I mean, the Brandon administration is not exactly great on its treatment of immigrants that are coming over the border. You know what I mean? They're not great either. Don't worry. If you were looking at it honestly, you would recognize that both Democrats and Republicans are kind of doing the same shit with marginal deviations. But obviously, those marginal differences lead to dramatically different outcomes for people on the ground. And what I mean by that is the Republicans are running on culture war issues, and ultimately, those culture war issues do end up harming people, clearly, and the Democrats don't do enough to defend those people. I mean, marginalized people, but marginalized people are voiceless. They rarely ever vote because why the fuck should they? Because their interests are not represented. Anyway.
You actually have a good point about this. Should we, as conservatives, start marching with these progressives that are, marching and protesting against the police? Like, Cop City, great example. Is that like a weaponization of law enforcement? Cop City.
I'm not familiar with Cop City.
In Atlanta, they're building a military
Yes.
facility. It's like 100 acres,
Yes.
millions of taxpayer dollars, and it's like it's militarizing the police force of Atlanta.
But I think the better question to ask is who's behind that? The taxpayers may be funding it, but who's behind that? There's someone pushing these things. There's a reason that the Chinese are setting up police stations all over our country. I mean, who's behind
Wait a
this?
second, I haven't heard. No, that one I haven't heard. Tell me everything about that one.
I have heard. Are you familiar with the Epoch Times?
Epoch Times, yes.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I have read that in there, that the Chinese are opening up police stations throughout our country. You have not.
I love that. They're against federal law enforcement, and they hate it because, like, you know, the federales, the agents are coming after their big, beautiful boy, Donald Trump. Meanwhile, she's literally repeating propaganda from a CIA-backed cult in China that has been able to captivate and mind melt so many fucking boomer brains with their propaganda that is totally allowed to be spread in the United States of America. That is what is awesome about this situation. Literally heard about this place 2 seconds ago, and she's already formed a conspiracy theory about it. Jesus. Wait, Matt Taibbi's employers? Get the fuck out of here. Matt Taibbi's employed by Epoch Times? No shot. Really? Oh, God, that's so sad, dude. I can't believe I used to be such a fucking fan of his. It's crazy. Please don't tell me that.
Heard about that?
I didn't know that the Chinese Communist Party was setting up police stations throughout the United States.
Yes, and they're also funding our colleges and universities.
Okay.
You do know about that, right?
Well, the Penn State thing for sure.
Oh, but it's even farther than that. I mean, they are everywhere in this country. But see, this is
So you're
what...
saying, like, if you look further into Cop City, you'll find that this is a CCP plot. Yeah, but I'm saying you're not saying an absolute. You're saying it's, you know, if they're setting up.
question to ask.
Yeah.
Who is behind this? What is the impetus behind
City
it?
was just training, and then it was all of these other things of people that were trying to tear it down. All the homeless people that were living in there. Are we talking about the same thing?
Yeah.
I don't mind our police being trained well, though. I don't have a problem with that.
Again, you do always have to follow the money. I always do that. You always have to ask who is behind this. What's the impetus behind this? I just think that's a wise question to ask.
A lot of us obviously are upset about the weaponization of law enforcement.
Sure. And in fact, I'm actually a defendant in another weaponization of law enforcement case in Georgia, which is the Rome 4 case up in Rome, which involves the police of Rome suppressing and arresting protesters at the Trans Queer Pride for Kids event. This case is particularly important and close to me as someone who has been a victim of the politicization of law enforcement.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen pictures
100-acre training facility.
Right.
And it just seems to me like militarization. And
I mean, the militarization of law enforcement, I think, is a valid concern, and it's actually something that you actually hear from both more the libertarian right as well as people on the left.
That's actually true.
So it's something that actually people can come together on. There's actually a lot if people would not be drawn into the bitterness of partisanship that actually people could agree on.
What do you think about the weaponization of law enforcement?
It's disgusting, deplorable.
What do you think is the solution to this weaponization of the DOJ,
It's
IRS?
gotta be cleaned out. It's got to be. We need leaders that care enough and are strong enough to clean up the mess that it's become.
What about Cop City?
I don't know much about Cop City.
100 acres.
Oh, where all the Antifas were assaulting the cops? I did see that. That's right.
Yeah. Is that in line with militarization and weaponization of law enforcement?
The protest to it or Cop City itself?
The protest to it is the militarization of law enforcement? Really? Like the Antifas are militarizing? Is that what he's trying to say? Exclusive, Matt Taibbi, how hidden actors distort reality, manipulate the public, and enforce consensus? What the fuck? There ain't no way, brother. This can't be real, right? Dude, I don't want to fucking watch. What is happening, man? I go on his fucking website, and it's literally like, what did they put a fucking keylogger on my computer at this point? It's like, Jesus Christ. Just absolutely fucking impossible to just like look at one article. Holy shit. Anyway, I'm not going to continue with Google, obviously. Mountain Dew shill. Man, if the day Mountain Dew gives me money to fucking shill their product is the day that I'm a happy man, okay? Whew, I would love that. God damn. Why'd you flash the can of pop? What do you mean? Did that look like I was doing marketing? Like, are you guys new here? I drink Mountain Dew every fucking day.
Cop city itself.
I think they need a training ground to train the cops. It's my understanding of why they're building that facility. So.
Did you know that recently there has been Fulton County Jail is being sued? They let a mentally challenged man die, and he died from bed bugs, and his cell was completely filthy.
I just wish they would like expand on this like anti-carceral state attitude that they fucking have only when their guy, their big beautiful guy, is in the crosshairs of the criminal of the justice system.
Fecal matter, broken glass, in this jail right here. So that's why they wanted to do it here at this jail. They would love to see Donald Trump in this nasty, and it's famous all over America for being a very vicious jail to be in, a nasty jail.
One of the people in the Republican debates, Vivek Ramaswamy, he's talking about how we should raise the voting age to 24 and demand that voters pass a civics test.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So you think in 24 is an appropriate age to start voting?
I would think so.
I think 18 is fine. I do like the civics test. I don't know if I would necessarily make it a requirement.
There's elected officials that have never taken a civics class.
Hard to believe.
There's members of the United States Senate. They've never taken a class in civics. Congress. United States Congress.
Interesting idea. I don't think it'll ever pass, but it's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I mean, I support Vivek. I met him. Great guy, personally. Came over, shook his hand, talked with him for 10 minutes. Great guy.
I'm good with the civics.
Joseph Steelen.
If you can go to war at 18, you should be able to vote at 18.
I agree, but I do think a civics test might be a good idea.
I think everybody should have to take a civics test. And especially immigrants come in here should have to take a couple of classes for sure.
You guys heard of Vivek Ramaswamy?
Oh, yeah. Well, he worships a Hindu god, and at the top of this nation.
Dude, I fucking told you. I fucking told you. I told you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and none of you listened. I told you that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, and none of you heard me out. Okay? I told you time and time again that you can even get gifted a sub if you're lucky and avoid those ads that way. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. But you paid no mind. You paid no attention. But here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Just like Obama was a closet homosexual.
Yo!
And a Hindu god worship.
First of all, he was not a closeted homosexual. He was actually an open bisexual, as evidenced by the truth, and also by Tucker Carlson's interview with the homosexual man that he engaged in sexual misconduct with, which we will be watching later today, by the way.
Worship of running our nation, bottom line. He's a Hindu.
Okay. So I thought we liked Vivek.
I don't.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
No, he don't like Israel. He just went to Wikipedia And there may be criminal charges against him. He paid to have things removed the day before he announced his presidency. One of the main things he had removed was his Hindu faith. But number two, that he was best friends with the creator of the mRNA vaccine and called that man his mentor. All that's now gone.
Because he made his money in pharma and big pharma.
True, mRNA. Why would you go scrub that from your Wikipedia? He is our Obama. Slick, smooth, the best talker up there. But once it's all over with, you'll see that he's not a true conservative. There's a lot about him that
he's cooking him.
There's only one man in this race.
I think a civics test sounds like a great idea.
Yes, civics test would be a great idea.
I may roll it all the way back and say you have to own property to vote.
Yes, just like the founding fathers.
No, that's a great idea.
Oh my God, it's just the founding fathers. It was like property owners. It was, yeah.
You know, really, don't take our freedoms for granted. Freedom's not free.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You like him. You've met him.
At first, I was against it. I was like, I think this is a horrible idea. Until I sat back and I thought about it a lot.
I told you that every fucking Groyper dork loves Vivek because he hits the Groyper dork lines pretty hard. In the same way that they loved Ron DeSantis because they thought like he's going to be instituting fascist policies like he's doing in fucking Florida, not realizing that in order to get to that position of power, at least in the national election, you have to have a little bit of charisma. But when you look like this and you talk like this, you dress like this, you act like this, you don't necessarily have a good barometer for what kind of rhetoric and what kind of politician is going to be received well by the broader demographic of voters. Oh.
I believe that it's a good move. I think that while it may make it harder for some to vote, you have to take a test to drive
a
car.
24. You're 19. You won't get to vote.
I'll take the test and then I can vote.
So the people that can't pass a civics test have to wait till they're 24.
Yes. It's the same concept with a license. You have to pass a test, an exam, and if you fail it, you don't get to drive. And I feel like a vote is influential as driving a car. You can kill somebody in a car. If you have a leader up there in office who doesn't know what they're doing, a lot of people have died from fentanyl and everything like that.
You know, the founding fathers actually had a very restrictive right to vote, and they in their writing repeatedly said that that's necessary to preserve a Republican form of government. And so we've had an experiment over the last 50 to 100 years of maximizing voter turnout, you know, and has that made the government better or worse?
Back then it was just wealth, it was landowners, and
Right.
they would pick
It's like, and I love that.
the president, yeah.
Right. Well, actually, I mean, originally the states picked the president. There was no popular vote for president. And so the original design of the founders was to have the states have their ambassadors in Washington, aka the senators, and the states to pick the president, so that the president was not chasing after the votes directly of people and then promising programs, gifts, etc. We apparently thought we knew better than the founding fathers, and I'm not sure that we did.
He wants to.
Dude, that's crazy. That's awesome. Like, we should make this process even less democratic. That's sick. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're... First of all, wait, hold up. You're in Georgia. Do you really want the Georgian senators to pick... Hold up. You want your senators to pick the president, dog? Like, I know that Republicans love when land votes instead of the people on top of that land. But, like, kind of weird for him to be like, yeah, the senators should have a say in who gets to be the president, not me. And it's like, bro, look at your senators right now. I forgot for a brief moment. I was captivated by the beauty of Peter Griffin, fake lawyer Peter Griffin, for a second, and forgot that they're in you know, Georgia.
Institute a civics test to vote.
I'm not sure about that.
You're not sure? Yeah.
He's like, I'd fail.
Now, I've seen they wanted to bring the age down to 16, because they're hoping some of the propaganda they have in school now will help them get some more votes. I heard there was talk of dropping the voting age. That's the first I heard of someone wanting to raise it.
This is crap. You trying to get my words to change. They ain't going to change, my brother.
So you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted?
I'll write his name in. Only thing they can get Trump is sedition charge. Trump gets sedition charge and we can't write his name in.
And all of you
You'll still
liberals.
vote. You're going to still vote for him even if he's convicted?
We will. I will vote for him. I'm wanted. I am vote for him. Abby, I'm wanted in 4 states.
If he is convicted, thrown in jail, you'll still vote for him, right?
Okay, maybe she's not just anti-law enforcement due to Trump. Maybe she's anti-law enforcement due to her own personal criminal charges. I don't know.
I will. Yeah, even more so.
If Trump is convicted and put in jail, you're still going to vote for him.
Well, first of all, he's not convicted until the Supreme Court convicts him. In America, that's not a conviction. We have an appeals process, which will take years. So by the time that happens, he'll be back.
Wait, what? Wait. That's so nutty. I love that. God, libertarians are fucking sick, dude. No one that actually is convicted and goes to jail is actually there in a justifiable manner until they appeal the process, and that process goes all the way up to the fucking Supreme Court. That's so sick. Yeah, my DUIs ain't real until the Supreme Court convicts me, brother. He's like, listen, I got domestic abuse charges a couple years back, and I went to prison for it. It was fucking bullshit. They should expunge it. Guess why? Because the Supreme Court did not convict me. The civics test thing is starting to look enticing. I mean, it's very bad, I think. That's a very bad idea.
Back in office and handle everything.
No matter what the situation is,
Well, Jesus was convicted as well. Innocent man.
Yeah.
So just a conviction means nothing to us at all.
You'll still vote for him no matter
Oh, we know that.
Of course.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah, of course the people that are at the protests are going to do that regardless. And I do think that a lot of Republicans will do that anyway. But I don't know if people would rather have like a safe carcass or potentially a constitutional crisis. You know what I mean? Especially when like it's kind of both parties are the evil that you know. It's not like there's anything new. A safe carcass, Joe Biden. I'm talking about the two options. If the election is held tomorrow, Trump is the candidate and Joe Brandon is the candidate. The only thing that will change Joe Brandon being the candidate is if he fucking dies, right? Yeah, you have the safe carcass going up against a possible, not just like a liability or anything, but a poll came out this past weekend saying up to 27% of Republicans wouldn't vote for Trump if he was convicted. That's kind of wild. That how low that number is when you think about it with like the lens of sanity. You're like, only 27% of Republicans wouldn't vote for Trump if he is convicted. Like, think about that. Now that number is actually higher because that number is actually higher than Trump's approval rating. Republicans and their approval of Donald Trump has oftentimes, throughout his entire candidacy, actually stayed pretty stable, rarely ever getting under 90%. The fact that it goes down to 73% is kind of wild. However, it's still wild to me if I for a brief moment take a deep breath and think of America as like a normal and sane nation, rather than a nation of psychopaths. 27% of Republicans saying like, yeah, I won't fucking vote for Donald Trump if he's convicted is incredibly low.
Trying to accuse Trump of everything. Insurrection, sending fake electors to Michigan, Arizona, 5 other states.
The Constitution demands it.
Mishandling documents, stealing secret documents.
You mean he had it in his
the
garage?
Georgia RICO the Georgia's RICO law. They went after
Right.
Trump University.
Oh yeah, they all loved him until they found out he loved America. They don't love America, they love their power. They love their system, their structure.
I've heard this meme so many times. This guy's just like a meme machine. He's like talking to a robot that just like spits out iFunny memes that you see circulating on Facebook. Like, you know, they're not going after him. They're going after me, but he's standing in the way. Like, that's what he's about to say. You know what I mean? Like, everything he's saying right now, I've heard from old ladies named Bertha posting on Facebook iFunny memes that have been, like, repopulated 1,000 times over, and they're fucking grainy at this point.
They're swamped. Nixon was a good boy because Nixon went home and shut up. If Donald Trump would have been a good boy, he wouldn't be here today.
It's just the same thing that they did to Richard Nixon.
Yep.
Famous for being...
Okay, technically that's not false. I take it back because, yes, Donald Trump did not shut up, as in he lost and he kept talking, and then he did mouth crimes where he talked his way into conspiracies, not a conspiracy theory, mind you, but a conspiracy to commit fraud. So that's why he's not wrong technically, because he didn't shut up. He kept openly doing crimes over and over again.
Innocent.
But Nixon, I watched CNN the other night when they admitted that the only reason Nixon did not get prosecuted after the fact is because
he wasn't running.
Home. He went home. He shut up. No influence. Donald Trump loved America too much to shut up.
You're still going to vote for him, even if he is convicted.
If he is the Republican nominee, yes, sir, I will definitely vote for him.
Now, I won't vote for him even if he is convicted.
You will?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I will do a write-in.
You're still going to vote for Trump, even if he is convicted.
Absolutely. It actually makes me want to vote harder.
They may continue to throw more indictments at him. Go for it. Trump is an innocent man, and he will win again.
Yeah, and you'll still vote for him even if he's convicted.
If he's on the ballot, I'm voting for him.
You're still going to vote for Trump even if he's convicted.
Yeah, I think he'll still get a lot of votes if he's in jail anyway. Secret Service will have to come and take him out of jail and go bring him to the White House.
America is a ship. It only rides in the water when it's balanced, just like any ship. Before Obama.
This is embarrassing for the grandchildren of these idiots. I mean, listen, dude, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You're not always going to agree with your fucking parents, whatever. There's not really much you can do about it. I back in the day, I used to tell people in my community to like put fucking parental passwords if you have access to your TV to like stop your parents from watching Fox News. You know what I mean? But now they have Facebook. You know what I mean? You can't stop your parents from getting brain broken.
Obama, America was in the middle. We all gravitated toward that center where the ship rode well. When Obama came and put gays in the military and transgenders in the bathroom, the ship goes like this, right? The only way to right it, we had to find Donald Trump to bring it back over.
You're talking about indoctrination.
Sure.
There's a lot of indoctrination going on.
Obama put gays in the military? What the fuck does he think Don't Ask, Don't Tell was? Like, it was an acknowledgement that gays were in the military, obviously. But, like, let's just not speak about it. I can't believe he said Obama invented homosexuality. Like, what level of delusion are we on? Has he not heard of the Navy? Yeah, also the military's gay as fuck anyway, but whatever.
I've said President Trump needs to change the slogan to MAGA, not MAG. Make education great again.
By getting rid of the Department of Education.
Absolutely. Or critical race theory, all the books in these libraries that's destroying children's minds.
I hear reports of parents.
Yeah, we should burn the books. We should burn the books as hard as we possibly can.
Now, they don't want to bring their kids to church until they're like 13 or 16, because they're like, oh, well, then they're old enough
Yeah, they're indoctrinated before that.
So what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church, in your opinion?
The moment they're born.
Okay.
I was born in the church, actually. My mother had me in the church.
Yeah.
So I believe a child, my Lord, why wouldn't you bring a child to start grounding them in the moral laws of the...
I love that. He said grounding because it sounds so close phonetically to grooming, which is what he actually does want. Like, why don't you start grooming them in the ways of the Lord, in the ways that the Lord intended? And if some of the choir boys get a feel, if I cop a feel on them, then there's also the Lord turns the other cheek, and by that I mean ass cheeks of children. Okay, and nothing wrong with that when I do it. It's the gays and the trans that are grooming. Okay,
the Almighty God.
And that'll get rid of this indoctrination.
Absolutely, sir. But you see, that's the reason we started public schools. The reason public schools was started, you can go read the 2 reasons. Because at one time...
Bringing the kids to church is not a bad thing, though, right? I don't give a shit about bringing children to church overall, okay? I don't care. But it is... Let's be honest. For the most part, kids don't like it. They get bored. And it actually, unironically, does the exact opposite thing that you think it'll do, which is indoctrinate them into firmly holding on to religious beliefs. In this day and age, it don't matter. There is an element of community that's good, but you can get that elsewhere. Unfortunately, in the United States of America, you can't really do that. Anywhere else, there's no sense of community anywhere else other than the church. No, it's terrible, actually. Going to church made me atheist. Man, if church attendance was that much of a banger, you would not have church participation go down year over year. You understand that? Like, no matter what happens, the more science continues to unmask some of the mysteries of the world, the less interest people have in filling the gaps with something that offers them context that makes them feel safe. That is part of the reason why these guys also spend a incredible amount of time literally trying to abolish the Department of Education and only allow religious indoctrination to occur rather than regular fucking scientific learning, okay? There is a very nefarious and fairly straightforward reason as to why they don't want you to fucking learn about things like evolution, for example. Pre-they them military footage in the name. What do you mean? These are just a bunch of red hot blooded Americans. They look like they were straight ripped out of central casting with them sexy ass uniforms they're wearing. Bet you they'd look just as good if they took them uniforms off too, get a little comfortable, pecs glistening in the sun as they stand on top of that cruiser. Thinking about sweat beads dropping down from their nipples. Nothing gay about that. Yeah, you can't get any more macho.
All schools in America were religious, even our colleges, universities, Harvard, they were all religious. Public schools were started to break the stronghold of Christian doctrine over our children. Everyone in our church is homeschooled.
Okay. Wow.
We took back over our children. We took them away from the government schools.
And that's a good way to get rid of the indoctrination.
That's the only way that I know of. What other way is there?
What are some ways to stop this indoctrination?
I am for homeschooling now. I was not a big advocate for
homeschooling to stop this indoctrination.
Stop the indoctrination, and I'm not even sure we should be sending them to college. I think we could go to technical schools, make sure that they go to conservative colleges, like where is the one?
Liberty, Baylor.
There's another one, Heritage, I think. Teach the Constitution, teach about our founding fathers, teach real history, and instead of this indoctrination and putting our students in debt. I mean, they're in debt. They could buy a home with the money that they get out of school with debt. And even if they get really good jobs, their debt to income earned will not let them buy a house.
So you're saying that we should make college free for all, or lower the cost of college?
I don't know what the answer is. I used to think it was, I love this lottery idea that the people going to school that made good grades, but now that I'm seeing that happen, these universities are raising the cost of astronomically for these kids to go, and then these professors are paid all this money, and then it just rolls upon itself. Then the government only hires like the lawyers and things like that out of these schools, and they're indoctrinated at this point.
I've been hearing parents talking about not bringing their kids to church until they're 13 or 16 and they're old enough to make a proper decision.
No, that's not, I don't believe in that. No, that's like something like the mask mandates.
That's so funny. Nope. Church is good. Again, all of this makes sense if your moral system that you've designed is it's okay when I do it, it's totally fucked up, and the worst evil when they do it, which is a principle that you can apply to every single concept that Republicans engage with. Okay? Every single concept is like, no, it's fine. It's of course fine. We need to do church indoctrination. We can't do school indoctrination. It's okay when we vote. It's okay when we lie, steal, and cheat. It's not okay when the other side even goes out and votes, like actually votes. All of their votes are fraudulent and fake and gay. All of our votes are the real ones, and they're somehow still being suppressed. I love the talking point that professors make a lot of money. I stopped grad school after my master's because I saw how little my professors made. Yeah, no, professors, they're fucking raking the big bucks.
Separate us. Make us suspicious of each other.
For the record, what's an appropriate age to bring your kid to church?
Well, parents have to be involved with their church education as well as their school education.
The national education needs to be disbanded. That's unconstitutional. We need to go to the states running their own education. But I think that should be mandatory.
Are you talking about like school choice, or are you talking about?
Well, we definitely need school choice, but I just don't think that we need a national education. We need to go to the states, need to decide what they do in their states regarding their education.
Let the states decide.
Let the states decide. The federal government cannot.
Hey, let me tell you, if they're cheating on elections like you believe they are and they're stealing, do you really want the blue government of the wonderful state of Georgia to decide what happens to your children's education? Once again, you're saying these things and not really fully thinking about it, because we are in Georgia, a state where the libtards stole the vote. Which, by the way, of course, states also decide what to do with elections to a certain degree. That dude is Shane Vaughn, a crazy Trump pastor that thinks Trump is a messiah. That's awesome.
Tell some little small community.
But like, of course, you need centralization. The entire principle behind education in general, specifically public education, which is supposed to be the norm with no other private alternatives if we lived in a normal structure, is creating social cohesion. I know that a lot of Americans are hot-blooded and exclusively think on the boundaries of being a critical thinker and an individual, hyper-individualist, like big brain smart guy. But the reality is that that's what the education is there for. Education and military creates social cohesion. You need that, okay? You need that if you want to coexist. It's just like a fundamental role that a centralized force is supposed to play, is ensure that social cohesion is also giving you adequate resources, information necessary for you to have a productive labor force. Like, it is a complete necessity, like a Department of Education is a complete necessity across the board. One thing that I will always ask people whenever they say, oh man, the Department of Education, America is spending so much money on the Department of Education, like, where's that money going? and how the Department of Education must be abolished. We need to privatize this structure. All these Republicans that unconditionally fucking push this narrative. To them, I ask, what developed or developing nation has this level of privatization in their K through 12 education? Every single fucking nation that absolutely rips the United States of America to shreds with educational outcomes, whether it be literacy, math, any kind of educational outcome. And there are ways to, there are metrics of success in education that can get as universalized as possible. Every single fucking nation, with the exception of the United States of America, has robust public education structures designed. Some nations have tried to privatize it, like Sweden, okay? Immediately saw diminishing returns, immediately saw that the outcomes were not positive, and went back to the public structure very quickly. It's so fucking dumb. Americans are so ruthlessly blind to the existence of other countries, even ones that we talk about all the fucking time. It's like China's lapping us, China's doing this, and it's like, yeah, okay. You know what else China's doing? Banning private education, specifically so that there is no two-tier structure. Now, are they doing this out of the kindness of their hearts? I'm not that big of a fucking Xi Jinping dick rider. No, they're doing this because they understand that public education, whether it be Confucianism or thousands of years of value placed upon the importance of education and like arriving at some semblance of a meritocratic approach, they know how important that shit is to have as many people as possible get educated as best as possible, yields positive outcomes for the country. It's so fucking stupid. The worst part about this, of course, is that this is a bipartisan issue. A lot of these people don't realize that Democrats are also looking to gut public institutions and specifically education. Democrats since the 90s have been pushing for charter schools, which is their version of gutting the Department of Education by taking those funds from the Department of Education and reappropriating them to the other version of school choice, unaccountable, unrecognized charter schools that can just shut down in the middle of an middle of a semester with no legal recourse whatsoever.
Best for their students there.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
That's another problem. I think over the last several decades, our schools have been infiltrated by communists.
And they're doing this despite the popularity of the private tutors and edtech in China. They know they're not able to provide good public education to everyone, but they're still banning private players just to level the playing field in the society. I think another part of the they do not want anybody to benefit from a structure that is unequal. And for the record, their education structure overall is still properly funded. I don't think that it's fair to say that the Chinese education system is bad in rural areas. Like, I don't think that's true. I don't fully agree with you on that. If you were to say medicine, I agree with you. Okay? There are certain things that China suffers on, and providing hospitals in rural areas in the same way that like you can have access to healthcare in a city, in a big city, is it's not the same still. That is one of the few areas where even development has not been able to impact, has not had that similar impact that it has in every other aspect. Chinese education beats the shit out of the American system? Absolutely. It is. Rural areas in China are still very impoverished, even with the end of absolute poverty. Guys, it takes time. That's my perspective on this. It takes time. At least they're moving in the right direction, whereas America has consistently moved in that exact same time frame in the worst direction. Does that make sense? Is China's public education really better than the U.S.? Abso-fucking-lutely. It's not even a thing. That's not even in question. Yes. It's not even close. Yes. Brother, I grew up in Turkey, a country that is nowhere near as wealthy as America is. A country that was, by many metrics, a stable yet maybe, according to some metrics, a developing nation. Okay? It's developed in certain areas, and then there are certain areas that are underdeveloped. A country that was very fucking corrupt. And even then, there was at least public education readily available for every single fucking student. Okay? Every single student. In the United States of America, our educational outcomes are fucking awful. Measuring poverty in rural areas is also hard considering they don't usually pay for rent or much for food, which are the biggest expenses in an urban household. It's hard to measure rural poverty just from income. You can make that argument about America as well to a certain degree. But it's just like, it doesn't fucking make sense. I'm from Camagüey, Cuba. Fam in the middle of nowhere has their clinics in small hospitals. They still need to go to the bigger hospitals in the cities for maternity and operations. Government provides transport, or there are ambulance services where no big hospital is closed. America, since 2010 or so, has been on a consistent decline, and America's going absolute shit. I honestly hope America falls to dog shit so I can finally leave the shithole. First of all, it's not been in a consistent decline since 2010. It's been on a consistent decline since the Reagan era. You just never really saw the worst aspects of it until recently, because the original boom that it yielded for American industry or our GDP was able to hide the worst aspects of it. America's been on decline for a very long time, much even fucking longer than the 80s, if we're being honest. The education system exists for one purpose: to keep you just competent enough to wage slave. Education system across the board exists for that purpose. The point is, are you going to teach people adequately? Is there going to be enough funds? Or is there not going to be enough funds? And in the United States of America, we genuinely move in the other direction in comparison to other countries that are like, no, of course we want to make sure that our fucking children are like at least smart, you know? And it shows. It actually fucking shows in our outcomes, in our educational outcomes, when you compare it to other countries. Biraz çok, evet. Onu bir nokta yaparsan daha iyi. Ya da 1.5 yap. 1.5. Look up Pincher, Oklahoma. People stayed there until they were literally dead from natural disasters, claiming there was nothing wrong with their town. People are stubborn to death here.
I think homeschooling's an option, or private schools. I see a lot of states passing reforms to the education with school choice. Public school system is corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, guys, what are we doing here? Look at this. It's official. Ryan Walters, the superintendent in Oklahoma State, has announced that the state has partnered with PragerU. PragerU is a nonprofit that creates content promoting conservative viewpoints of various political, economic, and sociological topics. Please tell me more about how the American school system is normal. This is right after Florida, okay? How fucking insane is that? Can you imagine? Like, We love talking about like, TikTok is melting people's brains or whatever. But I have said this time and time again, and I will repeat myself. This is a Noam Chomsky certified banger, okay? The greatest terrorist, the greatest threat to American hegemonic power, or the greatest threat to America in general, American futures, has always been the Republican Party, okay? Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, or whoever the fuck you want to point to, could never imagine the death and destruction that American Republicans cause to the rest of the planet, but even to themselves. Okay? This is so psychotic. It is so psychotic. Democrats on the State Board of Education are pledging to fight efforts to introduce PragerU in Texas. PragerU is borderline propaganda. It's not propaganda. Borderline propaganda. It is propaganda. They openly state that it's propaganda. The greatest threat isn't GOP. It's neoliberalism. Come on. Who does neoliberalism better than the GOP? What are we talking about? Democrats? Both Democrats and the Republicans are neoliberals. They're both neoliberals. But who is the greatest neoliberal in the United States history? Who's the greatest neoliberal in the United States history? It's Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the guy who made neoliberalism a permanent fixture in American politics. What are we talking about? Fuck.
It's run by powerful unions that fund the Democrat Party. Those aren't people that should be educating our children.
Homeschooling, it's a good way to stop the indoctrination. Yeah.
It's about that and if you can find a good private school.
I'm hearing a lot of parents talking about how they're not going to bring their kid to church until the child is like 13 or 16. They want the kid to be old enough to make a proper decision.
About going to church?
About going to church.
I think that's something you can pass down from parents to children, if you're a Christian.
As a Christian, what's an appropriate age to bring your child to church and have them read the Bible?
As soon as they're born. They can't read when they're born, but a lot of baptisms happen at a very young age.
What do we do about this indoctrination?
I think you have to get rid of the Department of Education. We need to get the people that are indoctrinating our kids out of school.
Who are those people?
Teachers. Change what they teach to where it's not something that's crazy biased for the left. We need to teach history. We need to teach the facts, not an opinion. You teach the history, don't teach.
Yeah, no, definitely. I agree. Also, bro, you're in that age range of being educated. You have already been indoctrinated through our schooling system, unless he was homeschooled or some shit. And you came out to be this fucking little groiped up shouty. So what the fuck are we talking about? Shouldn't he be in school right now? I don't understand. My man's like, our kids? Bro, what do you mean? You are the kid. You are the fucking kid. What the fuck are you talking about? Our kids.
Victimhood.
You're local?
I just moved to Georgia,
Very
like 2 months ago.
Oh, wow, where'd you move from?
I lived in Florida.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to leave because of Ron DeSantis and kind of messed up the state a little bit.
Ron DeSantis messed up the state? How did he mess up the state?
Man, just everything got so expensive. Inflation went through the roof. Like it's $4,000 for a 1-bedroom. It's kind of wild, So I moved there when COVID hit. I grew up in LA, and then COVID hit. I moved to Florida. It was great, during COVID for the first year or two, and then ever since he won re-election in 2022 in the midterms, he kind of just stepped aside from being governor and did like a shadow campaign.
My problem is that he knew he wasn't going to be around. He knew he was running for president when he ran for his second term.
Yeah.
He knew he wasn't going to be around to govern the state.
God, that shirt goes so fucking hard. I'm sorry. That shirt goes so goddamn hard, dude. It's sick. Is this dude a MAGA communist? No, man, he's not.
State of Florida.
I agree. And honestly, they asked him on the debate stage if he was running and he wouldn't answer.
So, yeah,
bro, anytime you see someone, if he was that big of a groiper, he'd be pro DeSantis for the record. A lot of groipers love DeSantis.
No. Yeah. He has establishment ties.
Oh,
Very
hugely establishment ties. I mean, you can
God,
even
I gotta
see
pee
over
again.
the time, you know,
Fuck.
he went from actually not supporting Trump to wanting Trump's endorsement really bad and getting able to win. And over this whole time, you kind of realize he
wouldn't
hasn't
have won.
really
He wouldn't
had-
have won election.
Exactly. And this whole time, you kind of realize, and a lot of us, because we were kind of, you know, we still didn't really see all that was happening, right? Up until 2020, that's when a lot of people's eyes started to open. But you kind of realize from that time, 2018 up until then, he really hasn't had Trump's back.
Rhino.
Rhino.
Would you vote for him for governor again?
I would never, ever support him. I supported him during midterms, supported him during his first thing. I had him on the side of my trailer, had it blown up, Make America Florida, and then he switched on Donald Trump.
I'm working on an app. This is an app to where if a white person says, "Oh, I have a black friend," if you're the black friend, you immediately get a note, an update.
Okay.
And it says like, "All right, well, this black friend is, this person just named you as a black friend," and their debate gives you their location. You can just show up and be like, "Listen, this is my coworker from, a few years ago. We really haven't spoken since. We follow each other on Facebook."
Right.
But yeah.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you.
Where is it in the development?
It's in the early.
Okay. No, I like
Angel in beta testing.
Okay. No, I will be. Put me down as.
They have to you have to register your black friends as
Okay.
a white person.
Okay. I have a few whose name I would want to register.
Yeah. Oh no, fantastic. Thank you.
Do what? Ben Shapiro's gonna lose his mind? Bro, you can't be sending links like that. I clicked on that, man. Can you imagine I click on that and it shows up on my main monitor? Are you crazy? Are you crazy, dude? I would have gotten banned. It's incredible, by the way. Two of my faves. I mean, especially Megan Thee Stallion. God, Megan Thee Stallion, I'm such a hot girl, dude. It's hot girl summer. Let's be real. What is this fucker saying? This is what Hasan did when he met me, but I didn't film it out of respect.
You're good, you're good. I love you, bro. I remember you from yesterday. I love you, bro. Don't get on your hands and knees. Chill.
I love you, bro. I love you. No. I love you, bro. Remember me, bro?
Yeah, I remember you yesterday. I do.
Yeah.
But you don't gotta get on your hands and knees. It's good. You're good. You don't gotta cry, bro. You don't gotta cry. Give me a hug, bro. Give me a hug. Chill, bro. Chill. It's all right. I'm right here.
I'm looking for you for 2 days, bro.
I know. No, I know. You were biking, bro. You were biking yesterday. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. That's love for real. I appreciate that.
God is real.
That God is real. Bro, I'm sorry. We're done. We're done. Society is Jover. Just smile politely, y'all. We're witnessing a mental illness. No, this is really fucking... That's sad, brother. That is so sad. That's scary. Gen Z is fucked. Okay? Some of these kids should have been left behind. George W. Bush failed these children. Okay? He failed them. CNN poll from August 25th to 31st, by the way, GOP voters, if true, charges against Trump regarding efforts to overturn the 2020 election. 13% say disqualify him from the presidency. 19% say cast doubt on his fitness for job. And 68% say aren't relevant to his fitness for job. So I want to point something out here. I forget who it was, Idejder, who said it was actually 28%. Or whatever the fuck that said that or 27% that wouldn't vote for him. This poll only shows 13% will not vote for him. Bill Maher's being a piece of shit again. Delete this. Yeah, you've been awfully fucking quiet about Bill Maher. Even though he was on Joe Rogan, he's doing the podcast circuit. And I saw some clips of him that I wanted to get to today, as a matter of fact, talking a whole bunch of nonsense about the Writers Guild and the strike that's going on. Shockingly, Weeby, who always is like first in line to be like, look at Bill Maher, look at Bill Maher, awfully quiet about Bilbo Maher, dude. Where is it? I love that, by the way, the account that popularized this is like a psychotic account that always says, I want like every Ukrainian to be genocided by Russians. But, you know, I'll allow it. This account is great. I love Post Left Watch. It's one of those like freaks that will routinely clip me, often trying to clip me out of context to be like, look at him, he's pro-Russian. And then they get like owned into oblivion because everyone's like, dog, the clip you posted doesn't show what you're trying to prime people into thinking. The account's pinned post is you, lol. Wait, really? A bad Hasan Piker take about Russia's war in Ukraine, where he calls the Ukraine bombing a bridge connecting Crimea to mainland Russia that just brought Russian weapons a war crime, and it compares it to Russia deliberately targeting Ukrainian civilian infrastructure. Yeah, usually he'll do stuff like this, and then people respond. Usually people will respond, and everybody goes, yeah, actually, you're not right about this. But anyway, I wonder if people are ever going to realize that war crimes are actually a defined thing. Like there's a list. If it was on the list, it's a war crime. If not, it's not. People just throw the phrase around every time they're vaguely uncomfortable with something that happens. His takes on the war are the exact same ones of the conservatives, but he has no homo at the end, so it's okay. I mix Bill Maher with Bill Burr to make you like him more. Oh, God, this is so cursed. He looks like a Norwegian guy that would play in a detective movie or something. And his name would be like Svalahova. What the fuck? He looks like the secret Mythbuster. Anyway, let's move on from Post Left Watch's Hasan Watch shit and actually cover this because this is a good clip. Good job, the Post Left Watch. Finally fucking watching actual dummies instead of coming in here and being like, Hasan, you're not aggressive enough in touting whatever I believe you should be saying about Ukraine. Anyway, let's see what Bilbo Maher had to say.
The strike is a perfect example. Those guys would never go back. This strike could go on till the 24th century. They would stay out. I feel for my writers. I love my writers. I'm one.
But first of all, but is coming. Okay, let's hear it.
Of my writers. But there's a big other side to it, and a lot of people are being hurt besides them. A lot of people who don't make as much money as them in this bipartisan world we have.
Yeah, dude. Famously, Bill Maher cares about those people. Bro, are you talking about fucking Key Grips and Best Boys and shit? Because, like, hey, guess what? Those guys are part of unions too, and they demonstrate solidarity. So where the fuck are you with that solidarity? You fucking asshole. Oh my God, dude. What a bitch. He's such a bitch.
Where you're just in one camp or...
I really hope SAG-AFTRA fucks him for this, okay? I really hope that they just rip him a new asshole. I hope the WGA rips him a new asshole. And I know his annoying contrarian ass, okay? A WGA writer posted on Twitter that his agent told him Bill Maher pays more than any other show because he's a nightmare to work with. That's pretty funny. You know, I hope that he can't stop. He will never shut the fuck up. He's a major contrarian and super self-entitled, smarmy, annoying liberal elitist. So you know that the WGA, if they make a comment about this, he's just gonna go balls to the wall and double down, triple down, and just start shitting on the WGA, which will hurt him in the long run for sure.
Or the other. There's no in between. You're either for the strike, like they're fucking Che Guevara out there. You know, like this is Cesar Chavez lettuce picking strike, or you're with Trump. You know, like there's no
God, he's so good. There's no nuance to it. There's no nuance to the strikes.
Different. There's only two camps, and it's much more complicated than that.
It is, but I do feel like there is a lot of the points, a lot of the grievances I kind of agree with.
I do understand.
Yeah, of course Jim looks uncomfortable because one, like, no matter how successful you get, you probably still remember the early days. Okay? And two, like, there's a reason why a lot of the famous, top billing actors and writers are routinely on the fucking picket lines. Because, one, they understand the importance of solidarity and how much the union helped them out early on. And two, the union also probably has them in a vice grip too, because it's a very successful union ultimately. I know that it's not that successful in comparison to other unions in other countries, but in America, where there is no fucking union participation, it's like 10%. It's definitely a decently powerful union in comparison to the rest of the labor force.
And that they're getting screwed a bit by the streamers, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a change.
Oh, they're screwed a bit by the streamers. Okay, so what's the restitution? How do you fix the problem?
And you either, it's like anything that is, I believe in free market, but I also believe in trust and then verify, right?
What does that mean?
Meaning, you don't trust. Like the reason, Zaslav made $400 million, and I think they're looking for $80 million for, it's like they're gonna, you leave a kid in front of a bowl of marshmallows, they're gonna eat the marshmallows. It's not.
I think it's infantilizing the way that Jim Gaffigan is talking about it, but because like Bill Maher is such a fucking monster, it's hard to even like talk about his perspective. I know that what he's trying to say is, here, the materialist concept that he is, the materialist analysis here is, yeah, these are their profits that the writers and the actors participated in generating. They want a piece of that pie. That's what unions are there for, and it makes sense. Obviously, turning around and being like, oh, it's like kids, in front of a cookie jar, I don't think it's like the best. I don't think it's the best counter. Like, I don't think it's the best way to describe the situation.
Like some grand thing. It's.
Well, I don't know. What are you saying? They're only asking for $80 million?
Well, I'm saying
they're asking for a lot of things.
They're asking for a lot of things.
Like kooky. Like what I find objectionable.
Yeah, I want to hear what he finds objectionable.
About the philosophy of the strike. It seems to be they have really morphed.
Oh, he was saying Zaslav is the marshmallow eater. Okay, I misunderstood.
A long way from 2007 strike, where they.
How do you say that they've come a long way from the 2007 strike when, like, that was nearly identical? Like, the terms were nearly identical. Last time the writers striked, and that time it was an additional revenue for strategy that the fucking studios were utilizing. Okay, the Writers Guild strike back then was about, again, residuals from additional revenue sources that the studios had shut them out of, DVDs and whatnot. And it was setting the stage earlier for, I guess, maybe not streamers in general, but for the internet as well. But mostly for DVD sales, because that was another mechanism of distribution for the studios, and they were cutting them out. It is identical in this situation. It's just streamers. Now it's, instead of the distribution model now revolves around streamers.
Kind of believe that you're owed a living as a writer, and you're not. This is show business. This is a make or miss league.
I hate that. It's not about fucking, oh God, I hate that so much. Oh, you just make it or break it. Like, you're not supposed to make a living wage. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, idiot? If you are participating in a fucking product that is generating millions of dollars, then you deserve a larger piece of that fucking pie so you can survive and go beyond survival, as a matter of fact. You deserve the value that you generate, okay? You deserve the value that you generate due to your participation. These studios are making money. Due to your labor, these studios are making money. Those wages should be fair. Those benefits should be fair. You should never in a million years see the top of the hour ad break at the HasanAbi broadcast. Okay? Because you have so much money from all the laboring that you've done that you have $5 to easily fucking spend here to avoid the ads at the top of the hour. You have enough to gift subs to others, as a matter of fact, because you fought long and you fought hard and you got what was fair. Why do you always defend Bill and do 100% extra to keep his argument in a gray area when he's saying basic horse shit? What? What? We've reached a new... We've reached a definitely new low in the chat. The only Bill I defend is Bill Burr. It's not Bill Maher. And Bill Burr is awesome. Huh? I'm saying though, lol. Yeah, chat, what are you saying? You watching on mute? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm ripping into Bill Maher's ass right now. Listen to the words I'm saying. What the fuck? What? Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I have said 0 things that even the most unhinged person could think is in defense of Bill Maher here. I've spent the entire video's duration ripping Bill Maher a new asshole because he is an asshole. Shut the fuck up. Starting a front. Lol. Shut the fuck up. Okay, people don't yell at that chatter. I don't think they're all right. I think they might be going through some stuff, okay? They're just like watching a different stream or something. Anyway, back to me defending Bill Maher.
And not everybody.
You don't think that that streamers should reveal numbers so that they can?
Oh, maybe.
Things?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, so he never fucking mentions what he finds objectionable, which is very frustrating. Why does he never mention that? King Henry IV, thank you for the 30 gifted subs, allowing 30 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking hell. 30 people got gifted by King Henry IV, yeah. We're not doing fucking pronouns in here, let me tell you. We're not doing fucking pronouns in here, lads. Yeah, Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys leader was sentenced to 22 years for seditious conspiracy. Get fucked, bozo. R.I.P. bozo. Smoking on that Enrique Tarrio pack. Kind of wild that the guys that Donald Trump very openly talked to and said, stand back and stand by. Every single one of them did January 6th and now are going to jail for it. It's fucking awesome. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time, bitch. Anyway, Bill Maher says WGA has no leverage against streamers, went on strike at the wrong time, and you're not owed a living as a writer. Fucking owned. It's so sick. This is something I'm excited for.
You're just a guy who's in town for the night, and it sounds like you're looking to party.
Yeah, pulled up in a bar outside, and there's this guy that's introduced to me as Barack Obama. I had given Barack $250 to pay for coke. I start putting a line on a CD tray to snort, and next thing I know, he's got a little pipe and he's smoking. So I just started rubbing my hand along his thigh to see where it was going, and it went the direction I had intended it to go.
Even though you had sex with him twice, you did cocaine with him, watched him smoke crack twice, you had no idea who he was.
I had no idea who he was.
Let me just ask the obvious question. What was Obama like on crack? Is it your sense that that's who Obama is, just transactional, or that he's bisexual, or like what is this?
It definitely wasn't Barack's first time, and I would almost be willing to bet you it wasn't his last.
The guy's running for president, and credible information comes out that he's smoking crack and having sex with dudes.
Dude, it's so good. Dude, I'm so happy that he did this. I love this. I love this especially because of how fucking insane this conspiracy theory is. Like, do I believe that Barack Obama... Do I believe on a planet that Barack Obama is gay or bisexual? Not likely, but let's say that's true. Do I believe that even if he was gay, he fucked this guy? You are so insane. You have to be currently on crack to believe that Barack Obama's not getting top shelf pussy, okay? Like, come on, dude. Yeah, dude, he wanted to fuck this like toothless crackhead. Like, he didn't have access to top shelf primo butthole. He wanted to fuck this guy's toothless ass mouth, dude. Yeah. Oh, it's so good. Oh, I love this. I love this. Might have looked nice before. No, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? He did not look nicer before.
That seems like a story.
Well, it would be a story if the media really cared about telling people the truth.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Montgomery Blair Sibley. I'm the attorney for Larry Sinclair. And I just want to give you an overview of how we're going to proceed this afternoon. First, the this room, and as a result, he's allowed to get up and say what he wants to say. The National Press Club has nothing to do with that. We got a full question and answer for the video that's being made today. I will come around the room. I will...
Gay Obama will be like, let me be queer. Nice. That's fucking sick. Gay Obama voice. Let me be queer. If you like that crack, you can keep it. Oh, it's so good. And bussy too. Some ribs. And bussy too. This story is the best. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. But so listen. Yeah, gotta have them ribs and bussy too. So okay. Listen. I have to stay on message here, okay? I have to stay on message. Barack Obama, it recently leaked. God, he was such a fucking annoying shithead in college. Like, he was so fucking annoying. He's a classic, like, yeah, I was trying to get some pussy, so I lied about fucking, being a Marxist. I lied about, like, fantasizing about being bisexual in order to get some bisexual pussy. He was so fucking annoying. He was so goddamn annoying. But, yeah, this came out, like a week ago or a couple weeks ago. Okay, whatever, fuck. A young Barack Obama who wrote about his androgynous mind and gay sex fantasies. In a letter written to his college girlfriend, Alex McNear, in November 1982, the former president of the United States mused on homosexuality and gender. Obama also spoke about his androgynous mind and hopes to see people as humans, not through the lens of binary gender categories. What he was doing here, okay? Brandon just left the Medal of Honor ceremony for no reasons. The video is weird as hell. Oh, fuck yeah. Please send it to me. Okay, it's fun, but what is the end goal of the Obama is gay conspiracy? What would that change now? Even if it's true, what effect does it have on the world? Oh, that's the best part. That's why he's doing it specifically for his own clout. Like, he's not doing it for anything else. All right, we'll look at the Medal of Honor thing in a second because we're talking about Obama getting his shit sucked, okay? We're talking about Obama getting his shit sucked sideways by a dude with no teeth, okay? Let me tell you. And it's like in Gary, Indiana or something, that's like, the setting is so sick. I love the story.
Not give you the microphone, but I will hold the microphone so you can ask your questions. And at the end of that statement, at the end of the questions, Larry will be leaving the room.
Yeah. Larry was giving him that gummy shit, dude. He was doing tricks on it. He was doing bubbles on it, dude. He was hitting him with that gummy. Hasan talking about who he thinks gay people have sex, poop fracking check, sucking shit check. No, like his shit sucked isn't like his dick. Like I'm just using different words at this point. No, not like they're eating his ass and poop is coming out of it. What the fuck? I think everybody understood what I was talking about it, okay? He's getting his wiener sucked sideways, okay? Left and right.
That said, Mr. Sinclair, the microphone is yours.
Why would anybody go, oh, dude, I got my shit sucked, and then your first thing that you think is like sucking poop? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? That's like a you thing, I think.
Good afternoon. First thing I'd like to do is thank a very
Damn, he did have a bit of a, it's not a twink death, but he was like
personal thank you to Reverend Pastor James David Manning for showing up, for his support. Thank you so much for being here. It means a great deal. Good afternoon. My name is Larry Sinclair. I'm a former recreational drug user, drug trafficker, and I'm a convicted felon for crimes of forgery, bad checks, and
But I'm not here for that today. I'm here for the crimes of fornication, baby.
theft by check. But I'm also an American citizen. I love this country, and I cannot stay silent regarding Barack Obama, knowing what I know.
Like what? What's the problem there? Like, you can't stay silent? Because, like, what? He fucking nutted in your mouth and didn't say thank you? Like, what's happening? Like, okay, let's say y'all fucked, okay? Let's say y'all boned. Like, why can you not be... Why can't you remain silent on the secrets that you're mentioning? Like, what? Did he fucking ghost you afterwards? Like Westell and Caleb? Is that why? Like, what's the crime?
Today,
yeah, maybe he did a little bit of crack, but like, whatever.
I will discharge my obligation as a citizen to witness this knowledge to you and raise questions for others to investigate and consider. I'm going to briefly describe my background and experiences with Senator Obama. In 1999, what appears to me to be a coordinated effort to discredit me, and finally a list of questions. After this brief statement, I will take and try to answer any reasonable questions. Please understand, I will respect your questions and try to answer them. I will not be disrespected, nor will you. My background. I'm 46 years old and I currently reside in Duluth, Minnesota. I am a U.S. citizen.
It's better than Gary, Indiana. Obama went to Duluth, Minnesota to get his fucking pee-pee sucked on, dude. Come on!
I've made mistakes in my lifetime. I have been convicted.
Fuck was he doing in Duluth, Minnesota? Obama was like, dude, I am such a fucking addict of getting my dick sucked by guys. Okay? Like, I need a good suck. Right now, I'm in Duluth, Minnesota. Okay? And like, who do I find? Who do I find at the corner? This guy, okay? Like, you got a real fuckable mouth, okay? You got a real pretty mouth, Larry. Bitch, you got some crack, too.
And served prison sentences for writing bad checks, forging checks, using stolen credit card numbers in Arizona, Florida, and Colorado. These events occurred over 20 years ago, between 1980 and 1986. After going public on the internet with these claims against Senator
The real question I have, because I've never actually watched this, is like, is Obama a top or a bottom? That's what I need to know. Because if he says he topped Obama, this is like, that is the least believable part about the story, okay?
Obama, earlier this year, I became aware of a warrant out of Florida, dated from 1986, which I have resolved, and it has now been dismissed. I also have an active Colorado only.
This guy, hello, Obama. Welcome to Duluth, sir. Obama, I need my shit sucked, and I don't mean poop. I need pussy, too.
Warrant for alleged theft and forgery. I am not ignoring this warrant, but am addressing it with the court in Colorado as well as with the district attorney's office. I have a pending motion to dismiss this warrant, which I am waiting to have calendared by the Colorado court. I have lived and worked under 3 different legal names. My birth name is Lawrence Wayne Sinclair.
I love that he's like I love that the precursor to him being like, the final truth that I will reveal to you on this day is that I fuck Barack Obama. But like, he's spending like 3 minutes just saying all of the reasons why he is the least credible person on the planet. Okay? He's like, I am a con man, and not even a good one, because I've been arrested a bunch of times for doing cons and numerous crimes. Here is my story. I sucked Obama's dick after we did crack. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, Tucker Carlson is so desperate, dog. That's crazy.
Later on, I had my name legally changed first to Loray A. Silvas and later to Loray Vizcarra Avila.
I believe him.
Both names
I want to believe him.
changes were conducted legally in the Pinal County Superior Court, Florence, Arizona. I legally returned to my birth name in the Fremont County District Court, Canyon City.
It's real. Oh, man. God, American politics is so sick. Come on, dude. This is fire.
Colorado in the year 1997. In regards to the Obama incident, I flew out of Colorado Springs, Colorado to Chicago on November 2nd, 1999.
Oh, he got flown in. Oh, hell no. Yeah, Obama flew your toothless ass to get his cock sucked? Get the fuck out of here.
There early in the morning of November 3rd. I went to the Chicago area to attend the graduation of my godson, my best friend's son, from basic training from the Great Lakes Navy Training Facility. I made reservations at the Comfort Inn and Suites in Gurnee, Illinois, based solely on the location to the training center. On November 5th, 1999, I hired the services of Five Star Limousine. Excuse me. I had hired them both for November 5th and November 6th of 1999. On November 6, 1999, I asked the limo driver, whose name I now reveal for the first time, Jagir Aramit Mutani, if he knew anyone who would like to socialize and show me Chicago. One note, there's a typo in the statement that you will get at the end of the statement. We will put an updated and corrected version on a website that you will also be given access to, as far as the name is concerned. Mr. Mutani understood that I was looking for someone who knew Chicago and would enjoy socializing.
That man, Barack Obama. Senator Barack Obama.
Mr. Mutani said he knew someone who was a friend of his. On November 6, 1999, after picking me up at the hotel in Gurnee, and this is significant, Mr. Mutani...
He's like, I know the right Kenyan Muslim homosexual man to show you around.
Used his cell phone to make a call. That call was made to then Illinois State Senator Barack Obama.
That's awesome. Dude, I believe it. I believe it. I believe it.
Set up an introduction between myself and Senator Obama. Upon arriving at the bar and exiting the limo, Senator Obama was standing next to Mr. Mutani, and I was introduced to Senator Obama by name.
Bro, this is the funniest, this is the funniest story of all time. Like, the idea that this random fucking limo driver's like, oh, out of all the people that I know, who's the best guy to show you around? Homosexual Kenyan Muslim man, Barack Hussein Obama. This is the original schizo post. I mean, this is the schizo manifesto, brother. This is more than a post.
Later that evening in a bar which I believe was called Alibis. And I state believe because I have failed so far to get Citigroup to provide the credit card receipts that has the actual name. I mentioned I could use a line or two.
I'm pretty sure this guy failed a lie detector, by the way. Not that it matters, but almost certain. I believe there was like a lie detector, which he also failed. And then he like quintupled down on the fucking conspiracies. And he was like, oh, the lie detector guys also were paid to fail me. I believe him. What? Hold up. Wait a minute.
Senator Obama asked me if I was referring to Coke, and I stated I was.
Wait.
I mentioned I could use a line or two to wake up. Senator Obama asked me if I was referring to Coke, and I stated I was. After stating I was, Obama stated he could purchase cocaine for me and then made a telephone call. This too is significant from a cell phone to a presently unknown individual during which Senator Obama arranged the cocaine purchase. Senator Obama and I then departed the bar in my limousine and proceeded to an unknown location where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine.
Oh, that's nice of him. He brought his own crack. He got him pure cocaine, but Obama loves crack because he's black, obviously, you know? So he brought his own crack to do alongside my honorable friend, Larry Sinclair, who's never told a lie, except for all the lies that he said he told and went to prison for.
I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
People are laughing!
The following day, November 7th, 1999, Senator Obama appeared at my hotel room, unannounced, uninvited.
Bro, people in the room are like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh, that's so funny. One of the greatest, most goated conspiracies of all time, straight up. Nothing touches this. Everything else pales in comparison. So glad that Tucker's bringing this back around.
We again ingested cocaine, and I again performed fellatio on Senator Obama. Significantly, both the driver's telephone call to Senator Obama and his call to the drug dealer should appear on the driver's and Senator Obama's cell phone billing statements. In the fall of 2007, September 2007, I contacted the presidential campaign of Barack Obama to request solely that Senator Obama publicly correct his stated drug use record to reflect his use of crack cocaine with me in November of 1999. When I made the first contact, I left with the presidential campaign of Senator Obama a telephone number for the campaign to return my call.
How did he nut so fast on cocaine? Don't you get coke, dick? He's like, I want the campaign to reflect how good my fellatio skills are. That I made Obama nut in like 10 seconds, even though he was on crack.
The first number I provided was a Texas cell phone number. From the period of Labor Day weekend 2007 through November 18th of 2007, I did provide a total of 4 different callback numbers to the Obama campaign. As I had moved and I had changed the numbers to reflect locally my place of residence at the time. In late September to early October, excuse me, I lost my place here. In late September to early October 2007, I received a call from a male who identified himself as a Mr. Young, stating he was calling in regards to calls I had made to the Obama campaign. This first call was in fact an attempt by Mr. Young to obtain from me the identities of anyone I had contacted concerning my 1999 allegations against Senator Obama. This first call shocked me in that this Mr. Young asked me why I had, excuse me, why I had never mentioned to the shocked me as I had never, whoa, hold on, son. I'm lost here. Thanks. This is getting, I can't even say it.
He's a victim, boys. Like, come on.
The first call was in fact an attempt by Mr. Young to obtain from me the identities of anyone I had contacted concerning my 1999 allegations against Senator Obama. The first call shocked me in that this Mr. Young asked me why I had not asked Senator Obama to disclose the sexual encounters I had with Mr. Obama in 1999. I was shocked as I had never mentioned to the campaign or anyone working for the campaign any sexual encounters, as my call was prompted by drug allegations only. The call ended with Mr. Young stating I would hear from someone in a few days.
Damn. 1999 footage of Larry Sinclair in a random hotel in Duluth.
Entering double barrel mode. They're coming from above. Aerial bombardment.
This guy's a foot soldier too, right? He always wears Teddy Fresh when he's sucking up. God, Larry Sinclair, man. I love this shit. Has the Tucker video dropped yet or what? Has the Tucker video dropped yet? Demons in the chat being like, prove it. Prove it by telling us how big Obama's dick is. This could be proven with a nice cock rating. Sam Seder destroyed Jesse's signal on Majority Report today. Wait, really? Prove it. What size was Obama's cock? This could be easily disputed with a nice cock rate. I have so many fucking questions for this man. Proto Matter. Thank you for the 60 gifted subs. Oh, hell yeah.
Clarify that, please.
Jessie, I just want to make something clear. I don't care where we agree on. That is, I can't tell you how irrelevant it is to me what we agree on, whether it's in the context of trans stuff, whether it's in the context of any other politics. Wholly irrelevant. I don't care what kind of person you are. I don't care what your belief system is. None of that is relevant. The reason why I think you are toxic and at best extremely unhelpful in this area is that you distort the importance of this issue, and are so fervent at pointing out this minutia that I consider minutia in the face of what is actually happening on the ground. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. That's not you, but it's an analogy, and it's an extreme one. But that's
Hey, just because we have limited time, could we just keep this to stuff I've written that you have?
No.
That you.
No. Baba. Napkin verir misin napkin? Çok ihtiyacım var. All right, we gotta watch this shit. Jessie Singal or Jessie Signal or whatever. He's like,
clarify that.
He's like the transphobic guy, right? That I always mistake for another transphobic guy.
Reagan lays it. Ronald Reagan. There you go. We have time for one more.
Is this it? Bir dakika dur geliyorum. Dur bırakmam lazım. Evet. Seviliyor çünkü biliyor sevildiğini. He's a liberal who's acting like a useful idiot. Why are you dressed like a twink today? Is this a twink fit?
One more call.
In honor of Larry Sinclair.
So don't feel in any way obligated whatsoever.
I think it's okay. I do feel obligated. I said I would do it. I want to honor that. But I feel like Twitter causes a lot of division and drama, and I've contributed to it. I just think there's probably
I would agree with that.
I think there's probably a fair amount we agree on some of the stuff you guys discuss, including just how bad it is to try to ban youth gender medicine. That was something I wrote about in May of 2020, before it was a national story. I also think there's like probably some areas where there's like a little bit of disagreement, but they tend to be edge cases, just stuff where there's probably going to have to be some, debate and compromise. But I think at the end of the day, I don't know. I've been like writing about science for a decade, and
what do you mean by youth gender medicine?
But here's the thing.
Clarify that, please.
Jessie, I just want to make something clear. I don't care where we agree on. That is, I can't tell you how irrelevant it is to me what we agree on, whether it's in the context of trans stuff, whether it's in the context of any other politics. Wholly irrelevant. I don't care what kind of person you are. I don't care what your belief system is. None of that is relevant. The reason why I think you are toxic and at best extremely unhelpful in this area is that you distort the importance of this issue, and are so fervent
Cops are coming to get him.
Pointing out this minutia.
He got owned already for too hard by Sam.
In the face of what is actually happening on the ground. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. That's not you, but it's an analogy, and it's an extreme one, but that's...
Hey, just because we have limited time, could we just keep this to stuff I've written that you have...
No,
that you
because
so
I don't, because, no, it's not even there's a specific, no. Because it's not even that there's a specific thing that I take issue with, because that in some ways is exactly what the like indicative of the same problem. And I will do this. It's like, I know that you feel that you are just writing stuff that you think is accurate, very technically accurate, that your issue was in insisting and in highlighting this clip that no one had seen really until you promoted it. That in the words saying that when Matt said your lies were cited by Republican attorney generals, for whatever reason, when we did this email exchange and you put out a little clip of it, you didn't use, you said conservatives. I was confused by that because maybe I thought you were talking about something different. But My issue with what you do, okay, is best summed up in this analogy. And again, this is an analogy that's extreme, but it makes the case, is that back in 2004, there was a writer who wanted to argue, and you remember what was happening in 2004, 2005 in Iraq. Maybe it was before your time, I'm not sure. Who wanted to argue that there is nuance in the context of the torture debate. And by, sort of showing that within the context of the torture debate, there were nuanced instances where the idea of saying that torture is bad is inaccurate because there were nuanced instances where that was okay. And I think the headline was in defense of torture. And it was published on...
Another Samuel wrote that famously. Samuel Harris, of course. God, I love Sam Seder so much.
On the Huffington Post, at a time where
That's completely grotesque.
Yes, I'm sure. I use this example because I knew you would think it was grotesque. But why is it grotesque? Because this writer claimed that, look, I don't want to talk. I'm not trying to talk over you, but can you just give me something to latch onto? A problem you have with my work, not with the work of someone else. I'm explaining it to you. You don't want to engage in it. I will explain it to you. The reason why it's
I'm trying to engage in it.
Okay. The reason why it's grotesque to me in that instance is because it's one thing to sort of create a thought experiment where you could argue there are instances where torture is a legitimate choice. But it is another to do it.
Torture is not a legit, but torture.
I'm not saying that you are. I'm not saying that you are, Jesse. In fact, no, Jesse. I am using torture as an example so that you will understand my problem with your writing. I know that you think torture is abhorrent. That's why I'm using this as an example. There's no doubt in my mind that you agree with me totally on this perspective of torture. But let me finish so I can explain to you
my actual work.
I'm going to
my work.
Okay.
Okay, you'll get to it, I guess.
I will. I promise.
Why don't people ever comprehend how analogies work? He's trying to drive home the point instead of arguing on the minutia of specific writings related to trans research that he's supposedly fucking revealing. I know what he's going to say, and if you're not a fucking dumbass, you should have figured it out as well if you're Jessie Singal. He's saying that at a time when actual torture is happening, creating hypothetical scenarios in which torture could be justifiable is gruesome. At a time when there is real trans panic and a metric ton of anti-trans legislation passing that is truly harming trans people, not just children, adults as well, writing articles claiming that you are, covering the trans issue from an objective scientific perspective when that is not the case is contributing to the harm that trans people are experiencing. Especially when Republican attorneys general use your writings as a way to claim, look, liberals are on our side as well. This is a bipartisan issue.
This is I'll be done by now. In promoting that, in that instance, in a moment when torture is on the front pages of the news, regardless of whether there was merit to the philosophical argument about the value of torture, which I would agree, and I'm convinced that you would think is abhorrent, period. What that article does is it gives cover for people who were promoting torture in places outside of Huffington Post. The writer is basically positing that they have no impact.
By the way, this is why I love
on
Sam.
This public
partially because we are in agreement on a lot of issues almost down to a T.
Because I believe that if you are writing in this manner and you are promoting ideas in this manner in public, then you must take responsibility not just for the specific content as the letters, but its impact and how it's heard and how it's used in a political struggle that is going on. And I suggest that when you say the Republicans, AGs, who cited my material in the Atlantic, did so and twisted it in a way that it meant something different than it did, that at the very least, you would realize that you are being used as a means to attack trans people and to attack.
But that's why 4 days. But that's why 4 days after they put that brief out, I did a Substack post saying they're lying about my work.
I'm glad that you did a Substack post. In fact, that same torture guy has a whole page on his, at that time, I think it was Medium.
Yep. He also clarified his comments that he wrote on the Huffington Post
as to why this is being misinterpreted. But do you know how many people saw the HuffPost thing versus saw that Medium thing? This is what we call in sales a funnel. I don't know why I say we, because I'm not in sales, but I read enough about it.
You're saying that a lot of people saw this fairly obscure brief over a technical aspect of Affordable Care Act enforcement. That's your argument, that was like a viral Huffington Post article?
Are you suggesting in any way, Jesse, that your work hasn't been cited over and over again by people saying, like, even the liberal Jessie Singal says that there's something problem here?
I mean, so the problem is that, with all due respect, I explained to you in the email like exactly what they did. My article said
you didn't even say, when I said Republican AGs, I specifically asked you. Now, you didn't publish this part of the email. You only published like the first line of it for whatever reason. But I asked you, when I wanted to clarify this and catching up on it, what was defamatory? Because I think your words were straightforwardly defamatory about Matt Leck saying that your lies were cited by Republican AGs. And then you wrote back something about a tweet exchange you had with Matt about conservatives. For whatever reason, you wouldn't acknowledge that this Republican AG thing was.
No, but we're referring to the same legal document. And I pointed
I didn't know that because you didn't say anything about that legal. I can read the email right now if you want to clarify that.
Sam, could I?
Because it seemed really manipulative of you to pretend that you had explained this to me and saying, when whatever the tweet storm that you were trying to get going, when in fact I said Republican AG and you said conservatives, some conservatives.
Sam, I think you're a little bit trying to talk over me because I'm making a very basic point here.
Chatters were confused. Jessie Singal is a massive anti-trans journalist who always does the just asking questions type of shit to cut anti-trans propaganda. And that propaganda is, of course, incredibly well received by a broader audience of transphobes who are either self-proclaimed liberals or psychotic Republicans, then literally use it as a justification to say, look, even liberals are on board with this kind of shit. They are also asking questions and they think it's scary. In an identical capacity to the role that Sam Harris played, which Sam Seder here is perfectly pointing to, in the liberal justifications for all of the psychotic things that we did when we were pursuing the war on terror.
Okay, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay. I emailed you. I pointed out that this brief said.
No, you did not use the words brief. I did not use. You did not use the words brief, Jesse. That's why.
I mean, Jesse, if you want to get specific, you got specific about the fact that a viewer wrote in and said that you cited one part of this written document by that woman, what was her name, Jamie Reed, that you didn't cite. And so if we want to be specific, then be specific about what you said to Sam in this email.
Okay, let me read this because you're now claiming that you said the word brief or you said the word attorney, because I asked you.
Hey, sorry, we've been talking about the same document all the time. You can either.
Well, I didn't know this.
Why did
I didn't know this. Jesse, I don't know your stuff from Adam. I don't care. I said I'm unclear. Let me make this clear.
You don't know my stuff.
I'll tell you what. We'll put this up because we'll put this up.
Oh, you do know my stuff.
No. We will put up our exchange because you're mischaracterizing our exchange right now, just like you did on Twitter.
I know, but you won't let me. I'm happy to explain it.
Well, no. I get it now because I've had to go back and try and understand what you were talking
now
about.
You get it. Okay.
But you are even in this call mischaracterizing our exchange. And this is what you do. This is my experience of you. You keep saying that people misunderstand me, and Sam said he was going to do this and this and that. And you're the one who creates the confusion. I don't know if you do it on purpose or if you do it because you're trying to obscure some agenda. I don't know. I don't care.
I think it's more that I sort of cleared this up 4 years ago, but none of you guys have read that post, and you keep referring to it. And that's why I'm just trying to get
I don't care about that post.
30 seconds. No, I know you don't care about it, but I'm just trying to get 30 seconds to explain what happened, which you can choose not to grant me that 30 seconds, but just...
I'm going to give you 30 seconds.
Okay. They cited my work to say that gender medicine doesn't help trans adults. My work described that gender medicine as life-saving, and it quoted multiple trans adults who found it life-saving. So you can't read my article.
How late in the piece, Jesse? Have you heard of the principle of journalism where essentially you're supposed to...
Emma.
No. How late into the piece?
Top of the piece.
How late into the piece, Jesse?
Jesse, I'm looking at this section that you sent me about, like, for sure, trans-affirming care, this paragraph. There's 3,500 words in front of it, the section that you clipped for me.
Yeah, so you would think that the more obvious point, just basic rules of journalism,
Wait a
I know
second,
you're a
wait a second. I
journalist.
wanna hear this.
No.
Was it 3,500 words in, or was it...
He's just doing a classic journalistic practice called burying the lead, guys. I don't understand. You usually bury the lead 3,500 words in to your article, and then it's fine. And then everyone is supposed to understand not necessarily the point that you're trying to make, trying to get across, but instead the point that that you can always use as a saving grace for yourself if you want to maintain the veneer that you are a liberal at the end of the day.
At the top of the piece.
Yeah, which part?
It was 3,500 words into a 12,000 word piece, so it was near the top.
It was in the top 25% of a 12,000 word piece. Okay.
Right. As opposed to, I mean, Jesse, have you not in your work
outside of 25%
emphasize certain specific cases that are outside of the trend of the overwhelming data that shows that gender affirming care for youth is effective and helps reduce suicidal ideation and is important, and that the sister myth essentially is a small edge case? Have you not focused on that a disproportionate amount versus the overwhelming other elements of data that I just described?
Well, he's going to fucking say that that's not the case, because he's going to say that it's not a myth and that he's a journalist, and then his job is to show the hidden truths.
Oh, but what you just said isn't true. There is an overwhelming evidence.
There is. I'm looking. Okay, have you read the Journal of Pediatrics and their clear results on this front, where they looked at children
Yeah, you're
youth
talking about
over
a Jack
5
Turban
years?
paper. I've written two. You're talking about Christina Olson's paper, not Jack Turban's paper. I apologize. Christina Olson's paper took a group of kids who transitioned early, social transition.
Yep.
She found that 93% of them 5 years in were still in that socially transitioned role, but none of them were diagnosed with gender dysphoria. So you can't compare that to the question I'm interested in, which is whether these treatments help alleviate gender dysphoria, because we don't know if the kids in Olson's sample had gender dysphoria.
You're using outdated terminology to talk about children who are already socially transitioning and showing that that is effective and they're consistent after that 5-year period in their transition.
This is just an objective matter of fact. What you just said, this is
pedantic. Do you believe that it is. Do you believe that gender affirming care works and is overwhelmingly effective with children? Do you believe it?
I am with the 5 European countries who have looked into this question closely, and all of them are like, we don't know yet. We need more data. So no, it's not.
Okay, dude. You know what? I do prefer Republicans to this kind of shit. Actually, I do, because at least Republicans are honest about their lack of interest in having like a conversation. They're just like, I don't care about your point. Like, trans people are devils, they're demons, they're perverts, they're morally degenerate. I hate this type of liberalism where like you constantly have to act like your interlocutor is interested in having a genuine conversation, and then 90% of the conversation revolves around how you've misunderstood them, how they are simply asking for, simply asking questions, simply curious about the issue at hand, simply covering objective facts from the side that is unheard and unrepresented. And when pushed in to a corner, immediately they go, well, I'm siding with the countries, and also saying that I don't know what to do. Jordan Peterson very famously used to do this before he just dropped that fucking notion that he's like actually a centrist or a liberal. It's debate purgatory that really, really frustrates me here. I hate it. I hate it so much. Just say what you fucking mean, man. Say what you fucking mean. And it's always those people who refuse to say what they fucking mean because they think it's an advantageous position in this supposedly quote-unquote intellectual conversation where they're supposed to arrive at the truth, that turn around and desperately try to move your words that you use very clearly in a direction that they are not in. Every single time I have conversations with debate lords who do this professionally, okay? I'm not just talking about like media people who engage in debates or whatever. Every single time, the main purpose of the conversation is, what are the clippable moments where we can make our opponent say something he doesn't actually mean? And even if he doesn't trip up in that conversation, even if he uses very carefully the words to show you what he actually means, we can clip it out of context and then claim that it's something that he doesn't mean. And then repeating it over and over and over again. If you are just now noticing how people do this, yes, I see this so often, it's getting annoying as fuck. If it's just now getting annoying for you, it's because you haven't been in these circles. Do you ever stop talking? No, brother. I'm a Twitch streamer. This is what I do. Been following since, well, I guess you haven't been following for that long. But yeah, no, this is my job, kind of. I don't know if you know that. It's like I keep talking and I serve you top of the hour ad breaks, which you will see because you are not subscribed, even though it's September, and you can save 30% off on new subs this September. You know, Joan Rivers says that Obama's the first gay president years ago, right? And then she mysteriously died. Yeah, dude. You know how many other people also have said that Michelle Obama was actually a man, like a trans woman, and therefore a man, and haven't died? Do you know the number? Do you know the amount of people who say it all the time to this day who are very much alive? Also, the idea that like Joan Rivers mysteriously died is fucking hilarious. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. That Joan Rivers is mysteriously an untimely death is such a fucking hilarious thing to say when she died at the age of 81 after injecting a metric ton of Botox to every part of her fucking face, which is poison, okay? Like, she was literally a walking fucking corpse doing God knows what in Hollywood for the amount of years that she lived there. And the fact that she died at 81 and you're still fucking turning around. Joan Rivers the GOAT, though? Fuck no. Joan Rivers is not the GOAT. What are you talking about? She was fucking gross. Put some respect on Joan Rivers' name. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but she was also like a very racist person who did actually say that Michelle Obama was a man and Barack Obama was gay and having gay sex with Michelle Obama. I love how you even admit to being a fucking coward with your own curiosity. You can't stand behind your own convictions and have to add, I have to be only asking questions. Say what you mean or fuck off, you dummy. What is he saying? 5 OECD countries with better health outcomes than the USA isn't cherry picking. You can't just ignore them. Most recent evidence is concerning, but even that is too taboo to express, apparently. Medical studies aren't hate speech, yes, as well as disingenuous hyperbolic analogies. Yeah, I like the appeal that we have. I like the appeal that we have to the supposed medical studies happening in the in these countries when these are mostly the very same political forces that activate in said countries that are totally active here in the United States of America. It's very odd to me that people will point to another country and go, well, those countries, you point to them about their healthcare all the time, and yet here you are not recognizing that they are totally genuine and legitimately trying to save their children by refusing this kind of healthcare, when in fact those countries are also susceptible to the same political forces that America is susceptible to. So what the fuck does that mean? What are the countries? Can you give me these totally non-political objective countries that have been making these changes? And can you explain to me why you don't think that these are, once again, Sovereign Schultz and such always praise Joan Rivers, a great stand-up comedian. I had no idea she was seriously an Obama is gay truther. People are like, that country's Heritage Foundation did a study. Why don't you listen to them? Yeah. People forget that, if you live in gay-ass Sweden, that, your Heritage Foundation cutout is actually going to be Heritage Foundation but gay. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, these are European countries. They're gay as fuck. Chat's moving so fast. I can't see your ads. Omega dick riding. Dude, you're killing it, King. King of sleep. Anyway, I don't care about Joan Rivers right now. This is so stupid. She died at the age of 81. If you think that she died under mysterious circumstances at the age of 81, you are the biggest fucking baboon on the planet, okay? Bro, I cannot comprehend how stupid you could be. You'll be like, dude, it was very suspicious how Joan Rivers died at the age of 81. Possibly because Obama assassinated him. You'll never guess what community that guy was from. Wait, the one that was asking about the OECD nations? Well, I'm not done with that guy. I want to hear what he has to say. Or are you talking about this fucking idiot who's Joan Rivers assassinated? Very sus, guys. I can't believe Obama killed her at the age of 81 by what? Sneezing in her direction? Is that how she killed? Is that how she was killed? So young. Sweden has closed off giving HRT to kids under 18 due to the UK court case, literally like you described, because of political powers. Yeah. Swedish right-wing government. UK obviously is Turf Island. All these countries are taking note from the other right-wing populism existing in other countries. That's it. Ook is monkey noises in RuneScape, by the way. What? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, he's trying to do like a 4chan style racism in here, but it was too nerdy for me to comprehend. So thank you for explaining it to me. That's pretty funny, man. It's okay to question things, Hasan. Brother, if you are sitting around thinking that Joan Rivers was assassinated when she died at the age of 81, you are literally the dumbest person I have ever seen in my entire life, okay? I can't even, you are genuinely stupider than the majority of people that we encounter on a daily basis here. And we encounter a lot of stupid fucks in here who are yeah, Antonio Fauci had gay sex with Barack Obama. That is stupid. That's crazy. That's fun. That's unique. That's entertaining. I have never heard someone literally actually try to claim that that Joan Rivers was assassinated because how could she have died at the age of 82? Google King of Sleep? I don't want to fucking Google it. What the fuck is King of Sleep? I don't know. What? Why is this the first thing that came up when I Googled King of Sleep? What the fuck? Bro, is this the intellectual giants? Hasan, all your dick riders are on me. Called them off, bro. First of all, if your theory isn't a TikTok, you know that shit is ass. Dude, I mean, I appreciate it because I appreciate it personally because, like, I mean, it's at least creative, but it's really stupid. It's creative, but it's really stupid. Anyway, let's keep going.
It is established.
All right. Well, so you don't believe it. No, but you just changed the question that she asked you.
I'm not
There's
sure
no
yet.
doubt.
I'm a
Listen,
science journalist.
listen.
I have to go on the data.
We are aware. I am aware that the Dutch protocol is no longer being used in these 5 European countries, and that they're looking at more data. I'm also aware of like hundreds of situations where Europeans and Americans have different protocols, and part of that process in which there is some like sort of like broad agreement is that doctors work this stuff out. You clearly have an agenda, and you recoil at the idea that people suggest that you have an agenda. Now, you think that your agenda, is founded in a science that is not available to other people. And I'm suggesting, like, you know, like, I have no problem with doctors.
It's totally available to you guys.
No, you're not. No, it's available
We're,
to me now.
It is completely obscure to us because, as you've said on your show.
Sorry, you guys are talking one. Can you just talk one at a time? I can't hear
Sure.
my city speaker.
Because, as you've said on your show, we're doing this just to A, make cash, and B, seen as like more righteous than other people. I've listened to at least part of one of your shows. And so I know that you said this. I know you said this, Jesse. I know that you feel this.
My
now, I
favorite
do
type
not
of
attribute to you some type.
My favorite type of cope from right wingers is like basically, and this guy is like obviously a right winger, but he has to maintain the appearance that he's liberal. But my favorite type of cope is like, oh, you're just saying these things as you're virtue signaling, which automatically means even you and I both understand that what I'm saying is morally righteous. Like, why are you giving me that, you fucking idiot? It's like, wow, look at you, look at you virtue signaling. It's like, oh, so it's a virtue. So you admit. So you are like, what, being a piece of shit signaling? Is that what you're signaling to everybody? It's so odd. That's not a good counter, man. I mean, I guess maybe it's a good counter if we live in this universe where there's a lot of other people who are just as shitty as you are, and they're like, no, that's actually good. We're vice signaling. But ultimately, you yourself personally believe that the things that I'm saying are a virtue. You might consider it to be a grift. You might not believe that I'm genuine in my opinion, but ultimately we both agree that it's a fucking virtue. You know? Yeah. Enlightened ass Europeans, brother. Yeah. Sweden and other European nations could never possibly fall victim to reactionary, populist, right-wing propaganda. Famously, Europe has never done that. I don't know if you guys know this, but it's very famous where Europe has never had reactionary politics that one would possibly consider fucking fascist. That has never happened, and it certainly could never happen again, even if it did happen at a certain point in time, even though we don't know if it happened or not, because clearly reactionary, dumbass, brain-rotted politics is exclusively an American concept. Anyway, where the fuck is that other guy? Not the King of Sleep guy who thinks Joan Rivers was assassinated. God damn, dude. She ain't sending their fucking best out here. This is shit. My man came in and said Obama was definitely gay. Michelle Obama was a man, and Joan Rivers said it as such, and then got assassinated at the young age of 82. Guy left? Or did he get banned? He did get banned. What's wrong with cautious skepticism? Yes, as well, disingenuous hyperbolic analogies. Maybe because I don't them. It's not a think tank studies, though. Okay, got it. I unbanned them. I want to hear what he has to say.
Intent. I don't know that you're making cash off this or what it is. I just see what the impact of what you do is, and I think it's reprehensible. And that's it.
Well, but I've already explained to you guys.
No, I'm not just talking about limited to.
You raised of that was misinterpreted, and you changed the debate into, okay, you did say that, but it wasn't high enough.
Hey, listen, Jesse, I didn't say anything in the beginning. I wouldn't have known about this, and no one would have known about it, except for your insistence that it was straightforwardly defamatory, that you had been cited by Republican AGs, and that what had been cited was lies. And you said to me in an email it was straightforwardly defamatory. I get news for you. You don't know what the word straightforwardly means, and I'm not sure you know what the word defamatory means.
I never claimed to be, it could just be you guys are smarter than me on this stuff, but do you think the sentence in that legal brief accurately describes my work? That's all I'm asking.
What sentence?
I don't know.
The sentence that there's no consensus that transition alleviates gender dysphoria. Do you think that accurately describes my
quote? Was that quote from your?
Hold up, it's right there. We've been.
Was that quote from your piece?
Well, Jesse, then let me just ask you directly once again. Do you believe that the established standards of care in the United States are effective and should be implemented to help children as they begin to transition in their youth?
The standards of care say that kids should get like 1 to 2 years of therapy before they transition. So that might be too conservative, but it's something like that.
Okay, so what's the issue?
So then what's the problem?
Those are the new standards of care. The question is whether people are following them.
Okay, well, you know what?
But with the evidence that you've shown, the Jamie Reed whistleblower, bro, has been discredited over and over again, and you wrote a whole write-up about that.
She hasn't been discredited?
Has not been discredited?
Hold on, a couple things. Guys, one thing at a time. Emma.
Wait, she hasn't been discredited?
Can we finish it?
Well, can I just be clear on what you said?
I'm happy to talk to you.
She has not been discredited.
Let me finish my point.
Okay, wait.
Okay, let me finish.
You just said something. I just want to, I was talking over you. I just want to make sure you said it. Jamie Reed has not been discredited in your mind.
I'm happy to address this. I just want to finish up the thing about the standards of care, because I think that's super important, actually.
You didn't say this. I'm just curious about what you said just a couple of seconds ago on this show.
I'd like to finish.
Hey, dude, I got a big guest that's coming up in a minute.
Yeah. Has Jamie Reed been discredited or no?
Emma, it sounds to me that you think kids should get 1 to 2 years of
Has Jamie Reed, who was not intimately involved?
She has not been discredited.
Oh, that's interesting to me. That's interesting because, I mean, we've got to run, but people can look this up. There have been lies over and over proven that she has put out there, which you took at face value.
When you come on the show, can we just get a little bit more specific about the SSP?
In a pair of new reports from the St. Louis Post-Dispatch and the Missouri Independent have called into question key claims that a self-proclaimed whistleblower recently made about the Washington University Transgender Center and St. Louis Children's Hospital. Former employee at the center, Jamie Reed, alleged in a first-person Free Press essay last month that went viral that she had witnessed morally and medically appalling treatment of transgender children and their parents during her 4 years of working at the center. Reed, who has called for the center to be shut down, also detailed her allegations in a sworn affidavit to Missouri's Attorney General, who launched one of 3 investigations into the center now underway in the GOP-controlled state. At least 20 people, including parents of patients and patients themselves, have given accounts that directly challenge key claims made by Reed in the Free Press. That minors seeking care at the center were given little to no psychological examination before they were treated, that they were rushed into being prescribed puberty blockers or hormones and were not given adequate information about both sides, about the side effects, that consent for medical treatment was not always sought from both parents, and that the center had referred to children for gender-affirming surgery. Almost 24 parents of children seen at the clinic, which opened in 2017, say their experiences sharply contradict the examples supplied by Reed. Once again, though, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? You can have every single patient consent. You can have every single doctor consent. You can have every single person involved in the story say, no, actually, everything was above board. And yet, if there's one fucking whistleblower who's like, actually, everyone is literally lying, and I'm the one who's actually fucking telling the truth correctly, then all the fucking transphobic people are going to listen to the guy who's most likely lying. Now, remember, parents of trans youth spent hours pouring their hearts out to a New York Times reporter. They thought she empathized with them and trusted her with their stories. But as publication approached, one mom began to grow suspicious of the reporter's warm interactions with Jamie Reed, the very same anti-trans activist she'd proven to the New York Times Azine Goraishi had misrepresented her daughter's medical history in the sworn affidavit. This is the story of a New York Times reporter who played hardball with a vulnerable family and won. These people obviously don't care about trans people at all, which is precisely why it's incredibly easy for them to walk over the parents' testimonies and the trans children's testimonies in this kind of situation, because they don't care. Their job is to cut propaganda in a specific direction. Okay? Going in, I thought I'd be writing about the disappointment of the families realized they'd been wrong to trust the New York Times reporter. I didn't expect the dramatic scene lasting well into the night before publication of a family trying to decide whether to pull their participation. A tidbit that didn't make the draft because it felt a little too inside journalism. Heidi was particularly unhappy with the final quote in Zine's story. She says Zine told her it was too late to change anything and no one reads stories to the end anyway. I cannot imagine saying that to anyone who expressed dissatisfaction with my reporting, much less distraught parents of this type of situation, but I guess New York Times reporters are built different. Workers at the gender clinic were keeping a spreadsheet of the clients that they thought were not really trans, and that they shared that spreadsheet with socially conservative politicians and Jessie fucking Single. Which is I'm pretty sure, a HIPAA violation, right? It's pretty wild that so consistently do you have people that regularly, what's going on here, chat? He's mansplaining? Fucking idiot. That he's mansplaining. I'm a man. There's no moment where I'm not mansplaining. Men do be splaining, dude. That's how it works. I know, this person's joking. It's funny, though. The wild part about this, by the way, is that, like, of course, every time articles like this get written, some of the worst psychopaths on the planet immediately call in bomb threats. Because, Hasan, you're a man, and you're splaining. That's what I call a blackmail. Because, Jet, you are black, and you are male. Anyway, the idea that nobody got information when everyone was pushed towards treatment is just not true. One parent who was skeptical of the need for transgender centers to begin with the post told the Dispatch that they thought they did feel pressure by the center to proceed with unspecified treatment, that they have not forced us to do anything. They have not forced us to do anything. The parent was vague about any treatment that the center recommended or the teenager was receiving, saying only they believe more therapy may resolve the teenager's issues. Even so, the parent does not want the transgender center shut down, but said the approach should be broader with extended psychotherapy for patients, according to the Post-Dispatch. Anyway. I need gender-affirming Trenbolone and Dianabol. I wish Reed's clinic was real. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, all you get is this new what is it called? SARMs or whatever? I don't even fucking know. We need legally mandated Trenbolone. Okay? We need to trend and trend hard, folks. Okay? Sarms goblins, whatever the fuck. What the fuck is Trenbolone? Think about it. What kind of drugs that are currently illegal that I always advocate for usage? Even though I'm too much of a coward to use it myself. I'm transgender. Hair growth? No, I already take that, and that's very much legal. It's not illegal. No, it's not cocaine, and it's not heroin. I'm an upper guy more than I'm a downer guy, regardless. But let me tell you something. There's one type of drugs that I'm always talking about that I love, that I think is sick. I'm too much of a coward to do it, though. It's steroids, baby. That's right. No, it's not fucking lean. I don't give a shit about that. Again, no downers. I'm more so an uppers guy anyway.
Honestly, dude, I mean, look, I want to engage in good faith, and we have now had this conversation.
I'm trying
and
to be
be honest with you,
transgender.
like, I don't back down from anybody.
I'm sorry. I thought that was so fucking stupid. That transgender.
But I really think you should just have a trans person on, or an activist or someone of that kind, because I cover a bunch of issues on this program. We cover politics on a daily basis from different perspectives. And
okay, so you're backing out, though, is what you're saying.
Sure. I to be honest with you,
based upon your original complaint to me, I will, as a boss, I will suspend her if she goes on your show.
We had a back and forth over email. We couldn't.
You called
find
the manager.
time, and
You didn't get the response
I don't
you
want to
wanted.
give this more life.
Her voice is really getting wobbly. I don't know what's happening. I just turned it on basically. Jessie Singal reached out to Majority Report to defend one of his posts. They get into these little tiffies all the time. It's like kind of frustrating because Sam is like very good at debating. So is Emma, by the way. I think they're both wonderful people. I love the Majority Report crew. Much love to them, as always. And yet, I do find myself getting a little frustrated that like every time they have these conversations with people, it's always on the minutia of like what people wrote in fucking emails. Like same with like Tim Pool and shit. It's like, it just sucks that like that's the only way that the right will ever engage them. It's like, come on, dude. Just talk about the issues. Like these guys will rip you on the issues themselves. It's so fucking pedantic. It's always like, oh, well, this is what I told you in private, and then you didn't want to come to my skate park or whatever the fuck Tim Pool's complaining about. All right, so Brandon had to leave. He had to evacuate. Bro, the guy's supposed to put a medal on Biden, dude. Who's fucking older, that guy or Brandon? I mean, maybe he needed to take a shit. Like, why are people making a big deal out of this? Like, y'all made this seem like it was, like, a really, really suspicious, really scary moment. Yeah, bro, he probably farted, okay, and then realized that it wasn't a fart. It wasn't simply just a fart, you know? That is something that happens all the time. Or he was on his way to get his shit sucked sideways by Larry Sinclair because he heard that the Duluth vacuum, okay, was in town doing the Tucker Carlson show, and he loves getting his shit sucked by him. You feel me? That's probably what happened. He had fucking Dome on the mind, and I'm not talking Israel's Iron Dome, okay? The Duluth Dyson, Larry fucking Sinclair's in town. He's going to get that gummy shit, okay? The throat goat. He's like, oh man, I sure hope he's got that crack cocaine ready for me, Jack. Oh, I haven't seen Barack Hussein in a minute, too. Cut the malarkey, I say. Barack. I just sharded myself. That's when you fart and you shit yourself on accident. This is all time. New Obama list just dropped. Barack Obama's favorite guys to have sex with of 1999. Wait, what? Hard drive mag, man. You're laughing, but a Biden only does this when he's extremely uncomfortable. Yeah. Hey guys, Biden expert here. Bidens only do this when they're experiencing severe discomfort. Apologize to Mr. Sinclair. First of all, what would I apologize to him for? I have literally given more support to his insane conspiracies that he claims to have engaged in than anyone else. Okay? So what? Like, what am I supposed to apologize for saying he has the greatest capacity to make dudes nut, former presidents nut? Like, what we're on his side, brother. COVID exposed Biden flouts White House mask rule as he stands just inches away from elderly Medal of Honor vet. Attempted murder. Bro, that's awesome. Do these people believe COVID is a threat or not? I think we should begin to weaponize COVID. Yeah. COVID is both not a serious thing at all and also a Chinese bioweapon that was meant to kill white people and not kill Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese. So it can be both. It's just like, depending on my argument, I decide in that moment whether it's real or not. Okay? Shut the fuck up. Once again, conservatives at one speed. Okay? Pure ego. Pure ego, baby. When I say something, it's correct. When my opposition says it, it's fake. When I vote, it's a legal vote. Okay? It doesn't even matter if I do it illegally. It's still a legal vote because I'm an American. When my opposition, the Democrats, vote, well, those are illegal votes. Everybody knows this. All right, let's take a look at what Jeanine Pirro is doing on the Fox and Friends, Fox 5.
People aren't going to stand for that. So I don't think that it's as simple as like Democrats win on COVID.
But what's interesting, Judge, what I keep thinking about is what if a state decides to do something and then our company where we work makes a mask mandate? What do we do? That's what drives me crazy because I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean?
Well, then let's not talk.
Oh, God, he's so gross. I can't stand him, dude. Honestly, it's like a real monkey's paw situation where, like, you want to be famous and you, like, finally make a media career out of yourself for yourself. And, like, one, you have to say the most unhinged shit, which is fine because you're already unhinged, right? But you have to say it across from Greg Buttfeld, okay? Just the most annoying little fucking gremlin. He's like, I will not comply. It's just so, it's a curse, man.
Hypotheticals. I feel like Corinne Jean-Pierre. I don't think it's appropriate. But you know what? The question that I have is what Jessica just said. She said, it's a lot easier to tolerate COVID if you have the vaccine. How do you prove a negative? How do you prove that I was going to die if I didn't have the vaccine?
Wait, that's an awesome take. First of all, yes, you can't, like, disproving a negative is silly. But there is one way to literally look at the efficacy of vaccines. Does Judge Jeanine Pirro think that, one, statistics don't exist? Two, how do we know how any medicine works? Oh my God. She just defeated, not only did she destroy, these fucking fake, phony COVID realists or whatever they want to call, okay? But she also destroyed two fundamental sciences at the same time. Statistics are fake and medicine is fake across the board. How can you prove that any medication works? How could you do that? Why do we even have like death numbers year over year? I'm so confused. Like, there's no reason to figure out how many more deaths we have year over year, for example. Like, there's no reason for that. Fucking idiots. Imagine. I just kind of fly by the wire. I just figure it out as I go along.
That's a bunch of, as far as I'm concerned, hogwash, because they haven't proven it to me. All we know is that, you know, Harold, who sits here, has had both vaccines and has 7 boosters and got COVID 3 times.
Studies explicitly consider that the term is null hypothesis. Yeah, whatever. More like dull hypothesis, because you're being dull with your fucking facts, dumbass. Studies prove this. Excuse me, Janine Perot was a judge, okay? And not just one on television. She was also a prosecutor and a judge. So I think I'm going to go with her instead of your fucking nerd ass. Pfft. What's next, dude? Epidemiology is a well-respected field. Pfft, no. Yeah, go ahead. No. What's up? I said no. How will you change my mind? You can't, because I'm stupid. Guess what? You just lost that argument too. 3 in a fucking row, baby. 3-0. Do it. Try to play chess with a pigeon, dude. I'll fuck up. I'll shit all over that board. Can't do it. Can't do it. You'll lose every time. I'm a grandmaster, bitch.
Okay, but now they're going to say the only thing they can say that they cannot prove is that you might have died had it not been for the vaccine. Well, you know what? I'm done with it. And I'm also done with the CDC recommending, because...
You know who does statistics? Antonio Fauci. Fuck yeah, dude. God damn, that's right. That's right. By the way, this is why I love conservatives, because it's so much more fun to just be like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? It's so much more fun to just be like, oh, shut up, nerd. Who cares? Like, just like Tate, right, is on? I mean, yeah. Yeah. She's trying to return her vaccine to the store.
When Rachel Walensky was in there, she's the one who had all the meetings and colluded with Weingarten and the teachers and the school openings. But she didn't collude with the parents. I mean, come on, they just want it locked.
Also, as an epidemiologist, COVID era taught me, no, it's not a well-respected field. True. Actually, to be fair, that is true. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, man. Yeah, good luck. We're going to abolish the Department of Education here. So your job is not only not well respected, but soon they're going to be like trying to hunt you down with weapons. If America keeps going on the trajectory that it's going down, we are going to have people who are just like in roving gangs, unironically meal team sixing like scientists because they're doing witchcraft in their minds. We are literally headed down that direction. If we didn't have societal issues to address, we all would be conservative for the laws. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to do that LARP, I think. Like, what are you doing? What are those books? They were banned, brother. You're reading books? Like, the year is 2058. I mean, the fuck are you doing reading books? Everybody knows books make you gay, and also a wizard. You're a gay wizard. We're killing you. Not the good kind of wizard, not the grand wizard, who's now the president, but the bad kind of wizard that does witchcraft. Into the hole, okay? We're putting you in the fuck pile.
And I'll tell you something else. I want to believe that the Democrats don't want it to happen. But I just think that Joe Biden's staff wants more than anything to say he can't come out and talk today.
Dana, Fauci's as reoccurring as COVID. Maybe there's a reason for that.
We can't miss you.
We should stop washing hands. Invisible things seems like bullshit. Brother, germ theory, unironically, has already been disproven on TikTok. Okay, if you think that that's like, if you think that they're not already saying that, I don't know what to tell you. That has already happened. Like, we've moved beyond it. Now, dude, we're in mirror world. People think mirror world exists. We're talking mirror dimension. Oh, this shit's crazy. The parenting influencer faces child abuse charges, by the way. Some good news.
This morning on the arrest of parenting influencer Ruby Franke. She is known for her strict parenting style and is now facing child abuse charges. Kana Whitworth is here with...
God damn it. Libtards are out of control, folks. What the hell's going on? You can't even be a strict parent to your children that you are exploiting? Oh, wow. Okay. I thought the state of Arkansas made it legal to do child slavery. What the fuck are we doing here? Neil Katyal famously defended against the Supreme Court, and he's a libtard. What's the problem? God, I just love turning on the conservative side and then just like never shutting it off on accident. Fuck. Okay, let's keep going.
The latest. Good morning, Kana.
Lindsay, good morning. This is a woman.
Why are they not using her booking photo? You know why? Because she's like a fucking telegenic blonde woman.
Who at one point had 2.5 million subscribers to her YouTube channel. This is all about parenting. And now, after her arrest, one of her adult children posted a picture of authorities outside the home with the caption, "Finally."
This morning, the sisters of Ruby Franke, the YouTuber who gained online fame with her tough and often controversial parenting advice.
Which one is her booking photo?
Up until now, I was really hoping that like keeping them home from school and wiping the floorboards would like.
I made the conscious decision to stop washing my hands. I think when I was in college. Was it college for you? I don't know. That's when I remember it because one of my good friends from college also doesn't wash her hands, and it was like how we had that bonding experience. One day I was like, I'm just not gonna wash them. She was like, I'm not either. I don't wash my hands.
I don't really trust people that wash their hands because, well, one, I don't think it does anything to actually wash. It doesn't do anything to actually wash them.
I do wash if I go number 2.
They didn't used to wash them back in like the way back in the day when they didn't have, and you would go to the bathroom out in the outhouse. Nobody washed their hands then, and there was less disease.
This is a bit. I'm pretty sure. This is like, unfortunately, it's like too good of a bit. So, no, chat. I'm pretty sure they're doing it's a bit. Like, there's a bunch of people on TikTok now that make fun of like the insane TikTok conspiracy theorists or podcasters. Like, they're doing an elaborate bit.
Diseases.
They do this all the time. I hadn't seen these girls before, but I have seen another pair. There's these two girls. Literally not a bit. No, I'm pretty sure it has to be, right? It's definitely a parody. Bonding over being dirty little hamsters. Bro, they are white. It's not a bit. Okay, let's look.
It's such an important question to ask somebody, do you want comfort or solutions? Because most of the time they want comfort, but on the opposite.
Wait, is this not a bit? What the fuck? No, they're like clowning on these kinds of TikToks, right? Yeah. Isn't this like making fun of the hustle grind set people? Ask your boy PFT. There's some lore to this. It turned into a big thing at Barstool, making girls look dumb. If it's a bit, they're leaning too far into it. Yeah, I think so. Media literacy is dead. I mean, it's Barstool, but like Barstool has the capacity to make elaborate bits too from time to time, especially because they have such a gigantic fucking presence in the podcasting space. And I know that there is a different group. There are these two different female comics who do this, and it's like very obviously a bit. Is the blonde girl that doesn't let her husband masturbate the one that was like, the one that was talking about like Oppenheimer? Is that who that is? I feel like I've seen. Is that one? Far-right violence a growing threat and law enforcement's top domestic terrorism concern. Boo, nobody cares. You said you like PFT, right? I love PFT. He's fucking hilarious.
If you saved $1 a
Yeah, this is who I was thinking of. Like, this is a fucking bit.
day for a year, do you know how much money you'd have? Roughly $30,000.
If you're 25 and you and your friends don't meet up to day trade, how are you expecting to be a millionaire in your 20s?
If you go to a restaurant and you're like, oh, what am I going to eat for dinner? Like, that's the wrong mindset. You should be thinking, how can I buy this restaurant?
Flip your mindset. If women just stop getting lip injections for a year.
I know it's not them. I know these girls are obviously not the same as these girls. I'm not that racist against white women, okay? Calm down. I love white women. Okay? Some of my favorite women are white women. Some of my favorite people are white women. Listen. It's just like, I thought that they were basically doing that same shit that those other... Oh, yeah, name 10 white women. Hillary Clinton. That's the only one I need to name. That's right. Get fucked. Hillary Rodham Clinton. Boom. Mic drop. Dude, what the fuck? Let's find that clip of the Oppenheimer one, right? Wasn't there like a clip where she was saying she didn't let her husband watch Oppenheimer? There's two different things that I was thinking of. There's two different clips that I'm thinking of like, wait, how the fuck do we get here? Bro, how do we get here? God damn it, I'm so lost in my own fucking thoughts, man.
Really bring pain.
Speaking out after Frankie has been charged with 6 felony counts of child abuse. In a joint statement, Frankie's sisters, Ellie, Julie, and Bonnie, writing on Instagram,
in my headcanon, friend of the show Jabri is responsible for this arrest. I feel like in my headcanon, CoffeeZilla, every time the SEC goes after someone, that's CoffeeZilla. And every time the federal law enforcement agencies go after someone, is Jabri. That's like, I don't care. Don't tell me that this investigation actually predates like Jabri's video. I don't want to know about that. Oh, this one. Why did I block this person? I wonder. That's funny. Probably for being fucking annoying.
Okay, so I research everything before we watch it, but especially this movie. Obviously, I heard about it. Yes, we wanted to see it. It has an amazing rating. We prepared ourselves. I didn't know when the scene was going to happen, and I also didn't understand how the scene was happening. I thought it was just several minutes straight of, but it wasn't. It was actually...
Bro, this is crazy that you have a septum ring. Like, there is no way that if you told me in like 2015 that like girls who wear like septum piercings would be telling their husbands that they are not allowed to watch the sex scene in a fucking movie. And it's kind of wild. This is like a legitimate thing with Zoomers. I feel like the puritanical mindset has gotten out of fucking control, dude. What's happening?
Actually broken up into like, it would do a flash of that, and then it would do a flash of normal life, and then it would do a flash of the scene, and then it was like very, back and forth. So it was really difficult to avoid it. But obviously my husband and I talk about everything. If we go anywhere or we go see anything, even if it's a concert.
She's a millennial. I get it. It's just like, it's very odd. You know, the septum stinks. Oh God, don't tell me that. I just don't get it. I don't get it. So many Zoomers think that sex scenes in movies serve the exact purpose of porn. Is very strange. Yes, brother, they're done. Okay. You know why they're done? Because they spent their most formative years trapped indoors with access to like an insane amount of porn on their fucking phones, and it fried their brains. They're cooked. They're done. It's Jover, okay? It's so over. It's never been more over. Yeah, when I move my septum, it smells like belly button. Guys, stop talking about that. Ew. Ew, I don't want to know that. You're ruining this for me, okay? First of all, this is literally, I mean, you're basically describing your reasons as to why it should be illegal to be bisexual if you're saying this kind of stuff about septum piercings, okay? Straight up. You're like, no, we got to do bi invisibility. Like, you're attacking, you're doing biphobia. You need to stop. You need to stop that right now. Okay? I kissed a girl with a septum and she smelled like stinky feet when I moved it. Oh! Okay.
Movie, an event, we have a game plan. We talk about things like, what if you get triggered?
All right, I've decided, no, it's now illegal to be bisexual. No, we're doing biphobia. Fuck it. Because I believe it now. I believe the septum conspiracies in the chat.
What if I get triggered? Really, the problem isn't what if you get triggered. The problem is, what if I get triggered? Because I don't want my night to be ruined by being triggered by something on a screen. So essentially, what we did was, when the scene came up, when things were happening, he literally closed his eyes and laid his head on my shoulder. Like, if this is my shoulder, like this is my shoulder, he like this. And then I would just like let him know whenever it was over. And it
like a little baby, like a little kid. That's insane. Bro, what's happening, dude? What the fuck is going on the planet, dude? What is... He said, I'm eepy, and closed his eyes. She is an Omega Christian. That's why she's like this. Okay, but like, it's weird. Like, you can't look bisexual like this and be Omega Christian at the same time. It like weirds me out. Okay. Septum piercings, clear phone cases, and cuff jeans are fundamental parts of bi visibility and bisexual culture. You can't take one of these things and just adopt it and make it your own while you're simultaneously like super duper Christian.
literally, I will tell you what right now, took nothing away from the story. Him not looking at the screen during did not change the storyline, did not change anything. Have a plan.
It's kind of funny because Christopher Nolan is not very good at sex scenes. Like I don't think I don't think he's ever experienced sex. So like the irony is that she's not wrong. Like if you take the sex scenes out of Oppenheimer, like it doesn't change too much. It probably makes it even like a less cringe product, I would say. He has kids? Yeah, dude, whatever. Artificial. The part in the interrogation room was great. I mean, that was better, but like it doesn't make up for... He should do sex scenes like the way too long one from Watchmen. I don't remember that. People claim the scene is foundational to his humanity or whatever the fuck. Yeah, no, that sucks.
And talk about it before you go.
I don't think the intent in Oppenheimer is for all the lads to whip it out and start jerking. That's what you think. Dude, I busted a nut in the middle of the fucking... In the middle of the theater, dude. What do you mean? I'm a gooner. You can't stop me from gooning. It's illegal.
For the last 3 years, we have kept quiet on the subject of our sister, Ruby Franke, for the sake of her children. Behind the public scene, we have done everything we could to try and make sure the kids were safe. Franke, taken into custody alongside her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt.
Didn't Jaubrey write about this lady or no? Did he write about another family?
They claim to help coach people online looking for joy in life and relationships.
Those of you who are angry about principles, come and be taught. We'd love.
Bro, what is this fit, my man? What? Yo, you should go to jail for that. What the fuck? Yo, Mormons dress in the craziest ways. I swear to God.
Authorities say Frankie's 12-year-old child escaped out of a window at Hildebrandt's home to a neighbor's house, pleading for food and water.
The male does have duct tape around each ankle. He's not telling the RP why, and said that there's sores around his wrists and ankles. He's becoming, or correction, the RP is becoming a...
Jabri did a video on the Disturbing Truth of Family channels, and guess what, dude? Guess what? He did that in 2020. You know what happened? An investigation happened, okay? And then now she's in jail. He did that. Embiid is also a gooner. Wait, what the fuck? Oh. Brother, that's a different kind of gooner. I think he's talking about Arsenal, right? In the UK, gooner means something different. Gooners are Arsenal Football Club fans, right? Fucking footy, yeah? When we're gooning, we're talking about some different kind of gooning. Wait, what are you talking about? Don't look up. Do not Google Goon Cave, okay? Do not do it. No matter what you do not Google Goon Cave, GOONCAVE.
Emotional regarding the child's health. I'm going to go ahead and have medical state on this one.
Police say they also found Frankie's 10-year-old daughter malnourished. Frankie, seen in a now deleted YouTube video, saying she has...
Okay, but was she fat, though? Just saying. I feel like this is one of those parents that... this is like one of those parents that unironically is doing that. You know what I mean? It's like, Sweaty, she had to lose weight.
Food from her kids.
I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
YouTube documentarian Swoop has been following what happened.
She was often giving parental advice, and most of it seemed to showcase how she decided to punish her children in ways that were became increasingly alarming and very questionable.
Now, we reached out to Child Protective Services. It says they can't comment on any case specifically, but legal experts say the videos, even those deleted ones, could be used against her in court. And you guys, that date is fast approaching. Her next appearance is this.
Yeah, the funniest part about like YouTube criminals is that they document everything. Like they document all of their crimes. And then they get millions of views on it. Like another story, I guess, in the same vein is literally like the EDP shit where I'm just like, what's happening here? Like, why is he not in jail? How is EDP still avoiding jail? Harder than the subscribers at the top of the hour avoid the 3-minute ad break. What's going on? Okay, I don't get it. And yes, I'm 10 minutes early, but partially because I said avoid, and I knew you guys were going to perk up when I said that, which is why I said it, and I served at the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid and should avoid by subscribing for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Oh. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Meth Surfy, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Speaking of EDP, Gideon caught him slipping again. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't fucking understand. Like, I was wrong when I originally said... Wait, John Wilson interviewed Gooners? Here it is. You spent an afternoon. Wait, is there nudity in this? With a compulsive masturbator recently. And you were curious how he stayed so motivated into making these things called goon caps. You write like a motivational text on it. Like, keep going, or you're doing great. And other people look at them and they masturbate as well. Okay, we have to watch this on stream. Or not on stream, on the podcast. EDP made me an Eagles fan. I used to love seeing him get mad back in the day, and it made my Brazilian ass an Eagles fan. I even cried in the Super Bowl win. Now I hate him so much, and I am left with the horse manures eaters, but spamming Go Birds anyway. Especially as the resident Brazilian in the chat. The irony is you are perfectly an Eagles fan. What you just did is the most Eagles fan thing to do. There was no reason for you to reveal that EDP made you into an Eagles fan. But in the most Eagles fan way possible, you engaged in this act. It is kind of identical to eating horse manure after a Super Bowl victory, where it's like, you know, the act is going to make you look like a filthy animal. Okay? As a matter of fact, worse than an animal, because most animals know to avoid the poop. Okay? But the Eagles fan recognizes that in that moment, he's experiencing pure joy, and it does not matter. He will debase himself. She will debase herself. Okay? Because at that moment, eagles are flying. Fly, Eagles, fly. Go Birds. All right, some good news.
Striking the auto industry. 150,000 workers poised to walk out. That could cost the big three automakers billions, send shockwaves through the broader economy. Chief Business Correspondent Rebecca Jarvis tracking it all. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning, George, and a potential large impact here. The hard deadline is 11:59 p.m. on September 14th. The head of the UAW says if the automakers, including GM, Stellantis, and Ford, do not meet their demands, they will strike, shutting down production across the country. This morning, a strike deadline looming as the United Auto Workers clash with the big three automakers. The union demanding a 46% pay raise, a 32-hour work week, and a return of traditional pensions. Automakers Ford, GM, and Jeep maker Stellantis say those demands are unrealistic. But newly elected union president Shawn Fain has vowed to keep pushing, with the current contract expiring in just 9 days.
When workers get fair and equitable justice and fair and equitable wages and benefits, they move the economy. A CEO making $29 million doesn't move this economy.
Fain calling out corporate greed as strikes and threats of strikes are growing in other industries too, from Hollywood to companies like UPS.
Everything's not going to be the way it was. It ain't going to be status quo.
All this as car manufacturers compete with Tesla and transition to producing more electric vehicles, which require fewer workers to assemble. President Biden, who bills himself as a pro-union president, downplaying the threat. Fain's response?
I'm shocked by that reaction. You know, he must know something we don't know. Our intent is not to strike. Our intent is to get a fair agreement.
The last time the UAW...
Listen, Brandon himself might not necessarily be pro-union, okay? But his fucking NLRB is cooking. You can't deny it. I'm not going to sit here and fucking act like Brandon's NLRB ain't doing some good-ass shit right now, okay? He himself personally has been involved in the union negotiations that he stopped in the past. Not that long ago, actually. But having said that, NLRB's doing some good-ass shit, okay?
Went on strike. It was 2019. It lasted 42 days, and it was specifically against General Motors. That cost the automaker $3.6 billion. This time, economists estimate that a strike lasting just 10 days would cost the U.S. economy at least $5 billion, and it would have ripple effects, everything from the manufacturers to dealerships like this one behind me to consumers who would pay a higher price for their cars because supplies are already constrained.
Hi. Where's the clip? Here, let's watch this whole thing.
I mean, our members made massive sacrifices. We've seen a decade of record profits. I mean, our members made massive sacrifices. We were blamed for everything that was wrong with these companies back in the...
By the way, here's yet another fucking liberal. I hate these guys with their cushy liberal Hollywood elite jobs. Okay. Oh, what is he? I bet he's like a writer or something, right? Probably, what is he, a Starbucks guy? Classic. Ugh. Hate these blue-haired liberal social justice warrior fucking lazy bones who's just asking for way too much. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, I'm hearing that he's the president of what? Wait, of liberalism? No. Oh, the UAW. Oh, that's right. He's representing the interests of motherfucking car manufacturers, workers that make vehicles. Okay. So where are all the aesthetic lovers out here that are like, oh, when Starbucks unionizes, they're gay and they're libtards? Where were they at during the UPS shit? Okay, when the Teamsters were talking about possibly doing a strike, and where are they at now? For the record, these guys have said time and time again that the same issues that the WGA and SAG-AFTRA and everyone else are fighting for are the exact same reasons why they are fighting. Okay, their cause is just, and they're united on this front, and they have the exact same class interests. Just remember that. It's a lot harder to look down on auto workers than it is retail workers. Yeah, I mean, straight up.
The recession, which was wrong, it was false. It's one of the biggest lies ever told. And so, this is our time to after a decade of hard work by our members and massive profits and continued massive profits, $21 billion in the first 6 months of this year between the big three, our workers deserve their share of equity in this, and they're not getting it. So, we've made some progress, but our members have high expectations, as they should, and we plan on delivering.
In this situation, the impact of a strike costing the American economy $5 billion isn't a bad thing. It's the threat of the $5 billion that should force the big three auto manufacturers to immediately try to meet their demands.
What will the next few days look like in terms of negotiating?
The committees are hard at it. They're going to be in there just as they have, and the vice presidents. They're going to be working hard, pushing the companies, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the companies to reach out. I'm waiting for the leadership to want to start moving. And, when that happens, we will, but so far that hasn't happened. So we've seen it.
Here.
I heard this saying once that every billionaire is a policy failure. Truer words have never been spoken. Billionaires, in my opinion, don't have a right to exist. The very existence of billionaires shows us that we have an economy that is working for the benefit of the few and not the many. I say the same's true for poverty wages and long hours. We need to wipe them out. The labor movement once fought for a vision of work life in which everyone had 8 hours for work, 8 hours for rest, and 8 hours for recreation. Sadly, it feels like we've gone so far backwards that we have to fight just to have the 40-hour work week back. Why is that? So another asshole can make enough money to shoot himself to the moon? I heard this saying once that every billionaire is a policy failure.
Dude, it's fucking awesome. He's great. I mean, these guys are all great. They're great. The UAW filed unfair labor practice charges against GM and Stellantis for refusing to bargain in good faith. Sean Fain, the president of UAW, says neither Stellantis nor GM have provided any economic counterproposals. The contract for 150,000 auto workers expires in 2 weeks. Ford, the only company that offered counters, proposed a 9% wage increase over 4 years, no cost of living adjustments, and no caps on the use of temp workers. If Ford thinks we will accept a single-digit pay increase and no cost of living allowance, then I hope these shareholders know how to work on an assembly line, because those are going to be the only people left to build cars come September 15th. Woo!
Legal. That's why today our union filed unfair labor practice charges, or ULPs, against both GM and Stellantis with the National Labor Relations Board. Unfortunately, many employers across the country are willing to break the law and incur the meager fines and penalties that result as just the cost of union busting.
I bought Ford stock because I think the electric F-150 will sell a lot. Please stop encouraging this. Listen, brother. Listen, partner. They better start paying them well.
While it's important, we always defend our rights and seek assistance from the Labor Board in holding companies like GM and Stellantis accountable. At the end of the day, our strongest line of defense is each other and our ability to take collective action.
Better get ready to learn how to fucking build a car, buddy. Anyway. Remember when John Deere made their accountants or whatever try to run the production floor? I do remember. I think they almost died. Like a bunch of people's lives were put in jeopardy due to that situation. I mean, there's a lot that's popping off, dude. Please stop watching. I can't take all this. Speak. I might coom. But what will Bill Maher have to say about the UAW strike? Fucking lazy ass. They want too much. America's given them so much, and yet they want more. You know? Do you see the guy in the third world complaining about their conditions? I don't know. I don't fucking know. That's what... Just wait, dude. I think a big part of... My mentality is that I think a big part of the reason why there's like a lot of labor momentum and not necessarily a lot of pushback from mainstream media is because labor has had no fucking power for far too long. And the media forgot the common tropes and the narratives that they engage in to like immediately get the public to have a negative perception of labor unions. Ford is doing that. Ford is secretly training white-collar employees for warehouse work at the UAW strikes. That's so stupid. They're going to get cooked. Model 3 is also a great deal. You might see some discounts coming out. Okay. Won't they get deleted and buried if they say anything too loud? CEOs literally work harder than any entry-level wage cut. Wait until the strike happens. Once those elderly goblins hit that production line, we'll see the U.S. auto manufacturers take the world by storm. Yeah. Problem is, the CEOs never will actually work. You know what I mean? They're not going to work. That'd be pretty funny if they did, but... So don't buy any 2024 model Ford. It was built by someone who had no idea what they were doing. Got it. Take the country by storm, like the top of the hour ad break. I already ran it. Didn't I? Yeah, I ran it. I ran it 10 minutes early. CEOs working was such a crazy concept that they made a hit TV show about it. Yeah, it's only real on television in a completely controlled environment. Okay? That's how fucking ridiculous that concept is. Why do you look like a Walmart Damon Albarn? Damon Albarn? What is that? Doesn't sending better paid and compensated workers into SCAV justify the reasonableness of the union demands? The fact that they literally hire a bunch of lawyers on retainer that they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on collectively to engage in union busting practices is reason enough to understand that unions represent a dire threat to the capital owner and their interests. Okay? That's the entire point. If unions didn't work, they wouldn't work so goddamn hard to make sure that they don't exist. My whole class heard you say how big is Obama's dick. How big Obama's dick is because I accidentally left my Twitch open earlier when I closed my laptop. They just laughed, thank God I almost died. This is what the chatter thinks you look like. This is what I look like to you? That's crazy. All right. Let's watch this Ben Shapiro China video from Hakim.
Hello. I apologize in advance for subjecting you to Ben Shapiro today, but he seems to have taken a break from staring at his sister's Instagram to deliver in the latest trend of insufferable liberals, the fake investigative journalist shtick.
China, you've been told, is a rising power.
I blame Johnny Harris for this, with his incredibly performative Vice News delivery and superficial Google search delivered research. Ben, or more accurately his marketing people, saw how popular the style is and are catching in. If you've been living under a rock, Ben Shapiro is the guy from those SJW Destroyed Part 13 compilation videos, who's made a living for himself publishing for conservative rags funded by fracking billionaires, being racist to a point of indistinguishability between his rhetoric and that of literal fascists, being a warmonger, and by not being able to arouse his wife. He's recently begun a series in the vein of Johnny Harris titled Facts, with episode 2 titled Despite What You're Told.
I love that he's like wearing glasses in the fucking thumbo too. Like he's like implying that he's cool. I love this. This is my favorite genre of YouTube videos. You know what I mean? I'm glad that there's more of it coming out. We did not have enough. China is fucking falling apart next week. YouTube videos. And I'm glad that there's more of them coming out. This is important. It's important for the discourse. And it's always true.
China is dying. Now, China has many problems that deserve to be criticized, but Ben Shapiro is not at all honest in this video, as if we ever thought he would be. Let's take a look. Do note though, this is less defending China, whatever that means, and more fact-checking Benny Boy over here.
China, you've been told, is a rising power.
It's not that you've simply been told this, it's the objective truth, though slightly overstated. Of course, there's a massive drive to start a new Cold War, this time with China, and the propaganda system all across the West is busy trying to drum up fear-mongering half-truths, or many times outright lies, in order to manufacture consent for the likely coming confrontation between the US and China. China is most likely going to be the largest economy on Earth very soon. They have established extensive trade relations globally. They develop more infrastructure than any other country. They're a rapidly rising scientific power too.
I hate that.
With all that being said, China still is, on average and per capita, closer to a peripheral European nation than the United States. To compare it to the US is not only disingenuous, but also helps this ridiculous Clash of Titans framing that threatens even up to nuclear war if it's not checked.
The real story of China is far...
Hasan, you feel self-conscious of your shoulder ratio, but I'm gonna be honest, I strive to fill out sleeveless shirts like you. Why would I be self-conscious of my shoulder ratio? The meme chatter.
Far scarier, because China is a power in a state of inevitable collapse. The only question is when and how much damage they'll do before the Chinese regime implodes. That's because China has at least 5 serious problems.
You know, this is a common trope that just won't die regarding China. Several times a year, we're inundated.
Dude, surely it's gonna happen. Surely it's gonna happen. China is at the end of its collapse is as common a trope as just one more lane is going to fix the traffic problem in our superhighway network, okay? Like it just doesn't matter It is objectively untrue. People still say it all the time, and every single time there's so much support for it. Okay? Every single one of those videos, like, oh, China is going to collapse tomorrow, is completely false. But it doesn't matter because people love hearing it. They want someone to be like, no, I promise, please, bro, please, trust me, bro. China is on the downturn, bro. And it gets views. Like, it gets thousands of fucking views. People watch the shit out of it. It gets millions of views.
With China will fall nonsense. From YouTube videos with angry Xi Jinping face thumbnails to Forbes and whatever other rag of the day, we've seen dozens of deadlines for China, and every single one of them was, unsurprisingly, bullshit. Ben is just continuing in that trend, which likewise will be bullshit. How do I know this? Because the popular hack, Gordon G. Chang, published similar nonsense arguments in the book The Coming Collapse of China, in which supposedly everything was gonna come tumbling down by 2012. Wait. This guy was invited to speak at the CIA.
Chinese Obama. What the fuck?
Gordon G. Chang published similar nonsense arguments in the book The Coming Collapse of China.
We know there's an Indonesian Obama. Now we know that there's a Chinese Obama too.
In which supposedly everything was gonna come tumbling down by 2012.
Obama too.
This guy was invited to speak at the CIA, for God's sake. I'll spare you Ben's voice and enumerate his arguments for him since he seemingly can't do it himself. Number 1. Demographics. Ben states that China has a rapidly aging population. He shows a population pyramid, some stats on fertility, and quotes some guy that states China has a terminal demography, as if they just stopped having children altogether. Now yes, China will have issues derived from an aging population.
If only there was like one way that Western nations have been able to avoid this problem, by the way. If only. It's just, man, it's crazy. Specifically America is what I'm talking about, but some European nations have also been able to at least like push the problem down a couple decades. What could it be, guys? I just can't seem to put my finger on it. What could it be? What happens when your nation is a developed nation? You end up having people work longer hours in many instances, or like healthcare is improved, obviously. But then one familiar thing is that you have the reverse pyramid age demographic. Eugenics? No, dummy. Immigration. That's it. Immigration. That's how you fucking counteract the whole problem. Why do you think America doesn't have that issue? It's not like fucking I don't know, making abortion illegal or some shit. No, immigration. That's it.
But you know who else will? Nearly every single developed economy on Earth. Japan, Germany, the US, this is just how it will go. Unsurprisingly, this is the case for China as well. China has a declining fertility rate as a result of the long-standing, though now abolished, one-child policy, which in turn resulted in a noted gender gap in the traditionally son-favoring nation. Less children means less average numbers of workers per retiree, and hence less productivity and heavier expenditures on the elderly. The difference being, China has established a track record of it.
This is true for every country. Every country that develops inevitably has an aging population because they don't fucking die because medicine is too good. And old people, you know, myself included, I am an old guy myself, we are not productive laborers, okay? That's it. We don't work because we're old. We can't work. So you got to figure out a different way around it.
Achieving its long-term economic and social goals as a result of their regular 5-year plans, and a political system that allows planning longer than 4-year election cycles. The Peking University Lancet Commission reveals some of the discussions currently ongoing, such as a move from disease-centered care to person-centered care, a shift of care to be primarily community and family-based rather than hospital-based, increased drive for health literacy, general improvements in socioeconomic conditions, social connections and leisure activities in quote-unquote age-friendly environments, amongst many other things. Of course, universal health coverage is necessary and is a priority that is making large gains. To quote the Commission itself, it is imperative to take the window of opportunity afforded by China's economic growth to make coordinated efforts across sectors to address the concerns of an aging nation, which they are currently doing. Shapipi asks, in a heavily Marxist nation, who's gonna pay the bills? I don't think he knows what Marxism is, but aside from that, the answer is literally on the first page of Google. They already have an intricate and complex system spanning traditional welfare approaches, family responsibility programs, pension systems, and regular government spending. There is no mystery here. Ben makes a point on the one-child policy and boys being picked over girls, but this is number 1, something that affects other countries in the region, such as India and South Korea. Number 2 is officially illegal through forbidding fetal sex determination. And number 3, complicated, as sex-selective abortion is illegal in China, but abortion itself is readily available. To quote a relevant article, "It is often difficult to prove that an abortion has been carried out on sex-selective as opposed to family planning grounds." That same article states, recognition that intense intervention would be necessary to change these centuries-long traditions led to the Care for Girls campaign, instigated in 2013 by China's National Population and Family Planning Commission. The results have been encouraging. In 2007, a survey showed that the campaign had improved women's own perceived status and that stated son preference had declined. Likewise, improvements in the general sex ratio. What does all of this mean? China has an issue with aging, that they're making good developments in meeting. Likewise, former Chinese policy decisions may have been mistaken, not applied to the necessary extent, or simply not applied at all at times. None of this implies the system is terminal, only the sex life of Miss Shapupu is, sadly. Back to the video in just a second. Let's hear from today's sponsor, Atlas VPN. For a lot of research that
No, chatter, as you can tell, the video is not sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party, the Chi-Com, but instead by this company. What is it? Atlas VPN. Okay, here I'll show Hakim's scanner code.
Protect your privacy and get the many benefits of Atlas VPN for this ridiculously low price. You can grab this deal by clicking the link in the video description below. Be quick, as it's a time-limited offer. Massive thanks to Atlas VPN for the sponsorship. This allows me to pay my editor fairly, so the support is highly appreciated. Alright, back to the video. Number 2, lack of innovation.
If China were free, you know, an innovative, robust economy, it might be possible to stave off disaster for at least a little while. After all, the generation of new products and services might allow China to thrive economically in the short term. That would buy time for the social system to transition away from high levels of government support and towards something more sustainable. But China has no innovation, thanks to its state-controlled mercantilist schemes.
Gosh,
that's awesome. He said China has no innovation, dog. That's sick. At that point, it's just like, this is just copium. You're just engaging in fucking copium. Okay? You are straight up engaging in fucking copium. You're upset. You want to hear someone read China to filth, and you will take anything and everything they say. Okay? Anything and everything that someone fucking says about China being bad, you're just like, oh, please give me more of that. Oh, I want more of that. Fuck yeah.
Is unlikable, isn't he? The smugness doesn't suit him in his general dorky delivery, but that doesn't change the fact that he's wrong and throws out ideological slogans as if they're fact. He claims being free is being an innovative and robust economy, which China already is. If they weren't, they wouldn't be surpassing the US, which had centuries of developments ahead of it. He seems to believe China's fall is inevitable, even if it were a liberal free market country. Why he believes this is a mixture of white supremacy and general American exceptionalism, but all in all just racist bullshit. Transitioning away from high levels of government support to something more sustainable, the US spends nearly $1 trillion a year on its military. State subsidies are ubiquitous in the US economy, particularly in agriculture. Private corporations regulate.
That's why I always fucking say the notion that we have like a total free market, whatever the fuck these guys claim it is so entirely stupid and false. We have central planning as well. That's one of the main functions of the fucking government is to engage in that. We do it through subsidies. The problem is our central planning is taking money from the taxpayers, giving it directly to the agricultural producers or the fossil fuel industry, and expecting nothing in return. Meanwhile, in normal countries, when they do some level of central planning or full-blown central planning and full-blown centralized control of the economy, they have complete control over your output. They have complete control over your output and direct everything in an area of need. It's so fucked up that like the American federal government's entire purpose is to just like carve out corporate subsidies, take your tax dollars, and basically use it as a funnel to fund the line up the profits of these mega corporations for at the behest of like a small amount, top 10% of wealth in this country's shareholder value.
Regularly receive tax money grants and pay no taxes themselves. Is this not high levels of government support? Does he consider this system?
Yes, the American military was and still is the industrial policy arm of the American state. They've contributed most of the research and development to the U.S. It's not even funny. It's also true.
Sustainable? On to the point itself, Ben is full of shit, as you probably surmised. China is incredibly innovative and is poised to become a global leader in innovation very soon, as it already is in certain sectors. China has the infrastructure, educated population, funding, and expertise present. Chinese state support for innovation and support for indigenous development likewise helps their case in this. Entire books are being written on the topic currently, and why China is different in their innovation. To quote an extensive report by the Information Technology and Innovation Foundation, in 2010, China's innovation and advanced industry capabilities were approximately 58% of US capabilities. By 2020, China's innovation and advanced industry capabilities increased to roughly 75% of US capabilities on a proportional basis and 139% in absolute terms. China is poised to overtake the US in both total as well as proportional innovative capacity within the next decade. These are facts that cannot be denied. Of course, the admitted racist Shapiro will nonetheless continue to deny these facts, as that's his job. He's an ideologue and a particularly bad one at that. He really harps on about the stealing technology bit, despite 1, this being incredibly common in developing economies, including the United States, back in the day. 2, China's record on this is rapidly improving. And 3, the US and other economies continue to do the same. Ben badly
Also, who fucking cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Hey, you know what? If you didn't want China to steal your fucking shit, anytime I hear like some dumb fuck American be like, China is stealing our IP, brother, I'm like, dude, are you the chip manufacturer? Are you Mr. Intel? Like, is that your dad? Is Intel your father? Like, what's happening? Are you Hewlett or are you Packer? Like, what's happening? What do you mean they're stealing your IP? It's like, listen to me, dumbass. Listen. That is the trade-off for cheap manufacturing that every single capital owner has relied on for the past few decades, okay? They knew it. It's not like they were like, whoa, I can't believe these guys are stealing our designs and like making it in a very cheap way. I don't understand how this is happening. Like, you think they didn't figure it out? You think they didn't fucking figure out that their IP was being stolen? Stolen, by the way. I mean, at that point, you're willingly giving it to the Chinese government. You're willingly giving it to the fucking Chinese hands. But like, how do you justify that? In your mind, as a dumbass, like regular old American, how do you square that circle, right? In your mind, you think like these fucking brilliant billionaire innovators are like too stupid to recognize for the past 30 years that they're just like stealing your IP, or your IP, like we all fucking own it or some shit. Like, what do you think? What do you think was going to happen? Of course they were going to steal it. Why wouldn't they? It's so fucking stupid not to. Fuck IP. Yeah, and here's the other thing. Exactly. So the US gave military tech to China. The United States knows, and the United States manufacturers know, anything that you manufacture in China is fucking fair play. That's it. It's fair play. And they do it knowing full well that China is going to copy it. Okay? And they still manufacture there. And there's a reason why certain things are not manufactured in China. You know what I mean? There's a reason for why weapons manufacturing is still done on U.S. soil. Or at least NATO allies, and not in the hands of our foreign adversaries, no matter how fucking cheap that manufacturing is. I wonder why. Now, having said that, obviously certain aspects of that manufacturing is still done in China as well, because it's too fucking nice. The profit margins are too good for them not to do that. Okay?
delivers a simple point, that is that as China's working population declines, wages go up, and so does automation, two things currently going on or developing in China. What's the issue here, exactly?
There's a problem with this. If a robot can do a job more cheaply than a human, why produce in China at all, as opposed to somewhere that isn't a geopolitical hellhole run by an authoritarian communist government?
Is he talking about the US here? Who knows? Safe to say this isn't an argument. Any economy that maintains relatively cheap access to inputs and labor will see interest regardless of politics, and the American fraternization with every fascist regime in existence is ample proof to that. By the way, totalitarian, human rights, blah blah blah, doesn't this dude have a hard-on for Israel? Get your priorities straight, my guy. He then claims nationalization kills innovation.
No, that kind of totalitarianism is good because it's Israel, duh, and not like Chinese totalitarian governments, which is bad because that kind of authoritarian government does definitely shut down a bunch of civil liberties that you may take for granted here, specifically as it pertains to speech, but also build super highways and, well, not even super highways, but like high-speed rail, and engages in what is a terrifying prospect known as even development, rapid urbanization. These are concepts that really scare Ben Shapiro, especially when it's done with a very clear purpose. And that is to inevitably fill those apartments with people, and not because that's a good vehicle to shelter your assets and maybe even get some tidy tax benefits out of it. Unconditionally, by the way, no matter where you are from the world, including China, as a matter of fact.
Which in China's case, as well as many others, is just patently false. This is simply lying. Even on the profitability point, he's wrong. He turns the patriotic up a few notches afterwards with China is costing us billions, while also not noticing the irony that his American use of Chinese labor saved the US billions just a few years back. The entire point is moot because he just restates the no innovation line and builds on that, so you can pretty much throw out this entire section of his video. Number 3, debt. A funny point to bring up because China has $14 trillion worth of debt and the US has 30. That's despite near similarly sized economies, as well as China's population being 4 times that of the US. The US's debt to GDP ratio, a metric indicating stability in an economy towards paying back debts, is 116%. China's is 77%. These numbers change year to year, but generally the US is worse off on this point, and not by a small margin. In the video, he does a little sleight of hand by referring to corporate debt in China, which is actually worse by percentage, but not total, terms than the US corporate debt, but that doesn't say much in and of itself. He goes on to state the usual horror stats.
The nation's total stock of corporate, household, and government debt is now over 300% of GDP. It comprises 15% of all debt globally, according to the Institute of International Finance.
He doesn't state how many, outside of the hopeful China is falling propaganda reporting push, think that this is way overblown. Overall, we think the risks around Chinese debt for investors are a bit overblown. Why? One key reason is that a large amount of Chinese corporate debt comes from banks, not the bond market. Within this bank debt, more than half is from a state-owned lender to a state-owned enterprise. Essentially, it's the government being indebted to itself, giving it a huge amount of control over said debt and making it a far lesser issue than it's being painted out to be. Likewise, researchers in China haven't missed the double standard, in which certain developments are ignored if they occur in the US or Europe, but highlighted if they occur in China. Chinese research work on this is likewise very sober and nuanced. Western acknowledgements of Chinese developments in combating corporate debt had been published since 2017, and clearly show that it's not an inability that's stopping the Chinese, but rather a delicate balance of continuously improving the situation while maintaining growth rates in the economy, which currently seems to be working, seeing as growth continues above 5% despite the current sad state of the global economy. Ben then quotes a Antonio Graceffo, a so-called China analyst that's known more for wrestling than anything else apparently, who also publishes what essentially amounts to the lowest ring of ideological nonsense at the Epoch Times. If you don't know, the Epoch Times...
There ain't no fucking way, dog. It's like quoting Alex Jones about what's happening in America, which is pretty funny because, like, I guess Ben and the Daily Wire certainly will do that every now and then, like they're doing currently when they're talking about fucking the inevitability of, like, the new wave of COVID shutdowns happening. So, it's great. My dad gets Epoch Times in print. Your dad is a free thinker, my friend, okay?
Was founded by cultists that believe in a race-segregated heaven. I'm not kidding, look
true.
it up. And has the express purpose of publishing mostly false or falsified anti-China material. I don't think this is the guy you want to be referencing, Benny.
Why wouldn't he? Ben also probably is not anti-miscegenation, especially like the Israeli-style miscegenation that's gaining popularity in Israel, which is, no interfaith marriages.
He says what you expect, that China's going to collapse tomorrow, blah, blah. Are you expecting anything else from this guy? No sources are given, of course.
The best visible example of China's economic hollowness is its ghost cities, literally cities that are just empty. China is chock-filled with these so-called ghost cities. They include, apparently, up to 65 million empty units of housing.
That's all well and good, but just one issue. All those ghost cities are built ahead of expected migration waves from this still under-urbanized nation, which is exactly what's happening. Pudong was a ghost city and now has 50 million inhabitants. Gangbashi was empty a little while back and now is at 91% occupancy. The Binhai area near Tianjin has a population of over 1 million despite being a poster child for ghost cities in the Western press. Even that weird housing estate that
This is what I was talking about when I said, like, yeah, they built it with the purpose of filling it later down the line, and yet for some weird reason, like, Americans just cannot comprehend that level of like city planning, especially in this day and age, because Western world, with the exception of America, I guess, basically did this hundreds of fucking years ago and resting on the laurels of like the Roman Empire for the most part. So they don't have to think about it. So when in the modern era, the only like rapid urbanization that has ever happened in America has been done not specifically with the purpose of like putting people there inevitably, okay, but instead because, I don't know, it was next to a river or fucking there was gold there or some other shit, and that's why you have disgusting city planning that makes me want to fucking throw up in the United States of America, or a severe lack thereof. Also, they built a post-2008 crisis of Keynesian measure to boost demand and keep unemployment low, and it worked out just fine for them. I know this sounds incredibly G-filating, but Chinese urbanization is actually amazing to witness. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just like they don't think about it beyond profit. It's like a severe lack of imagination, okay? If you cannot comprehend a world outside of like short-term profits, short-term gain, short-term benefits for a select few group of individuals, then you're like, what the fuck are they doing? This is so dumb. This is so fucking stupid. This is so dumb. Why did they do this? And it doesn't really matter because it's a foreign adversary. So because it's a foreign adversary, you can just like lie, say whatever the fuck you want about them and move on, and no one will question it because, one, there is a lot of demand for that kind of shit slinging. And two, who's going to check you? MSNBC? Fuck no. If you dare say something positive about a foreign adversary, on the other hand, well, then you're cooked because in that situation, you are going to be met with hypercritical takes.
that imitates Paris. Tiandusheng is now over capacity. Most of the time, the fanciful pictures people see are of cities that are still under construction and not planned to be finished for years, hence them being empty for the time being. That's not to say real estate developers aren't overbuilding in China, but as with most things regarding the country, the issue is blown far out of proportion. Wade Shepard, the guy who coined this entire phenomenon and a researcher of the concept, stated, "As of right now, in my opinion, the urbanization plan is working. It's still too early to tell, but there's evidence of these cities' slow development and they are slowly growing. They, meaning the Chinese, have these longer timelines, not a single one of which has expired at this point. So any way you look at this Ghost City critique, it's literally too early to tell. People are calling the game at halftime." Forbes reported,
and then it's like Surprise Pikachu when they're fucking filled to the goddamn brim. Also, there's nothing funnier than having like a massive housing crisis in this country and a shit ton of homeless people everywhere and complaining that the other places have too many fucking empty homes. Like, ugh, it's so whack.
today China's so-called ghost cities that were so prevalently showcased in 2013 and 2014 are no longer global intrigues. They have filled up to the point of being functioning normal cities. Ex-ghost cities are rarely news. This is all representative of a concept that those in the West don't see too much of. That being,
yeah, I don't really get it. Like, I don't know why Ben is still doing the ghost cities narrative. I guess it doesn't take too much to like be a fucking China hawk, right? So you can just like lie about it. The difference between China and North Korea, however, is that North Korea is deliberately shut off from the rest of the fucking planet. Okay? Partially as a consequence of their own doing, and most importantly, a consequence of the United States of America's embargo and political desires. So, having said that, you can lie about North Korea all day, every day. You can say whatever the fuck you want about North Korea. And there's also plenty of real things that you can say about North Korea that also point to its not so great circumstances. Okay? But like with China, you could just go there. You know what I mean? You could go to your Chinese consulate, get a fucking visa, and literally travel there and see it. And plenty of people do it due to our, incredibly expansive trade relationship with them. Plenty of people do go there. There are cameras there. There is internet there. So like you can't really lie about China as you could maybe 10, 20 years in the past. Now you can't really lie about it, but they're still running with like, a decades old propaganda.
Coordinated and planned development of infrastructure, called Infrastructure First in China. A perfect example of these misunderstood concepts could be found in the Qiaojiuan station. I probably mispronounced that. This is a stop in the rail transit system in Chongqing, which is one of the largest cities on Earth currently. The station was constructed prior to residential, business, and other development, and as a result essentially was a station that opened up to the middle of nowhere. The Western press ran with this without any research or nuance.
Yeah, 2017.
Essentially attempting to make a racist point about Chinese primitiveness or other Orientalist tropes. And just a few years later, it's now an integral point of public transport in a vibrant new part of the city.
And the problem is no one corrects the record, okay? It's over. That's how propaganda against a foreign adversary works. You just fucking say it sucks. Look how much it sucks. And then that's it. And then people just remember that. And they never think like, I wonder if they developed this because they had intentions of like moving people there. You know what I mean? You can also just go to any city, even in the US, and talk to people from China. Oh yeah, I forgot about that too. Yeah, there's a lot of Chinese people here. You can talk to them. You don't have to like speculate after reading some fucking dumbass Daily Wire or Daily Mail article. Like, you're right. Forgot about that part. I literally have Chinese relatives, and I forgot about that part. That's weird. Developers do similar fast development before people move in here, but they do it with suburban development, entire suburban neighborhoods with very similar looking single family homes built in the middle of a field that used to be farmland or a forest. Yeah. And obviously the housing density in that situation is marginal in comparison to fucking building entire cities.
This is the essence of Chinese urban planning that is slowly being adopted outside of China as well.
Chinese citizens keep putting their money in real estate because it allows them the illusion of actual ownership.
Your Chinese relatives? Yes, my uncle's wife, my aunt, is Taiwanese.
Of something. And in a communist country, even the illusion of ownership is better than the reality that the government runs everything and you don't own anything.
Again, very funny. Let's bring up our favorite Marx quote. You are horrified at our intending to do away with private property, but in your existing capitalist society, private property is already done away with for 9/10 of the population. Its existence for the few is solely due to its non-existence in the hands of those 9/10.
I love motherfuckers being like, not Chinese. That's not Chinese. Yeah, really? Ask, like, what a silly thing to say. If you were to ask them, they would say they are Chinese. Okay? So why are you correcting me from where you're fucking standing? Like, how ridiculous. Okay? Like, people from Taiwan also say they're fucking Chinese, chatter. Most people don't specify that they're Taiwanese. Like, what are you saying? Like, oh God, Americans, man. Fucking Americans. Holy shit. A lot of Taiwanese Americans are pretty anti-China, to be fair. Yes, but they still say they're Chinese. Or many of them do. At least my relatives do.
Hence, you reapproach us, therefore, with intending to do away with a form of property.
Some Taiwanese people I've met, I have, but I think they're Taiwan's version of hogs.
Property, that necessary condition for whose existence is the non-existence of any property for the immense majority of society. Likewise, there's a difference between private and personal property, not that Ben here would know. The top 15 countries in home ownership are all either currently or former socialist nations, essentially all hovering around 90%. In the US, nearly half the population doesn't own a home, and full-time minimum wage workers can't afford rent of even a one-bedroom apartment in the entirety of the US, let alone a two-bedroom apartment. Number 4, military problems.
Yet another problem. Military problems. Now, everybody thinks China is a powerful military country, and they kind of are. But with China on the brink economically and demographically, they might be expected to get more aggressive militarily. And again, China does keep threatening surrounding areas, including most prominently Taiwan.
He's banking on the ignorance of some here. How can a country threaten itself? Taiwan is part of China, and the US government affirms the One China policy.
Oh, one thing I need to mention for you guys is that, like, a lot of people are always like, oh, dude, like, how do the Chinese people don't understand that they're being, like, fucking bullied and destroyed by their authoritarian government? Because if you've only read American newspapers or Epoch fucking Times about, like, what's happening in China, you develop a very different understanding of what's happening in China. And it's not what is actually happening in China. It's just, like, a completely made-up version. Or one that is, like, heavily biased. If you only look at that, you will never understand why Chinese people like their government and have confidence in their government, okay? To a degree that is probably higher than the Americans do. Because if you're fucking 50 years old, you literally saw your neighborhood go from a bunch of fucking farms to, like, literal skyscrapers. How the fuck do you not see that and go, yeah, no, I mean, these guys got my back. Yeah, they get a little weird about some free speech shit, okay? But, like, it's hard not to notice that and go, yeah, things are pretty good. Things are pretty fucking good in comparison to how they were. Even if you're 20 years old, you've seen dramatic changes in your life, in your lifetime, okay? Like, it's wild to assume that, yeah, 1.4 billion people are just, like, somehow magically under the oppressive thumb of this, like, singular government that is just keeping them under complete control, complete lock and key, and they just have no recourse. They have no way of fucking like, they have no way of telling you how bad things are. That's why they, like, sew it onto fucking patches on a Forever 21 t-shirt. Like, help us, the CCP, free us, please. My people yearn for freedom. Harvard posted a long-term survey about Chinese government satisfaction. Gathering reliable long-term opinion survey data from across the country is a real obstacle, said Ash Center China Programs Director Edward Cunningham. Rigorous and objective opinion polling is something that we take for granted in the U.S. Yeah. In the U.S., it doesn't fucking matter if people like their government or not. That's the difference. Regional disparities. The research team was also keen to examine regional disparities. Okay, so what is it? What the fuck? What did they find? Although state sponsorship and propaganda are widespread in China, these findings highlight that their citizen perceptions of governmental performance respond to most real measurable changes in the individual's material well-being. Satisfaction and support must be consistently reinforced. As a result, the data points to specific areas within which citizen satisfaction could decline in today's slowing economic growth and continued environmental degradation. Again, the U.S. reveals quite a different story. Oh, wait, did I skip it? Did I not find it? In 2016, the last year survey was conducted. 95.5% of respondents were either relatively satisfied or highly satisfied with Beijing. In contrast to those findings, Gallup reported in January of this year that their latest polling on U.S. citizen satisfaction with the American federal government revealed only 38% of respondents were satisfied with the federal government. This is Chacom propaganda, brother. Harvard is in the pocket of Big China. It's like These guys are the guys that end up going into the State Department. Remember, the ones that are, if there's a group of individuals that have every interest to say the Chinese government is doing a horrible job and the people fucking hate them, it's these guys. Yeah, I'm sure the 95 are total legit. Brother, as difficult as it is to genuinely get a survey to be launched in China about governmental satisfaction, please refrain from engaging in the endless amounts of copium. Because, like, the article, for the most part, is like, yeah, the numbers look too good. And I assume the rest of the article, as far as, like, what I just saw from a cursory glance, is describing how, yeah, the article showed that the survey showed that they like Chinese government a little too well, but that's probably due to censorship and authoritarian treatment and brainwashing and propaganda that they've engaged 1.4 million Chinese people with. If it was so bad in China, wouldn't we also see significantly less international Chinese students, since presumably if censorship was so important, they wouldn't just send their youth over all willy-nilly? I know, but those are the spies, brother. When I was 6, my family got all white savior and adopted a baby girl from China because they saw it on Oprah. So yeah, I guess you could say I'm a Maoist third worldist. Oh my God. The article is funny with the understanding that is written about the 5% who hate the Chinese government. Anyway. "10 times Build Back Better, and they do it every year for a generation. Can Americans even comprehend this? The 95% is probably not legitimate, but note that this is coming off of 30 years of the greatest economic improvement in any country in the history of the world. So yeah, high satisfaction seems likely." I know. American capitalists love pointing to, like, Chinese development and the complete eradication of extreme poverty, so much so that it had a genuinely noticeable impact on global extreme poverty rates in general. They love pointing to that while simultaneously being like, China is the fucking worst country on the planet, dog. They are so bad. Like, it's like, bro, you can't literally play on the team with LeBron James and fucking shit on him while he's dropping 40 consistently. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I know we got carried, but also at the same time, he fucking sucks, dog. He is just La China. He's the worst. It's like, what do you mean? Like, who's dropping 40 points? Who? I already told you what the U.S. stat is. The U.S. stat is, it shows you in the article. It says 38% in 2016. This also corresponds to what I've told you, at least from my anecdotal experience speaking to Chinese people that have, like, a mutual understanding that, they can't say certain things and they have to keep their head down in certain aspects, which are unimaginable for Americans, obviously. But as long as they do that, they know that the government's got their back. There is a understanding of a social contract of that sort, which is unimaginable for Americans because no American, especially in the post-Reagan neoliberal shithole that we exist under, has ever felt confidence in their government actually having their back or doing the right thing. So there's that too. I know China's been doing a fairly good job lowering poverty, but isn't saying eradicating a bit too generous? Extreme global poverty numbers, which China greatly contributed to, has been almost completely eviscerated in at least China. We are talking about a level of development that occurred that has never happened in the history, like even more so than the USSR. And the USSR certainly engaged in a shit ton of that as well. But like It's nutty. China's out here playing Civilization 6 and getting a culture victory. Why do you simp for China as if it's some socialist safe haven rather than just a different model of a capitalist control over the masses? Because I'm not some fucking delusional anarchist who believes that there is going to be some kind of utopian socialism that magically exists on the fucking planet. Do I think that China is like legitimately going after socialist principles and it's a transitional socialist state? Probably not. But I do see the very real gains that they've made in improving the material conditions of all of their fucking citizens. And every time I mention it, people want to shove it down my throat because we are weak in the United States of America and we want to fucking sit there and cope that like our situation isn't dire. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand? Like, it's you know what's really funny? I oftentimes hype up Norway and the nationalization of the extraction industry or public transit in places like the Netherlands, right? And I never hear from motherfuckers who are like, well, actually, they also had a slavery-based economy, or when we're talking about the Netherlands, or they also fucking rely on third world labor or whatever. Even the fucking most rugged Maoist third worlders doesn't fucking shove that sentiment down my throat because everybody understands that like that is basically a constant, okay? Nobody ever has that kind of smoke for social democracies in the same way that they do for China, where like China is unique. And it's unique, but in a positive way, not in a fucking negative way. It's so funny to have this conversation when we're looking at China and Chinese development in the United States of America, where like at least half of the two-party system currently is genuinely talking about destroying the Department of Education. Like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how we can say this. You know what I mean? We are the fucking broke boys, and we're like, we should invade Mexico. We should kill random people coming over the border, and we should fucking blow up the Department of Education, and also maybe send a couple bomb threats to children's hospitals while we're engaging in all of the other stuff. And meanwhile, while we're fucking too busy eating ourselves alive, we got some smoke for the fucking Chinese too, where we're like, yeah, that's all a lie. Their development is fucking bullshit, brother. They're living in straw homes, and I promise you, they fucking hate their government. I swear, dude.
Now, everybody thinks China is a powerful military country, and they kind of are. But with China on the brink economically and demographically, they might be expected to get more aggressive militarily. And again, China does keep threatening surrounding areas, including most prominently Taiwan.
He's banking on the ignorance of some here. How can a country threaten itself? Taiwan is part of China, and the US government affirms the One China policy. The entire world, in fact, recognizes the One China policy. Taiwan currently exists solely as a US military outpost, and that is reaffirmed in internal US memos going back decades. Now, if you personally believe Taiwan should be independent, that's great. I love to see a zeal for self-determination, and I'm expecting you at the next pro-Palestine march, and, of course, to start boycotting. What's that? You're not interested? Then maybe interrogate why you care about Taiwan but not Palestine. Maybe it's because you're being told you should care, and some uncritically internalize what's most beneficial to American ruling interests.
Yeah, the notion that, like, Ben Shapiro cares about the autonomy of Taiwan is so silly. Just like he cares about the autonomy of Hong Kong. And look at how devastating Hong Kong has been so far since we failed to free Hong Kong. We were going to free Hong Kong. It was the revolution of our lives. And then, look where that went. When the British accelerated their deal that was inevitably slated to end just, a couple decades before it actually ended. Really fucked up. But they posted Pepe Reddit But they posted Pepe. Reddit told me they were based. No, they were. They are based. They are. The revolution of our times happened. You know, it's gonna. Yeah, he helped lease ended. Just really.
The best parallel
up.
is this. If China had somehow helped the defeated Confederacy movement carve out, let's say, California, then recognized it as the sole government of the US for decades afterwards, and then finally decided on strategic ambiguity, on recognizing kinda both of them but not really. Afterwards, China had nukes pointed at the rest of the US, and repeatedly threatened war should the US rightfully reincorporate California into the US proper. China...
Okay, hold up. I know my man is covering this, but like it would kind of be goated if like, you know, I'm a fan of Cal Exit, you know? Dude, I just Googled mass exodus from Hong Kong. Okay. I just Googled mass exodus from Hong Kong because a chatter just uncritically said it, right? Because I wanted to see where he got it from. Okay. William Shakespeare. What about the 9-dash line? What about the autonomy of all the countries in the Indo-Pacific? There's been a mass exodus from Hong Kong. First of all, your name is William Shakespeare. I don't think you're like Filipino or something. I suspect you're a white American, I assume, and you're LARPing as a person who cares about the autonomy of these people that you're talking about. So I Googled it immediately to see the mass exodus from Hong Kong. And of course, lo and behold, the first thing that came up was Hong Kong exodus may threaten city's global financial status from, ding, ding, ding, that's right, Voice of America. Now, who owns Voice of America is a good question to ask. That's right, it's the American government, it's the CIA. Or let me explain something to you. Maybe get a little bit more individualistic with it. Tucker Carlson's dad ran the Voice of America. So there's that. And then there's, of course, if you scroll down, that's because this is an old article. I mean, maybe that's not the case, right? Because like people lie about the situation in China all the time. So then you click on it, okay? And then you click on it, and then you scroll down, and Radio Free Asia, also not exactly a fan of China, okay? Hong Kong's population shows sudden uptick after years of mass emigration. It's good to play both sides when you are the CIA because you always come out on top, okay? Now, you might say, Hasan, what about the diversity here? Oh my God, are you telling me that the CIA wrote an article and then CNN, CNBC, and The Guardian wrote the exact same copy-paste article that originated from the CIA? That's crazy. There's no fucking way that anyone would be working so effectively to manufacture consent, especially on a foreign adversary like this. There's no fucking shot. I'm sure this is just a coincidence that on this day, August 19th, 2022, all of these fucking August 12th, 2022, in the exact same time period, in the exact same time frame, May 27th, 2022. And before you say, Hasan, well, Voice of America wrote it after the fact, it doesn't fucking matter because the information is still coming from the same fucking think tanks and it's coming from the same fucking people that do work for the goddamn CIA. Oh. You are such a China simp, dude. Got them blinders on. Congress proposes $500 million on February 9th, 2022. Congress proposes $500 million for negative news coverage of China. The effort to counter China's malign influence would fund negative coverage of China's Belt and Road Initiative while also beefing up the U.S.'s international lending. Surely, though, the American government loves spending money for no fucking reason, and that this did not have any impact on your perspective on the way you view China. Certainly not. That would never happen. You are above propaganda. You are free thinkers, okay? Especially as it pertains to foreign policy. So that's number one. Number two, lots of terrible oppression happening. I did see that one article about China building affordable housing on a Hong Kong golf course. I saw that as well. I was going to get to that. Spoiler alert, that's the last piece of this puzzle. But before I get to that, one other thing that I wanted to mention, okay? One other thing I want to mention here is that at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's actually not even $5 right now because it's September. It's cheaper than that. Okay? The real reason why, as Chatters also correctly pointed out, people are leaving Hong Kong in droves. Okay? They're leaving Hong Kong in droves specifically because the top of the hour ad break is impacting them in Hong Kong. Okay? I always love China talk because half a chest is your tanky China simp and the other half calls you a counter-revolutionary State Department hack. Yes, I'm both. Just like I am simultaneously a white supremacist and also someone who hates white people. I'm both. I am the most racist man in the 1900s, specifically for my hatred for white people, the undying hatred that I have in my heart. But if you ask Black Twitter or specifically the Barbs, they think I am the biggest racist that has ever existed in the history of racism. Or maybe I just have an opinion that it does not, is a little bit more nuanced, and therefore it breaks people's brains when they think about that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. So, there was another thing I was going to talk about, but then the ad break debate fucked me up a little bit. How do we know what is truly happening in China in regards to things like this? Mass exodus is obviously bullshit, but Chinese state media also isn't going to report all discontent. Genuine question, how do you handle battling state media when both sides have competing interests? Doesn't answer the question if neither opinion is rooted in truth. All that amounts to you is believing what you wish to be true. Great question. You just have to look at the motivations that the State Department has. You have to look at the motivations that the Chinese state have in releasing certain key points of information. And you have to look at the motivations that Western media outlets have in disseminating the opposite of that information. That's it. Bro, you can't just wrap things up around nuance. I know. I should be instead giving you clear-cut, black and white, China bad narratives that you can hear in every outlet instead. China has a huge amount of private stakeholders that require a stable Chinese company. If things were truly as dire as these outlets have us believe, then we would see a mass exodus of investment, which we're not. The other side is like, I'm sure that there are at least like some relatively affluent upper middle class people leaving Hong Kong due to fears of Chinese oppression, some of which is valid. Okay. But ultimately, like, it's not, I don't know how to describe it. It's not like fucking Hong Kong's situation it was great across the board, especially as it pertains to like housing and whatnot beforehand. And now that like China is involved and China has taken over, it's worse. Are there any Republicans that say China good? No. You will never find a Republican that says China good, except for Michael Bloomberg. The only Republicans that say China good are ones who have factories in China. Even they actually don't say that, though.
Entirely funds this Confederate California, uses it as a Chinese military base, uses for cheap labor, for espionage against the US, amongst 1,000 other provocations. Now, after all of this, all the Chinese-aligned media you see makes the US look like the warmonger and China the peaceful ally just looking out for what's right. Wouldn't you at least slightly doubt what's going on? Yeah, that's kind of what it's like. The real warmonger in the region is the US, and you can check out my earlier video here for a deeper dive, book recommendations and all. The US is hell-bent on provoking China, and that's quickly proven by a cursory view of recent US policies, which I recommend you check out here, in the interest of time. The entire rest of the bit essentially goes, the US military is better than the Chinese because the US military says so. The reality is clearly different. In a war between China and the US, everybody loses, but the US far more so. The US couldn't secure Iran in simulated war games. It's very optimistic to think the US could do anything about China. Here are two fantastic videos from Professor Cockshaw that delve deeper into this if you're interested.
Another example of a company creating advanced products here in the United States is our trusted partner, Genucel. You've heard about Genucel on my daily show. Genucel has great American-made products like their dark spot corrector. Genucel couldn't be created or manufactured in China with the same level of innovation and care.
No fucking way did he just do that's a solid segue. He's using xenophobia to shill product. I love that.
You can't make this shit up. What is this umbrella-ass commercial? It's all nonsense. The thing he's promoting, I mean. Basically, very casual skincare ingredients packaged and sold at a...
You know what's really funny about that? Skincare, unironically better everywhere else other than America. Something that even AOC, especially as it pertains to fucking sunscreen, made like a legitimate and correct point on due to like old-ass fucking FDA regulations on sunscreen, which, by the way, a lot of the Twitter Andes fucking ripped her a new asshole over, partially because of the messaging that she tried to sell this legislation on, which was like it like seemingly came across as like anti-regulation. It's pretty funny to point to like America and be like, our skincare products are superior. These are made in the US. It's like, are you fucking insane? It's like notoriously bad in comparison to every other fucking country.
Premium with the occasional fanciful claim on the packaging. Drink enough water, moisturize, use sunscreen, stay out of...
Yeah, they were calling her a libertarian. Yeah, as far as I understand, the reason why the FDA has such stringent regulations surrounding skincare is one, because no one really... It's like no one cares about it that much and hasn't like made a big fuss about it. That's number one. And number two, the major corporations basically own that, and they already have invested a shit ton into their products, and new products can't enter the marketplace in the United States of America because it's like far too fucking costly. Even though if that was allowed, as far as I understand, if that was allowed, if new products were allowed and it was like fast-tracked, we could maybe compete with the rest of the world on skincare products here in the United States of America, but we won't because it's considered like a drug that needs to be regulated by the FDA. Sunscreen, I mean, especially.
Out of the sun and get good sleep. There you go. And you actually have a real doctor advising you, unlike this quack. Number 5, dictatorship. He claims China has a one-party dictatorship. It doesn't. There are 8 other parties in China working in consultation with the CPC. Whether you believe they're just ornaments or genuine is a question of personal bias, honestly. But this is a trope that needs to die. The Chinese political system is incredibly elaborate as well as participatory. It's not only reductive to dismiss that, but also just lazy. The vast majority of the Chinese population supports their direction of development and considers themselves to be part of a democracy. There's a handy Who Runs China infographic that...
Wait, no, that's probably also fake, though. Our sunscreen isn't more regulated in a good fashion. It's actually really inferior and dangerous. Yeah, that's what
helps visualize Chinese governance in motion. For a quick look. Though the greatest intro into China I've read is Roland Bohr's Socialism and Chinese Characteristics. If you're genuinely interested in understanding China and the Chinese perspective, then this is the book to read. Much more interestingly is the juxtaposition with the US, of all things, which is touted as the world's democracy. Is that really the case, though? JT from Second Thought makes a strong case towards reevaluating the idea here. I don't personally care for your opinions as to whether China is a democracy or not. What's important is the strange biases that don't apply to the US but always seem to apply for China. Likewise, the vast majority of...
Come on, bro, they have CCP guys enforcing CCP within towns. You can't be like, yeah, those guys are actually promoting other parties. No, I don't think that there is... that is one aspect where I think it's like a little bit more laughable. I would even say that the Cuban democracy, the Cuban democratic process is also on its face quite similar to the Chinese one, where it's like, oh, it's a one-party state, except the Cuban participatory democracy is infinitely more democratic than the American one in many respects. So I can't speak on the Chinese one. I feel like that's a little bit more restrictive, but the Cuban one at the very least has like significantly more local positions and much better representation and much better direct democracy than the way America claims it is, which is ironic because it's definitely more democratic of a process than the United States of America for sure.
people who talk about the China dictatorship nonsense seem to be incredibly ignorant of the Chinese political structure and system. Moving on, interestingly, Ben Shapiro is a known climate change denier.
What are you saying? Did you not understand what I said? Across the board, we do not have a real democratic process in the United States of America. It's an oligarchy. I think that everybody pretty much understands that, I hope. But as far as like different forms of governance goes, while Cuba is technically a one-party state, at the local level, the direct participation is much higher than in the United States of America, and the constituents' needs and interests are better represented in a place like Cuba, contrary to popular opinion in American media, than the United States of America. Please, let's not have this conversation one more time, especially in the eve of the evisceration of the Roe v. Wade protections on abortion. That's kind of a weird thing to argue against. 75% of the country has consistently said that they want abortion to be protected as a regular routine healthcare process, and yet it's not. And then there are ballot measures that occur in states where people then go out in droves and vote to protect abortion, and then the state still functions against that popular sentiment and desire. I was talking about Cuba as someone that lives in Latin America. Okay.
Denier and has worked for many other climate change deniers. Yet in this segment, he blamed China for more carbon emissions. How a climate denier suddenly starts caring, I don't know, but he's missing one important fact. China is the leading green energy power. China's strides in green energy are at a pace and scale so large that they're seemingly the only legitimate hope of limiting climate change.
China is in very serious trouble. Does this mean that China's going to break apart into a million polities? No, but it means that the current regime is on shaky footing, and that means they are likely to get very aggressive in the near term in an attempt to shore up their foundations, because if they don't, that collapse is going to happen sooner rather than later.
Wow, that's a drop-off in tone from the bombastic, "they're collapsing in 30 seconds" rhetoric we saw in the beginning. Of course, no sources anywhere, just annoyingly edited zooms of articles and the occasional quote from a quack.
Uncritically presenting China as just better than America to 24,000 people is irresponsible, my dude. Don't worry, as I showed you before, the American government is spending $500 million as of February 2nd or February 9th, 2022 to cut negative Chinese news. And I myself, as one singular Twitch streamer, am not going to be able to combat that. You know who will, though? Motherfucking Xi Jinping and TikTok, baby. That's right. Doesn't even fucking matter what I say about China, because I'm a singular individual. I got no power whatsoever. But you know who does? Fucking TikTok. Guess what, dude? Century of humiliation is now upon the United States of America. You know what's better than opium? TikTok clout, okay? TikTok clout is significantly better than opium, because opium can only dull your senses and make you docile, but opium can't actually engage in some level of brainwashing or mind control in the same way that clout and TikTok can, okay? If we're talking about a Genghis Gambit, there's nothing better than TikTok in completely changing attitudes of the United States of America or the Western world as a whole. Oh. Anyway, supplying weapons is assisting in genocide. My dude, that's not what the only thing they did. Oh God, even the my dude takes, like, I can smell the fucking the weirdo behavior coming from you. Anyway,
of some sort. And that's that. I really hope you weren't expecting anything else. China is very interesting, but you need the prerequisite knowledge before you just start talking shit. Let me throw some book recommendations at you. The Basic Economic System of China is an excellent primer for a modern Chinese perspective on their economy. Red Star Over China by Edgar Snow and Fan Shen by William Hinton, and all of Hinton's books, honestly, for the revolutionary period are also excellent. There's also Marxism and Socialism with Chinese Characteristics by Jin Hu Ming for a modern Chinese political perspective, and of course The Battle for China's Past by Mo Gao for an interesting historical dive into the Mao era. There's much more, but that can wait till another day. If you're further interested in China's economy, the Tiananmen Square event, Tibet, Xinjiang, or anything else, I've left some great resources in the further reading section of the pinned comment. That's all for this time. If you enjoy what I do, then please consider supporting me on Patreon.
Patreon.com/Comrade Hakim. Like and subscribe. Hakim is great. Hakim is great. As a Chinese, I can confirm that we'll collapse in the next 10 minutes. There's not a lot of interest in like correcting the record. Poli-sci paper, TikTok, a Dengus Gambit. I mean, I'm just saying, like, opium has its limitations in controlling a population. You can dull the masses, but you can't necessarily change their minds on certain issues in a way where TikTok absolutely can by just simply massaging the algorithm just a little bit. Not even actually doing anything to massage the algorithm. But you can if you want to. I'm just saying, there is a way. If there is a will, there is a way. Yeah, President Xi got my girlfriend. Please stop China from collapsing. I'm still in Shanghai enjoying the trains. President Xi got my girlfriend totally addicted to TikTok. It's pretty fucked up. I hate China now. Yeah, dude. Sorry about that. I have not watched Donkey's video on Starfield yet. Oh, I forgot to mention this. Oliver Anthony got stranded at Burning Man, which is pretty funny to me. My man is like, I hate the fucking elites, and then he was like, but I'm hanging out with Jeff Bezos at Burning Man.
Busy. Talk to you later.
Every time I review a game, I get comments like, delete your channel, this game is perfection. I will not accept any criticism of this game or any different opinions different from my own. So I got a good idea. Since gamers are so intelligent and know everything about video games, I'm gonna let gamers review Starfield, and I'll just be the referee. Introducing our first expert level gamer, a man who needs no introduction, the legendary YouTuber Heel vs Babyface.
Yes! Fucking hell! Fucking pronouns! Fucking pronouns! Stop fucking current day us!
So fucking boring!
Now, I'm thinking that this guy does not like Starfield.
Fucking pronouns!
Oh, okay, I get it. In the character creation screen, it asks you what pronoun you want for your character. It's like 3 seconds of a game, which is like 700 hours long.
Fucking gender ambiguity!
Heel, how do you feel about my idea about letting gamers review Starfield?
Fuck off!
But the gamers...
We can't see past our own fucking reflection!
I just don't think Starfield is a good fit for this guy.
This guy, oh God, he's so good. He is so mimetic, dude. He is mimetic poison. He's so memeable. Like it just works. I don't know. In the name, in honor of Todd Howard, I must say it just fucking works. Okay, his head shape, him like spitting at the fucking camera, like that's how angry he is. Like what he's angry about, the terms he chooses to criticize Bethesda on, like saying that they're narcissistic. He's so British. Oh, it's so good. I love this guy. Yeah, the Reddit shelf in the background, which like, you know, people will point to mine as well, but like that one is extra Reddit for some reason because it's so bare outside of like what I think is like just like a fat figure of himself.
He should really check out The Last of Us 2. No pronoun selection screen, no character creator at all, actually.
Every single solitary fucking thing!
A lot of yours from my Reddit shelf is all things that you guys sent me. So you're owning yourself if you make fun of that.
Starfield now.
We also have an all-new animation system.
The characters' facial expressions and lip syncing, which are done procedurally by a program, are incredibly accurate, and the character models look really great under the correct lighting.
The character models look really great under the correct lighting. All right, let's dig into this a little. Echo the Fox calls it Starfield. Oh my God, that's going to hit the score for some big damage. I am lowering the game score to 9 out of 10 after that one. That is going to hurt sales. K-Dog loves Starfield, but even he admits the character models are ugly. Why are all these clips from a crouching standpoint? Like, maybe stand up straight? Oh, I see now. For the graphics to be good in this game, you have to stand up and have the character in the correct lighting. It's a skill issue, I see. Shinobi 602 is very impressed by the detail of the environments, given the scope of the game. I can definitely get behind this. When you walk into a room in this game, there will be like 300 little items on the desk, and every one of the items has a detailed 3D model. And it's a good fit for this game because a lot of the gameplay is picking up items. On the other,
he's not wrong about that. And also, Inventory Simulator. So much of the game, at least in the way that I'm playing it, now you might say, Hasan, that's your fucking problem. You're kind of your fault. You're a fucking hoarder. Well, you know, even when I'm not a hoarder, the inventory management structure that they've designed is so fucking weird that, like, I just want gunplay, which they've done a decent job on, but I can't even do it normally because I have to cycle through, like, which gun has enough ammunition. And then, like, is this the gun that has ammunition? Okay, what kind of damage does this gun do? And it's like, okay, got it. Oh, well, I'm over encumbered.
Other hand, a lot of the gameplay, and I mean a lot of the gameplay, is people talking to you. So the face animations are a key aspect of the game that should not be overlooked. Starfield is hands down the best gaming experience I have ever had. Nothing comes close, not even my beloved Skyrim or Witcher 3. Holy shit, this game is good. I am bumping that score back up to a 10 out of 10 flawless masterpiece. Xbox head, baby. Bro's head is missing. All right, take the points back.
Bro, are you kidding me? That's a headless CEO. That's 10 out of 10. Todd fucking cut the head off of a CEO, and you're over here complaining about this. This is crazy.
I haven't gotten any bugs this funny yet. My expectation for Starfield was that it would have like a cyberpunk level of glitches, but so far, the glitches I've got is like enemy doing this. So this is the power of the boost pad.
Captain Solo. Protocol indicate.
Oh, I saw that clip of like Starfield being compared to Cyberpunk. And like, it's so weird because I think Cyberpunk has better, more immersive world building than Starfield. And it like the clips were showing specifically how much better the graphics and the AI was, I guess, in Cyberpunk in comparison to Starfield. Okay. And it's like, you didn't show the real reasons why Cyberpunk could have been better. It wasn't on release, let's be real, but like, it's not the graphics. Like, who gives a shit about the water graphics?
Go.
And one of my challenges doesn't work. I just can never complete this challenge because it's bugged, which sucks because my guy always keeps running out of oxygen. Also, I saw a spaceship do this. What is that thing?
Oh, I saw that too. That happened to me as well. It was pretty awesome.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, it's the same ship. The Charlie 3 ship. That happened to me too. Okay, so now I'm convinced that ship has to do that, actually. It's a scripted event. Bethesda, oh my God. Excellent 100D chess, okay? 100D chess. They are scripting the bugs in. Specifically, so we talk about how buggy it is. It's a feature, it's not a bug. Got it.
You can enjoy something and still willingly admit where the flaws lie. I might have to edit this guy out because he cannot be a gamer. This is boilerplate Bethesda, and for most that's fine, but I think it's a little dated. Basically what he's saying is, Starfield doesn't look like Fallout 3, it doesn't sound like Fallout 3, but it plays like Fallout 3.
Starfield is our first new universe in over 25 years. but it's still a Bethesda RPG through and through, where you step into a new world and you get that feeling
of feeling like Spider-Man. How are people not enjoying this game? I am a 40-year-old gamer who has been playing since the 80s.
Holy shit.
I've never touched a Bethesda game before this one, as I am a super space nerd, and this game got me to...
How the fuck have you not touched a Bethesda game and you've been playing video games since the 80s? Like, what the fuck were you doing? Like, you literally went through the halcyon days of Bethesda when the shit Bethesda was doing was like literally peak gaming. There's no fucking shot. Like, what are we talking about? I've also never played one, not trolling. I mean, I guess. I genuinely don't understand it. I'm such a fucking sucker for exactly the style of gameplay that Bethesda used to make, which was really good for at the time. And maybe not so good. Maybe not so good for 2023, even if it's like still basically resting on the laurels of 2003 gaming.
Purchase a Series X just to play it. Boy, do I feel justified with my purchase. Okay, so here we got a big-time Star fan, an older gentleman that has somehow never played a Bethesda game. I don't know where this dude was at during Xbox 360 times. I truly do not understand the negativity towards the game. The hardest part of a game developer's job is its community, and some of these players are either delusional or just...
Okay, this is a game developer that wrote this. This is... Okay. Okay, Todd. Todd, you better fucking chill out, brother. What is this? What is going on? You think... Really? We know who wrote this. Get out of here.
Entitled. The demands and expectations I'm seeing on just this subreddit alone are disturbing. People don't want to play games to have fun anymore. They just want to point out all the flaws and mistakes. I can definitely sympathize with this dude. Gamers take a lot for granted, and they're way more vocal about criticizing good games than celebrating them. Fuck you! On the other hand, what fucking Starfield planet do you come from? Microsoft is a $2.4 trillion corporation. The marketing behind this game was so insane that it got you to buy an Xbox Series X to play it. This game should be held to the absolute highest standard, especially by people who bought the Series X day one. Mad because you can't manually fly from one planet to another? Seriously? I can't wait to fast travel to where I'm going to see what's going on over there. Alright, that's it. Red flag. You're going in the penalty box. Fast travel is not a selling point.
Dude, this part is so fucking... I hate this. It triggers me to see how bad the fucking UI and the map system is. It's so fucking confusing. It makes me feel so stupid when I'm looking at it. And like, I think it's my fault because I'm an insecure person who immediately is like, oh, I shouldn't say anything about this because it must be... because, like, I'm too stupid to understand it. And big-brained alpha dog gamers, they get it immediately. And then I realize, no, actually, this fucking UI sucks. It should be more accessible. What the fuck? Where are the city maps? Where? Like, I want to see what the fuck's going on. If you're going to make a fast travel simulator, at least make the fast travel more accessible. Why did you do this? This is not visually appealing or comprehensible. Anyway, sorry. I just got to get that out of the way. Fucking pronouns! Okay, but why would you want to fly from planet to planet? Half of space is just empty. It would be so boring. I know, which is why I mentioned that the best possible thing they could have done is put checkpoints in between, right? Like places where you can fly to get into hyperspace or some shit, like a Stargate. Where there's all these other, like, where there's a universe in that Stargate around, in the surrounding region. They're doing exactly what he said in the vid. Like, space cantinas, space trucker stops, maybe a space casino, you know what I mean? Like, because I thought about that as well, and I was like, how does that work in, like, any IP that revolves around space? And I realized that, you know, in order to combat the emptiness and the vastness of the space, you could potentially put like checkpoints in between that give people the option to utilize them and you know, have like unique plot points in between, like unique universes and like massive unique universes in like these massive space stations. No, Todd said it works, so it's your fault for not getting to it. I mean, Alana, friend of the show, Alana actually traveled for 7 human hours to get to Pluto manually, okay? It took her 7 fucking hours to get there. Anyway, the reason why I brought that up is because like it exists in like Cowboy Bebop and numerous other beloved franchises that revolve around space, where they have like mass relays or some kind of space station that you can go to, and there's like a lot of activity. When you are, you know, going from one station to another, you can fill it up. Not every single moment in the vast emptiness of space is going to be filled to the brim with shit. But, you know.
That is a convenience. I think a lot of people, myself included, saw the No Man's Sky mining in the trailer and just naturally assumed that the game would also feature spaceships like No Man's Sky, where you can get into the ship, fly around the planet, and then zoom into space and onto another planet seamlessly. This is not the case. In Starfield, the space travel is you go into...
It's not that you can't even read it, it just sucks. Like, think about how much a good map adds to a game. People don't think about it, but anytime a game has an amazing map, you always notice it. If they made a knockout map system for this game, fuck, that'd be sick. There's so many possibilities for making a really cool map system with such a big universe to explore. Oh my God, I didn't realize there was a topography A-worded nerds in the chat. Jesus Christ. Nutting over. That's a typical Paradox gamer, okay? That's like classic. Just nutting over fucking maps. Oh my God. Or GeoGuessr Andy's cartography, not topography, sorry, cartography. You know better, sir. Yeah. GeoGuessr Andy's losing their shit over the prospect of beautiful maps to explore. Set course in the missions tab cuts down like 90% of the frustration. I know, but even getting to that is frustrating because the UI is so poorly designed. That's my problem, and it shouldn't be like that anyway. You should be able to manually be able to click on it and understand what the fuck you're clicking on. Straight up. I don't think it's that crazy. I think this is a super valid concern.
...into a menu and watch a cutscene. You can fly a spaceship in space, but really it's there for combat and not traversal.
He just keeps smelling the sandwich. How is he doing? Put it in his pocket for later.
Starfield players agree that its first dozen hours are its weakest. Okay, 12 hours in, and I love it. Ah, yes, the classic 12 hours to get to the fun part type game. I feel like most good games aren't even 12 hours long. Not every game has to start with a bang, right? But 12 hours?
No one is born good or evil. Every day you take a step in one of those directions.
Starfield is way better with the mods.
Oh, also, the other thing is like, and this is a unique thing, I guess, for me. It's probably good that this doesn't happen in the game, but you can just fucking run around with like, service weapons simulator. I'm literally running around, pulling my gat out, okay, at fucking cops and just like pointing it at cops. And nobody fucking says anything or does anything about it. Even when you accidentally misfire, which happens all the time. Okay? It's just like, it's ridiculous. Like, no NPC responds to it. Okay? Even when you misfire, no NPC responds to it. Like, that's wild. Like, that is unacceptable in Cyberpunk, which, by the way, the cop thing in Cyberpunk was a major problem, in my opinion. But, like, come on, how do you not do that? Do you want it to be like Red Dead 2? Dude. It's unacceptable that you're making, like, a sandbox-style, like, open-world RPG that's non-linear and, like, the civilians don't respond. This has been a feature in video games since Grand Theft Auto 3, I think. Like, literally a feature that has existed in prior Bethesda games, okay? In prior Bethesda games that were made, this feature existed. They took it out.
It's real talk. Starfield is like a strong 6 out of 10. With mods, 7 out of 10. And there you have it, people. I am dropping the gamer score to a 6 out of 10 without mods. And always remember, you did this, not me.
In Starfield, we're pushing our cities and settlements further than we ever have before. It's all there, waiting for you. A slice of humanity's future.
So, ready to get out there?
No, no, no! I feel like I'm literally getting lost in space. I can't get from A to B when leaving a planet without finding myself an hour later so far off my original objective having a blast. This game is top notch, I swear. For real. Exploration in this game is actually pretty fucking crazy. Yeah, I literally keep landing on planets and spending my entire night playing on that single planet. If you are still down for this old school Bethesda type game, and you will get lost in this. There are so many quest lines, so many planets, so many factions, just so.
And much like old school Bethesda games, like the main plot line is just an afterthought and repetitive. I literally dropped it when the quest wanted me to go to yet another mine after clearing out one mine. I was like, ah, fuck this. I don't want to do this. It's so stupid.
Much.
I have a feeling today's going to be a great day. Don't you agree?
Enemy boss that is 9 level above me. Has brain dead AI. Easy to cheese.
Badly for you.
And y'all call this the best game of the century. Starfield is a joke. God damn, this man just destroyed the entire Xbox kingdom. And for that, I'm gonna have to lower the score down to a paltry 5 out of 10. Breaking! Digital Foundry caught lying about Starfield. Uh-oh, Digital Foundry, somebody is going to jail!
The water also surprises me. There's no swimming in Starfield. It will break your fall if you jump from a great height, as I just did, but diving is forbidden. You just glide along the...
There is swimming! 11 out of 10. Xbox is back in business.
There is no world where Starfield's an 11 out of 10. And
Phil, no. Now I have to put it back to a 5 out of 10.
There isn't really a great solution or win for us. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true. We lost...
That was great. Great video. Another certified donkey classic.
Busy.
People who gave this game good marks have never played Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead, or D2. Otherwise, they would know this game is a 4 out of 10. It's not a 4 out of 10. That's ridiculous. It's not. I don't think it's a 4 out of 10. I don't know. I haven't played enough still, but ironically, I think it is a solid 7, which makes this whole IGN saga way funnier. Because like everyone yelled at IGN for giving it a 7, and now everyone, for stupid reasons or for good reasons, is coming around to recognizing that it is not the wrong take. Like, it's low-key, it's low-key a decent fucking take. I honestly think it gets better and better as you play it, but I get that people are disappointed. It takes so long to get to the good parts. The story's great, man. Just mainline it. Vince Staples' take on the Tucker interview? Yo. God, Vince Staples. This is why I think me and Vince Staples would be good friends. I'm just saying. Would you say you could do in other Bethesda games and not this? Scaring civilians when you have your piece out. Like when you have your sword out. Like people in the world would respond. I've been playing Watch Dogs 2, and that shit is way better. I don't care. Starfield's boring as fuck. I will tell you this much. As far as all the Starfield back and forth goes, one thing I did immediately was go back to playing Yakuza Ishin instead of continuing to play it on the Steam Deck after I was done playing it the last time. And I haven't put down Ishin since. I'm not playing for 12 hours waiting for the shit to get good, bro. Fuck that. Why didn't you stream Ishin? Why did I not stream Ishin? I think that there's like a big audience for it, but the way I play it is like not completionist, but the way I play it is like pretty aggressive. And I feel like that that very A-worded way of playing, I don't think will be positive for this chat. Also, guys, what are we talking about? I played one of the best gaming sequences in the history of the HasanAbi broadcast last night, and there was like 8,000 people watching by the end of it. What are we talking about? I played fucking Valo with T-Pain. It wasn't about the gameplay at all. It was about the conversations and how funny it was, and people just left. So I don't know why people are always like, why don't you play this game? Why don't you play that game? It's like, bitch, nobody wants to watch it. What do you mean? It was fire. It was a lot of fun, and yet people don't usually give it a chance. It being in Japanese also makes it hard to watch if you aren't fully paying attention. Yeah, that also is another... Evet. Let's see. I'm gonna look at my library to tell you like what level of like. So Yakuza 2 Kiwami, I unlocked 50% of the achievements when I played Yakuza 2 Kiwami, right? I unlocked 50% of the achievements. It's not exactly completionist, I wouldn't say, but the reality is that like even that level of gameplay is way too much. Like I played, and it wasn't 15 hours. I don't know why it says playtime is 15 hours. I think that's busted. But that much gameplay is like frustrating for people. You know what I mean? Like people would fucking lose their shit. Wait, why does it say playtime 5 hours? That's weird. Did you ever finish Tears of the Kingdom? No. If I gamed in the beginning... Dude, Yakuza 0 is such a big game. I can't believe how many hours I put into Yakuza 0, and I only got 36% of accomplishments. That's crazy. But anyway, where am I? Where is Ishin? Why isn't it coming up here? Oh, here it is. Are you going to play 6 Days in Fallujah? I have. You game by the end of the stream when it's like late as hell for most people? Yeah, I know. I haven't built an audience that's like, that comes in at this hour either. Because I'm like inconsistently live at this time. Unless I'm doing like something expressly political and people get ready for that. Don't worry about the time not being right. You said you played it on the deck, right? That's a known issue. Oh, yeah. Weirdly enough, like the Stream Deck hours don't translate correctly to Steam. I don't know why. Maybe do a day of just gaming each week. Sorry if you've already considered this. Yeah, I mean, I would have like 3K by the end of that day every week if I did that. Anyway. What was not for broadcast? That's another good game. That is actually, those are broadcastable games, but I usually don't like playing broadcastable games usually, like games that are very streamable. You know what I mean? Oh, why do you care about view count though? Every time motherfuckers say this, it's my job. It's my job. That's why. 3K for a while, but if you did it consistently, it would turn to 4K. Nice. Okay, well, I'll keep, you know, I'll keep not doing that and doing what I'm doing instead. It's not an issue. It's just that, like, for 4 years or 5 years almost, I've consistently built an audience that understandably wants commentary, reaction, shit like that. They just don't want gaming. I'll prove it to you. Watch this. Even the mention of Starfield on the stream when I was watching the Donkey video led to 2,000 people, 3,000 people leaving. Now watch me actually play Starfield. Can we ban people saying bye? Yes. To think you started your channel as a Fortnite streamer and your audience hates gaming? Yeah, I mean, people that say bye are annoying. You know who are the real goats? People who keep the stream going, but they just don't watch. Those are the real fucking legends. The heroes of the stream. Fuck? Oh.
I've got some stuff on my mind when you have the time.
Oh, we still haven't found the fucking artifact. Oh, there it is. I need a better cutter, dude. These gosh darn cutters ain't doing it for me, okay? I need a better cutter, goddammit. They're not doing it for me. Do I click it? Wait, really?
We're back. You did not respond when I called to you after you pulled out the artifact. Does that mean Barrett's theory and experience were correct? The artifact grants the first person who touches it a vision?
Oh.
The fact that it has happened to both you and Barrett is already more than we had before. I think it is important that we discuss what you saw back there. That man. What I had done. It was, yes.
We killed like 1,000 people together. What do you mean?
A very practical outlook, not one I find is shared amongst members of Constellation.
I don't get it. She's apologizing for the one murder. We just murdered like 100 people in this cave. What the fuck?
Have you now? I have also seen a great many things in my time. Some quite dangerous. We both seem to be unusual additions to Constellation. Please, I would ask that you not mention to Vladimir the circumstances in which you found me. This is not the first time that Varun zealots have attempted to corner me. If it is known that this has happened again, well, it has been a while since I was given an assignment on my own. I would not want it to be even longer in the future. Do you understand? You are unfamiliar. They are fanatics, having taken the teachings of House Varun and twisted
I can't tell if she's hitting on me.
Like
it's our like little shared secret, and we're gonna fuck.
Clean before the Great Serpent's return. So, in this, I would say, Mom, this means we are in agreement. I will finish here and return to New Atlantis when
She's
I can.
romanceable. I'm gonna fuck
You
all
should
of
go
them.
now,
I
as
want to
they will be
fucking suck
expecting us.
Sam Coe. I want to fucking suck her. I don't want to fuck Samantha. I think she's kind of whack. No direct path seen. Wait, why not? Fuck, what am I doing here?
I have my own way. I will meet you back at the lodge.
What up, Sammy? What up, Samuel? What up, Samantha? Samothy? Still hates Sarah for the Cutter incident? Yeah, Sarah fucking sucks, dude. I do not want to fuck or suck Sarah, okay? Not interested. Why can't I go? Why can't I fucking go there directly? See, this is what I mean. It's like, set a course. Okay, am I now in the lodge? Like, what the fuck's happening here? You know what I mean? Oh, I guess it's fine. Samantha, fucking gender ambiguity. Fucking hell, fucking pronouns.
I'd appreciate a chat.
Dude, I'm fucking dripping though. Look at this. Ooh, I'm dripping like Scottie Pippen out here. What the fuck? Oh my lord, look at this. Look. Let's see what kind of new fucking items we got here. Fucking hell, we got the Star Roamer spacesuit. Yeah, we got a deep core spacesuit. Fucking like it. Fucking like it. Technicians calibrated deep space mining apparatus. Leather pocket. Mono oil breaker outfit. Settler adventurette, yeah. What the fuck? What is this hat, bro? Okay. The trucker casual wear kind of sucks. Chardent luxury lines cap, navy hat. Yo, Sam,
I don't know
you
about
like
you,
my fucking hat?
But a fella could do it. So how much of a thrill has it been traveling with the one and only? Is it everything you imagine?
Okay, he's trying to fuck me, and now I get why that Christian gamer was upset. He's absolutely trying to fuck me.
Yeah, but no autographs, okay?
I'm gonna fuck him back though. We're
I gotta
fucking and
say,
sucking.
It's a relief being with you. So many people hear Cole and they expect me to pull some miracle out of a hat.
Brother, I have not seen
Time
that
has
from
ways
your
of
AI,
building on
okay?
itself. Solomon was a good man. Great one, even. But if he... It appears I left him in my other jacket. Sorry. But really, for some people, it ain't a joke.
You got some
We have
pretty
serious
eyes, brother.
expectations. Yeah, there was a time, well before Cora, where it really weighed on me. Felt like every little thing I did or didn't do was a reflection on our great legacy. It's enough to drive you crazy. Now I just hope I can help Cora to... I don't know.
Corey's great.
Your
You're
kind
doing a good
words are
job.
appreciated. For my father, Cora, and me, everything starts and ends with Solomon Coe. He looked out at the stars and he dreamed a way to get there. Imagine being the first person to jump into a new system, set foot on a new world.
I want him. I want to suck
Well,
him
I
dry
get it.
like a
That's
raisin.
Powerful stuff. And now, I'm just getting sappy. You're a bad influence, you know that?
Oh my God. Okay, we're flirting. Oh!
I believe that might be the most honest thing you've ever said.
You got some pretty eyes,
I hope
brother.
The comic book they make about our adventures is better than that rag on Solomon.
Suck the skin off your
The
dick.
stuff they publish is just downright embarrassing.
Mission status activities. Whoa, wait. What kind of activities, dude? You got soft lips, brother. How do I get to the missions? Like, fucking Jesus Christ. L. Talk to Sergeant Yumi, bartender, hand scanner, visit Vladimir's house, speak with Trevor, check your ship's inventory. Commander Twala about. I'm making LGBT decisions, partner. Look at my hat.
And all that, I would bottle that up if I could. Musty old books, a bit of motor oil, and history.
Yeah. Okay. It's kind of gay, brother. Hold up.
Was there concern that I would not contribute to the
Look at you two. I'm jealous. I tried following up.
They could be anywhere, can't they? Embedded in a rock. I wasn't aware we were competing, but game on.
Look at my hat.
Oh,
I have a better hat than you, bitch.
Start. We're supposed to be working together, not competing.
What's wrong with a little rivalry here and there? I think it pushes us to be at our best.
Or causes nothing but arguments.
arguments which then breed distrust? Noel is right, Mateo.
Well, I suppose there was that one time, and then the other. What do you think? A little competition can't be that bad, can it?
I agree with Noel and Andrea.
I'm the villain in this story. I can't believe I'm the one pushing us to be tough.
You're spending too much time with Walter, Mateo. He's turning our adorable teddy bear.
You should defend your honor, Mateo. Pistols at dawn.
Ooh.
I'm kidding.
Sam Coe
You know
sees
what?
Mateo
I
as
just
a
realized
threat.
I completely overtook this whole conversation. This should be about you and Andreja celebrating a win for the group.
I do not mind being asked to join in a debate. It was good to hear everyone, but I do agree
Andreas
that
just said, "Fuck
we
debate lords."
accomplished something together. Thank you for your help.
And for yours, I'll be happy to keep traveling with you.
I have no objections. Let us see what else we can find.
Andreja is kind of nice with it. Let's be real.
Interesting data from those new artifacts. Tell the Rook to meet me back on board the station.
Thank you, but... Yes? All right, then.
What's your take on Armored Core, little bro? First of all, I think I'm the big bro here. That's well established. And secondly, he's also known for stealing his shit. Versus here's a goody two shoes. You can romance in this game, but I don't think you can fuck. I've heard that you can't fuck in the game. That's what people are saying. Which is crazy. In my opinion, that actually is kind of wild. Talk to Vladimir. Okay, set the course for Vladimir. See, this is what I mean. Like this, you know. It's like, is it the Science Outpost? I forgot. The I Alpha Centauri. You know? No sex in the game. Fucking pronouns. No sex in the fucking game. Alright, time to dog, baby. Let's do it. The only intercourse in the game is this. Oh my god, I love my hat.
Hi.
Oh,
Please
what the fuck?
disregard. I attempted an informal greeting, but I am dissatisfied with the results.
You get a 15% boost, experience boost with a partner, that's it. Vladimir, hi.
Now that those artifacts aren't just blips of hope in the Blackest Sea, I found an interesting pattern. The grav anomaly generated by one of those artifacts, it matches. Alright, let me transfer over the data. But, I'm going to send you the mark close as I can. But I'm having trouble pinpointing the source. You'll need to explore the area on foot. Put your scanner to work. Don't know what you'll find. And from there, maybe you catch us.
I like that no matter how fucking no matter how futuristic this game is, like a big part of it is just like me going around and touching things, touching objects. Just like the stream is about going around and serving the top of the hour ad break. What is this? Gideon FaceTime me and he sent me an audio message. What's happening? I'm streaming. I can't talk. The chatters were right. I can't talk to him. I don't know what to do. You help with the EDP situation? Oh wait, I got a board and fucking undock, right? EDP's after him. EDP's after him. He needs my help. Call him back. Just mute mic. No, it's fine. He heard you talking bisexually on stream and called interesting. Yeah. That is interesting. You're right. Setting a course for Procyon 3, which is what? A level 5? Oh, dude, I'm gonna rip this planet to shreds. Grab jump initiated, spooling drive. 1 second, calculating, ready, initiating, grab jump. There's so much space junk, dude. What is this, America? What's happening here? That's not good. That spells trouble, no? All right, let's initiate a scan on the planet. There's a civilian outpost on this planet? Okay, I don't want to go to the anomaly first. I'm going to go to the civilian outpost. I want to see what the fuck these people are doing on here. How many hours? I think like 7 or 8. All right, I guess that's the fucking outpost. That's crazy to me that we can't even fucking... Okay, there's H2O. There's a coral cap. How do you scan shit? Oh, E.
What does your scanner reveal?
Literally nothing, lady. Chlorine everywhere. Stay Cobb. No Man's Sky UI for planets verbatim. Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Uh-oh. Are these friendly? It looks friendly. It's not red. Hello, are you friendly? Hurting coral water gazer? That's deadly, it says. Oh! What the fuck? Ah! Fucking bugs! Fucking bugs! Wait, why can't I reload? What the fuck? Reload, dumbass. Where'd he go? Where'd the fucking bugs go? Fucking hell. Almost killed by a flower. Unacceptable. I'm sick and tired of being current fucking dead by flowers, mate. Deserted? Oh, man. So the civilian outpost has no civilians? Emergency cuttable wall? I wonder if I can cut this with a cutter. Oh, what the fuck? Ah!
Hello.
Oh,
Is
fuck. No.
that it then? Always worth checking. Never know what you might find in their pockets.
Oh my god, we're surrounded. We're surrounded. We're fucking surrounded, mate. Fucking Christ. I need more bullets, mate. Where are you shooting at, lady? Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Are they above us? Oh, they are. Get her ass. Get his ass. He did.
Thank God.
Let's see if the boost pack can get me up there. I don't think it can. It can't. Lock is too difficult. Do your companions actually end up unlocking shit, chat, or no? That's a bit wild, but storage. I want to open that one, lad. Calibrated navigator pack, space trucker pack.
I think you may be trying to take a little too much on. Literally.
Wait, I thought you were on my side with this whole pack mule shit. Since when? when are you acting brand new? Oh fuck, I'm encumbered? Let's see. He's eclectic. Got that stormtrooper aim. What the fuck? Yeah, the skills of the AI are all right. They're not great. Sometimes they're a little bit too bullet spongy. This is valuable. I'm gonna give it to her. All right, where are you at? Come here.
Hello. Need to see what I'm carrying?
Hell yeah, I do. Transfer items to your companion. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna fucking do that right now. Chat, how about that? Exterminate a rib shank, mate. Fucking hell. Base suits.
Ah. Yes.
I'm active during gaming. VIP meet. You got it. Yeah, not gonna lie, I thought there would be civilians here, and it's kind of sad that there aren't, and it's just an outpost with mercs again. That also gets a little bit repetitive, I'm gonna be honest. Wait, where's the epileptic here? Alright, let's get back to the fucking ship. That's not how you get back to the ship. How do I get back to the ship from here? Open scanner and press G. All right, let's see what this unit does now. Is he gonna shoot my...
Please wait. Generating suitable greeting.
Let's go. Did she poop, Mom? Let's go. Outside of the house or no, I meant like where's their ship? How did they get here?
Any adventure you can fly away.
You just called the front gate?
Is that how the saying goes?
On accident? I'm gonna go to the civilian outpost. I just have to go back up in space to travel back down to a different side of the civilian outpost. Ne sipariş ettiniz? Pizza mı? Wow. Wow. You did good. You did good, kid.
Good day, Captain.
What the fuck? Fucking up my... Argon. Argon of a cod. Get out of the way. Follow the tracker glitch, the whole circle glitching, or else turn in the right direction, basically. So like this. Don't mind Argon, you grab it.
Do you see anything useful?
Wait, I just grabbed water. What the fuck? I just mined water? How is that possible? Fluorine in the water, baby. Wait, what the fuck? I gained an affliction. I have lung damage. What the fuck is going on? I just ate too much. Freezing cold and snow. Seek shelter immediately. At risk of afflictions. Okay. How do I fix this? Inventory. Treatment. What do I use? Oh, just antibiotics? That's it? Look at this disgusting shit, except for this chicken tikka. That's fire. Wait, it didn't work. I still have a cough? Yeah, I just ate a block of butter. I thought that would be helpful with my cough. What the fuck, Kaya? Hey, get out of there. You silly goose. Oh, get out of there. Go over there. Go behind me. Scared herself. Lung damage cured. Boom. Use that booster. I'm suspecting that we got to go to the Temple Eta. Oh, fuck. I'm getting toxic gassed again.
This is what we have been looking for?
Holy shit.
I do not have words.
Is there fall damage in this game? Oh! That looks fucking scary, dude. What the hell? All right, time to go back to the fucking... Time to go back to the silly ass. It's probably just a... It's a level 5, so it's not going to be that crazy, I suspect. One tap. Easy peasy. Nothing to it, baby, but to do it. You know what I'm saying? Kaya, get out from underneath me, please. Silly goose. scan it? I can't scan a dead thing, I think, right? Okay, I'm here. What the fuck do I do now? Brother, where is the goddamn door? Hello? Aliens? Where'd they put a gosh darn door? Like, in this situation, it'd be fun to, like, ask my companion that question. Like, where do you think the door is? You know what I mean? Or it could, like, give me a helpful prompt or something, you know? But I think I found it anyway on my own because I'm a great space explorer. Whoa! The fuck, Andrea? How the hell did you show up right there? That looks like what could be a Stargate. The door is right on the blue dot. There ain't no way. I went to the blue dot. There was no door there. Oh. Oops. I'm stuck on the pronoun boss battle. Any tips for me? Learn queer Marxist theory. Oh, I thought it was like... Dude, it's my fault. That's my fault. That's not the game's fault. Whoa, what the fuck? Whoa! Hello?
Yes. That is all? Very well. Those rings, are they moving? They seem to react to us.
Do I go right in the middle of it? What happens if I go in the middle of it? Oh god, I'm gonna be stuck. Andrea, look at me! Andrea! Look at me, I'm in the middle of it. I'm in the middle of the sphere, Andrea. Can you do this? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, there ain't no way this door closed behind us. Oh no, it's opening again. Okay, good. Oops. Spawn into the light, fly into the lights that spawn in the room. I am looking around. What the fuck? There's nothing in here. Oh, that. Wait, what? What the fuck? What just happened? Okay. What? It's getting crazier and crazier every time I walk into them shits. This is such a weird mechanic. This is some fucking straight THX shit, dude. Okay, this is kind of goofy. What? I have a new power. Select the area at the top to access your powers. Wait, what? I have a power? Wait, what? What the fuck? Generate a localized field of intense low gravity and behold a planet's true power? Wait, so I'm Space Dragonborn. Space magic. Dovahkiin. Okay, I gotta pee real quick. This is wild that I can do this now. You know. Hold on. I'm gonna come. Press Z to use your power.
Are you alright? We need to get you back to the lodge.
Okay.
Your abilities are
What did I do? I can't even tell what this does. Oh, I can jump now? Hold on. Try that again. I can't jump. What do you mean? Oh, it gravitates enemies. Okay, sick. Okay, temple explored, frontier, fast travel. It makes your enemies afloat. Got it. What is going on right now? No. You think it's playtime? She's coming over and shoving a toy in my armpit. She's like, it's playtime, right? Come on. Enough with this gameplay.
Fine. You know what, Robin? Fine. That's because we did jump past it. Robin, can you go 5 minutes without interrupting me? Maybe if you listen to me every once in a while, I wouldn't have to interrupt you. Yes, we do. I am so sorry about this. Some of us get a little testy when we're in the wrong. In the wrong, my ass. They're gonna say it's ahead of us. You watch.
What are they looking for? I don't even know what they're looking for.
Oh, great. John, that's no way to treat a stranger. I'm never gonna hear the end of this.
What do they want? Oh, they fucking pieced out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we're gonna grab jump into something.
You are entering United Colony space.
You just
maintain course and prepare to be scanned.
Can you hit these guys like when they're scanning?
Complete. You are cleared to land at New Atlantis. Please enjoy your visit to Jemison.
Have you ever played Elite Dangerous? No. Okay, let's go. Return to the lodge again.
Will we be
More like-
stopping for food? I would not mind trying something, and there are plenty of options.
I was trying to fuck, dude. Trying to, food is code word for
Fortunate
date.
that Walter has used his considerable funds to maintain the lodge, are we not?
Yeah.
Crix's bones.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna start doing some...
We were right about the anomaly, weren't we? What in the blackest sea are you going?
Vladimir, look at these readings. Cardiovascular and neurological levels aren't in the normal range.
Gave me powers, dude.
I think we're going
Let's
to
go.
need a little demonstration. Mind putting the paces to it? Everyone saw that, right?
Like a literal gift from the heavens.
Okay,
And
none of them
also
flew
the most
up.
Practical concept. Got no old shipwise for this one. Going. So we have artifacts, a temple, and this power, all connected.
But we do not understand the connections. We need additional information.
Can we find more of them?
Already picked one up from the scans.
Andrea would
Matches
look better
another
if
one
she
of
put
the
her bangs
artifacts we
forward.
found. In theory, there might be one temple for each. But sifting through all the signs to identify a match is tricky. Impossible if we don't have the right artifact to compare. And even then, it takes time.
I'll follow up on another anomaly found. Hopefully it's another temple. I'm
Don't think
hungry.
It's just fortunes left. Plenty to think about. Anyway.
I like that this new guy, me,
I'd like to discuss.
has been allowed access to the Constellation group, super secret, and like, they're literally like, hey, by the way, new guy, it's okay that like you get all these powers. We're not even jealous. Like, have fun with all the powers that you just got, new guy. Fuck it, YOLO. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, well. I got the rifle cert. I should have fucking went into the jetpack cert, boost pack. Should have done that, but fuck it, whatever. They're like, fine, new guy, you know, have all the fun in our stead. Like, I'd be a little bit more pissed off and jealous.
I must admit, you've surprised me. I thought you were going to take off as soon as you'd gotten something from
Except
us.
everybody wants to fuck
But
me,
I was
and they're
wrong.
super excited that I'm doing all
I want you
this.
for a little soiree I'm planning. All right, fine. It's about an artifact. And our seller is a freelance operative in the city of Neon, which means I just need a little more presence. That settles it then. We just need to make a few stops when we get to the city, and
As long as the drinking comes after the negotiation.
it'll be easy, I promise. I'll ride passenger on your ship until we get to Neon. Just let me know when you're ready to set off.
Sub to the Fear on Patreon today and was pleasantly surprised by the content. Hashtag what a deal. Thank you, chatter. Your dollars will be in the mail soon. Hello. Hi. Okay, this is exciting. This is like a new world. There's criminal, shady undergrounds. We're with a capitalist guy. This is going to be a good mission. It's not going to be a regular fetch quest, I think. I fucking hope. Like, I'm assuming this is like a classic space strip club mission, right? So much of this time is spent literally on menus, though, which I get why people.
Collective space. Hold while we scan your ship.
Wait, what? It's Neon. Why? Are they gonna fucking blast me into orbit because I have no contraband? I thought this is a space where they want you to fucking, you know, have contraband. I thought this was a shady underground country. Oh my god, this planet is all water. What the fuck? Not out of Neon, just in the city. Missing on space encounters by traveling this way? Wait, what? Why? It's Night City, baby. Let's go. It's Night City. Literally Night City. Come on now.
Smell that? Construction, incense, industrial
what do you
chemicals of
want?
every kind. But they still can't get rid of the odor of chasm bass. A native species of fish. I often wonder what would have happened if they'd never found out about the psychotropic effects. I mean, on paper, a rich protein source is far more practical value than a recreational drug. But theory loses out.
People are getting high off the fish.
Something to do with chasm bass's
It's a
natural
fish that
oil.
gets you high.
If you're curious, the name is Aurora.
When are you gonna finish Cyberpunk? What do you mean? I already finished
You need to
Cyberpunk.
stop by the Stroud
The
Ekman
fuck?
offices.
When it first came
There are
out.
certain authorization procedures when large funds are being transferred, even for something like this.
Did you? Yeah, I did. Wait, what? No, you didn't. Wait, why are people saying I didn't? The DLC hasn't come out yet. Wait, why are people saying I haven't finished Cyberpunk? I literally finished it. I played it on stream. Is this like another meme of like, oh, you never play video games because like you just don't watch when I do play it? Is that what it is?
The effort to make this place livable is astounding. There's no end to what can be accomplished when there are
It's
credits to be
capitalism.
made.
Space capitalism. Oh, only 5K? That's crazy. They only have $5,000. Baba telephone. Where's the dog? I demand more dog, please. No. Oh, this is what I need to sell. The vape and shit. Oh, I don't have enough. Fuck.
Anything I can help? You should inspect your ship for... Looks to me like you've already...
These guys never want to fuck me up.
Okay, no problem.
I don't know how to like modify the ship and stuff. Capture a better ship? Really? Be on the main screen, but it's like a multi-hour process. Kind of takes some learning. There's a trade authority guy with more money inside soon.
You need me?
Yeah, but I want to sell directly off the ship. You know what I mean? Hey, what kind of supplies y'all got in here? Oh, I can't steal this? It's kind of fucked up. Okay. Never mind. I highly suggest doing the Freestar Collective quest line. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, shit, I accidentally... Kaya, stop barking.
Security cares far more about what you take with you. The effort to make this place livable is astounding.
What the fuck?
No end what can be accomplished when there are credits to be made.
Pick up the Aurora you're carrying the second you step through.
Hey!
All right, get up slowly and turn around. Try to run, and we open fire.
Hey, put it down. Seems like this is an honorable guy. Put it down. Put your weapons down.
So, what was the plan, Nesha? Smuggle the Aurora into Aquila City or New Atlantis?
No, I just forgot I was carrying it, is all. Honest mistake, right?
Should I kill him? Let's see what happens if I do that.
Can't we just settle this right here? I can pay the usual.
We don't make the rules.
No, I will not help you hurt people.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is a little bit... Run! Nesha, run! No, you're not. Get her ass.
Stand down immediately.
Hey, what's up, baby? Are you alive? What's happening? Hey, it's gonna be a little tough to continue on with our endeavors, I think. Wait, why aren't they dead? Okay, we're gonna load back from that. We're gonna dial it back from that, I think. I think we should probably not do that. They're essential workers. They can't be killed. They're invincible.
Can't we just settle this right here? I can pay the usual.
We don't make the rules. That's Administrator Bayou's job. Now, shut up and start walking.
Move it. Let's go.
You didn't hear this from me.
I'm
Those
just
ecliptic
so-
mercenaries, factions use them sometimes. Freestar Collective and UC both. That's why they give them a wide berth. Ask me.
No funny business, okay?
New around here? Make certain you familiarize yourself with our rules and regulations regarding the transport of Aurora. After all, you don't want to end up like Nishar, do you? Certainly.
What the fuck?
And for your own good, I urge you to listen carefully.
Oh, do I hear an accent self-ejects?
The interplanetary transport of Aurora is strictly forbidden. Anyone caught transporting the substance through this checkpoint will be arrested, fined, and jailed if necessary.
Okay, I'm definitely drug running for sure.
On my list of excuses for attempting to transport Aurora, the other regulation you should be aware of is that Aurora is only available for purchase in the astral lab.
Oh, she's telling me where to buy the drugs. Let's go.
A street dealer is illegal. You will be arrested. You can find it inside the trade tower. If they do, Neon Security will handle it. For your own safety, I urge you to avoid. All right then, that's it. Aurora is the #1 product produced by Xenofresh Fisheries. The clinical studies sponsored by Xenofresh have proven that using Aurora has no long-term negative. And before you ask, yes, this was also approved by... Volii Alpha has a unique agreement with the... We allow their ships to patrol the spaceways, and Neon Security. The only exception is the Freestar Ranger outpost located in the city. But Ranger Price fully cooperates with our department. Lousy? The hell are you talking about?
She's
Outside
like,
of
I'm a
working the
cop. We got
Astro Lounge,
hella job
this
security.
is one of the most secure jobs. Do you have any idea how many people get turned away from Neon? No, I'm one of the lucky. Worst part of Neon. We're talking poverty, drug dealers.
She got that cop skull. I mean, she doesn't look like a cop, which is taking marks away from the game, in my opinion, but she's behaving like she has cop dome. Oh my god, that's terrifying the way she's looking at me.
Pardon me?
Hello. Ah, Night City, baby. Look at that.
Ah, Neon. Instant sensory overload. There is little question that region has some influence.
Newell's goods.
Don't kid yourself, Rosa. Aurora isn't fun. It's a poison. And it needs to be taken off the streets. Welcome to Newell's. If you're looking for... Oh, I don't have a problem with this place. That man has absolutely no... He skips merchant meetings and refuses to participate in any of our group buys. Worst of all. Yeah, sure. If all you care about is yourself. Every payment Sigurd makes validates Neon Security's corruption. He's setting a bad precedent that many merchants are forced to follow. Anyway, sorry. If you'll forgive the outburst and have a look around... Oh. Okay. I'm a businessman. You help me with it? Just be careful when you're dealing with Sigurd. He can be surprisingly unreasonable.
You're reading too fast, I can't read it. Learn to read faster, chatter.
I'd say the majority of the guards are rotten, and the few who aren't simply take a paycheck and look the other way. They have Neon completely under their control. The Freestar Collective's own security doesn't even maintain a presence here. If it wasn't for the Freestar Rangers outpost, there wouldn't be a shred of justice in this entire city. The first time I brought up the subject, we got into a huge argument. Sigurd said he had it. After that, I tried to speak to him a few times, but he's always been too busy to spend the time to sit down and have a decent conversation. It's obvious he has no intentions of talking to me anymore. I honestly don't know what I did to make him so angry with me. Of course.
Let's fucking sell to this guy. Oh shit. I almost sold Solomon's maps. Wait, is this just from the... Okay, this is the shit I have, right? I can sell him some of the shit I have on me. Oh, I'm using all this stuff, I think. I'm using all this too, but I can sell you this bad boy. Chameleon Space Trucker. Deep Recon Pack. Nope. A succulent meal. Okay, it's pretty good. Sold all my shit. Where are the chatters now?
Tell everyone you know about our store.
I don't even bother with.
Where are all them chatters now, huh?
Yeah.
The fuck, your character looks nothing like you? How dare you? Look at this. If I was rocking a turban, I would look exactly like him. No, he's me, but Puerto Rican. I love how goofy the walking mechanics look in third person.
I do not know about you, but I am starting to suspect that Benjamin Bayou has a slightly inflated view of himself.
Oh, club mission, club mission, club mission, club mission, club mission.
Walter is very proud of his business, and he should be. His ships are very high quality.
We didn't know you were coming in.
It's all right. I just need to have a short chat with my counterpart. Is she in today?
Yes. Allow me to bust you in, sir.
Bro, look at this.
Mr. Stroud, you are so lucky.
Look at this fucking fuckboy haircut.
This is a Stroud Eklund business offices. We don't do sales here, if that's what you're looking for.
Walter.
Issa.
Shall we continue from last time? The luxury cruise line market is completely outside of our core competencies. Investing into it is a mistake.
No, I'm here about... Wait a minute, a mistake. Our ship designers are the best in the settled systems.
They design personal craft and military ships, Walter. Large-scale accommodations and hospitality is a completely different beast. Oh, I'm so sorry. Here I am arguing with my partner. And you're just standing right here. Issa Eklund, the hyphenated Eklund in our glorious co-CEO, heir to the Eklund fortune, and somewhere down there I'm his wife, yes.
Damn, I was being sexist.
Didn't know our marriage was such a low priority.
Oh, it jumps up the list at the right moments.
I was being sexist by being like, you're his wife. You know what I mean? Because, like, why the fuck would she be his wife? Didn't realize that they are.
Oh, aren't you lovely?
I envy your
Walter,
business. I love capitalism.
Did you meet your new friend? I'm jealous.
A colleague from Constellation.
Ah, yes. The daring explorers. My partner is so infatuated with. You should hear him reciting that speech.
There's no need to go.
Gaming, Kaya. Learn about it.
Oh, my heart skips a beat when he does it. Really, it does. Such passion. If he talked to the board that way, I wouldn't need to placate them so much.
She's giving Major Snake vibes. Yeah, if you're a sexist pig, typical. You see one fucking woman in a position of power and you think...
I know. It's my favorite hobby. Now, why are you here, my dear?
Literally
The
a girl
board
boss,
meeting isn't
dude.
for a while, and our vacations aren't coming
Stop
up
trying to
either.
climb me, okay?
It's the
This is the best
discretionary
you're gonna
fund,
get.
Issa. I need all of it.
Ugh. This wouldn't have anything to do with that meeting you've set up at the Astro Lounge.
I never said that. Did you have an agent hack into my files?
They have a weird
again?
relationship.
Only after you had one hack into mine. Tell me, Can mutual distrust lead to a point where it's actually the same as mutual trust?
Okay. You're too big for your own good. She's so weird because she like wants to keep, like she wants to like lay on top of me, but she's too fucking big for it. So she keeps moving around. She is literally a bear now. It's crazy. It's crazy how big she is. She's like 70 pounds, 6 months. Which is fine. I'm a big boy. I can hold her, but
Oh, don't mind the two of us. Challenging each other intellectually is a cornerstone of our relationship. Now, I must point out the obvious. The Astro Lounge. Huh? It's a remarkably insecure location.
That was the point. Neutral territory in the open.
With no leverage. Oh, you must let me help. It's been too long.
I have this all taken care of.
Some investigation into the cellar. What's motivating them? Then, some preliminary casing of the Astral Lounge for security flaws. Give you the advantage if things go wrong.
Bribe a few bouncers, alter the codes on the doors.
Yes, exactly. I hate being selfish, but I would like some time with my husband. We need to go through the...
James Newell is the broker who knows our cellar.
oh yeah, I got it,
Shouldn't be
Walter.
hard to
Fucking
find
typical
the
CEO
Astro
Andy over here.
Here, let me just give you
Classic.
some operation funds since I won't be joining you.
Bro.
Meet me back here. Yeah, I'm going to be present for the negotiation.
Classic CEO Andy. Here, take $1,000 and fuck off.
Security's got its eyes on Saburo Okadigbo. That guy's trouble for the status quo, if you know what I mean.
She's like, here, take this $1,000 and do the mission that I literally was supposed to do myself.
Could we talk?
Oh yes, romance.
Here, I have. Yes. Well, I saw it earlier.
What is
and I thought
happening?
You might like it.
Is she trying to kiss
or find
me?
it useful, or, well, what? Of course, I will keep an eye out in the future.
What the
And
fuck?
if I see something, I might hold on to it.
Oh, she just gave me money? What the fuck? Yo, she's the
We've
goated.
not yet had a moment to talk about what happened. In all my time amongst the stars, I have never heard of such a thing.
She's the best companion.
What
It's
do
not
you
even.
think that place was? Then it seems fitting that you were the... Certainly it is too soon to speculate about
Bro,
who
she keeps
built it,
bringing
but
different toys and shoving them onto my body. Okay. Listen, we're gonna be done here. Okay, we're done. All right. I gotta go. I have to go.
It is hard to argue. I am sorry. After what you have been through, I should be asking about you. Yes, I meant a part. I am still trying. The artifacts that temple.
I'm about to flirt with her. Hold up. I'm gonna flirt with her first.
Ability you have acquired. This is all so. You are right. Now
you,
we have
Lita
even
Layla.
greater reason to press forward, to learn more about what is at work here.
Wait, she didn't even flirt. Did I fuck it up? What about Sam? Fuck Sam. I want to fuck Andrea first. Get the hell out of here. Who the fuck is Sam, bro? Sam Megalol. All right, everybody. That'll be all for today. So tomorrow, I am going to be traveling. Okay? Big announcement. Tomorrow, I am going to be traveling to Mexico. Okay? And I am going to be going to Mexico with my family. Okay? I'm bringing the big-ass bag that Marat got me that I showed you guys, where I will be streaming from a laptop from Mexico. With like literally a dual monitor setup, a camera, everything. And therefore, You know, I'm going to try to stream tomorrow. I might not be able to. I think I'm going to be able to stream tomorrow. But if I can't, I'll be back and live on Thursday at the very least. And that's it. You might see a little Mexico filter when I'm there. So no leftovers on Thursday, unfortunately. It is unfortunate, but there will be no leftovers on Thursday. But yeah, that's it. Bye-bye, everybody. I'm gonna have some fun with my family. And with you guys as well, hopefully. Peace.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radical